Saratoga in just 3 days. The nation's top 3-year-old takes the stage. Sovereignty, first start since capturing 2/3 of the Triple Crown. Till then, plenty to keep you busy. Horse players today at Saratoga, $102,000 pick six carryover. You still have some time. I'll get started in race 4. But first, different brand of racing altogether. Steeplechase to get the Wednesday party started. Proven Innocent back at Saratoga in search of a second straight Grade 1 victory, the A.P. Smithwick Memorial. Can he go back-to-back Grade 1 races? Saratoga, we'll find out shortly. Look at that scene, the bird's eye view. Saratoga Racecourse, great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live, day 10 of this 162nd season at the Spa. Picture perfect Wednesday afternoon, and the hurdles are up. Jumpers ready, steeplechase at the highest caliber on tap. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. In case you missed it on Sunday, a couple of surprises, a couple of $50 winners. And here we are, the biggest pick six carryover of the very young meet. As mentioned, 102,000 plus gets started in race number 4, all coming your way on Saratoga Live. Today's races, the slate brought to you by Claiborne Farm looks like this. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The hurdlers coming up, Grade 1 A.P. Smithwick, first flat race of the day. Race 2, start of the early, pick 5. Pick 6, race 4, post time just before 3 o'clock. Main track fast, turf courses are firm, temperature around 80 degrees. I'm welcoming my co-host, our steeplechase expert, Joe Clancy, champion jockey Richie Migliore, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Joe, great to have you on set. How you been?
Great, thanks. Happy to be here. You know, we were just talking about the weather and Saratoga being its glorious self this week. We'll take it.
And this isn't the first time that we've been on set for the Grade 1 A.P. Smithwick, but for some of our viewers perhaps not as familiar, this particular race, why is there a race that lives in the honor of A.P. Smithwick?
Patty Smithwick's a little before my time, but a Hall of Fame jump jockey. He has had 398 career wins, second all-time to Joe Aitchison. Teamed up with his brother, Mike. That's Mike on the right. They're both in the Hall of Fame and won a lot of races in New York and everywhere. They had steeplechasing in the 50s and 60s. Rode some Oedipus, Neji, Bon Nouvelle, classic horses back in the day.
Patty Smithwick, very fitting. His legacy honored today at Saratoga. We'll take a look at the field, wide open with a very tepid 3-1 favorite with the horses behind us. Marathoners, hurdlers, they do it all. Grade 1 A.P. Smithwick, the field there. Jimmy P at 3-1, Awakened at 7-2. Joe, what did you think first glance at the field? Does anything jump out in terms of the wagering?
Yeah, you saying tepid, that was my first reaction too. I would have thought, and looking at the morning line, I would have thought Awaken would have been a shorter price and been a heavier favorite. And he might end up that by the end. But it is still, there's those top 4 or 5. Jimmy P's capable, Proven Innocent we saw up here in June. You know, those top 4 horses are pretty evenly matched.
I have a question. Awakened, who lost at a shorter price than Proven Innocent last time, is an 8-pound weight shift in Awakened's favor. How big a difference do you think that would make?
So that's the one thing up here. The Grade 1s up here are handicaps. So the weights are assigned by the handicapper to try to level the playing field, basically. And I think it makes a big difference. Awaken was making his first start in a year last time against Proven Innocent.
Yeah.
Proven Innocent had been running all spring. I really liked him over Awaken. Was happy to see Awaken a shorter price that day. I think Awaken moves forward for that race. And Proven Innocent, he might just run the same race back, or, you know, is he getting to the end of his form cycle? We don't really know. That second start, I think, is important.
Can you evaluate? Let me follow up that question in just a moment, but let's go back to the Beverly Steinman here, where Proven Innocent is able to get the best of Awaken and company, Joe.
Yeah, and Awaken's in front here coming off the turn, and then he kind of just hangs like a horse who might need his race, you know, and that's what you see. We see it a lot, especially up here with the steeplechasers. They shake off some rust, and they're much better the second time. And Proven Innocence, no, this is how he wins most of his races. He kind of just grinds away at the end and runs down, you know, and Awaken ran fine, but he just sort of flattened out, didn't have that kick. Maybe he's got a little more kick today. And I like the shift in the weights. I think it's a little dramatic. I probably would have had him a little closer together. He also switches jockeys. Graham Waters gets on. Connor Tierney had to substitute for Graham last time because Graham's wife had a baby the day before. So Graham gets on. It's all about timing.
Proven Innocent, that was Freddie Proctor who rode in the Grade 1 race. A rider changed today. What's that? What's that all about?
Yeah, a lot of jockey situations to try and explain. Freddie Proctor, early in the summer, before kind of Saratoga shook out, had given first call to Arch Kingsley's horses at Saratoga.
Okay.
Arch had a horse in the nominations for this race, so Freddie was committed to him. So Jack went to another rider for Proven Innocent, and in the meantime, Arch's horse didn't make the race, and Jack stuck with Jamie Bargery, so Freddie ends up on Kitten Around, who we actually saw a week ago. He pulled up when the saddle slipped up his neck, so he's back in action, and a little shuffling around, but you know, it wasn't necessarily somebody picking one over the other. It's just sort of how the situation worked out.
Joe, now you talked about the year layoff. Is it harder on horses? We eliminated the last fence here in Saratoga. So basically, they run a half a mile on the flat. Is that more difficult from a fitness standpoint? Because the race picks up from there.
Yeah, maybe, and it kind of depends on the horses. I think the longer the horse is a steeplechaser, the less flat speed he has, you know, and they've trained that stamina into them where they lose that kick a little bit. So yeah, that grind over the last, 3/8 of a mile can be on a horse who hasn't done it that much, especially coming off a layoff. I think does tire them out, is a little more tiring on them.
Fans there at the 1863 Club. And we're about to meet the field for this Grade 1 AP Smithwick, and starting with who's counting, jumps, no jumps, doesn't matter. He can do it all.
Yeah, he does. I love this horse. He's got 4 wins on the flat, 4 wins over jumps in his career, tuned up at Delaware. Sneaky at a price, I think.
Zarek the Brave, a star overseas, but he struggled here.
Yeah, has not put it together in America. There's this thought he might be in front early, which might change things a little bit.
Jimmy P, last summer's Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard winner.
When he shows up, he's very good. He kind of runs some clunkers, though. His best form is at Saratoga.
How you, bud? Some upside here?
Yeah, I like him at a sneaky price, hopefully. Cyril Murphy doesn't come here very often. He won 2 races here a couple of years ago. Decent at a price, I think.
Proven Innocent, looking for back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Then number 6, Historic Heart, the Irish 8-year-old.
He's warming up, and he's making his first start in a while. He ran in the spring, lost his rider halfway through, and that was his first start in a couple of years. So, again, he's a horse who I would say, move forward off of this race if he can put it together.
Can you evaluate Awakened objectively?
I'll
Is
try.
Is it possible?
I'll try, yes. He's managed by a partnership my brother Sean puts together. The best part for us, he's wearing the old Clancy family silks that my dad rode in the 60s, and I even rode a race in those way back when.
Very cool. But why I ask about objectivity. Then Kitten Around to the outside by Flincher, a 2-time sword dancer winner here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and Flinchers have turned into very good hurdlers. For whatever reason, they put it together. The turf makes sense, and the trainers all seem to think they take to it very well. He's stepping up in class, but, don't... The race that looks like he didn't finish, it really wasn't his fault at all. The saddle slipped way up his neck. Jockey had no chance.
2 3/8 miles, Grade 1 AP Smithwick. And remember, this is just the start, week 3. So much terrific summer racing to come. Sign up today. Use that promo code SPA200. Take advantage of the $200 deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. NYRABets.com. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast trackside. Maggie, we're just talking about who's counting and his versatility. 4 career wins over the hurdles, 4 career wins on flat.
He looks like such a cool customer, and we got to see something that is rarely seen in American flat racing, and that is the jockey having to saddle his horse because, yes, Sean McDermott is also the trainer. And you want to talk about being meticulous about one's tack. Well, Sean went over everything with a fine-tooth comb, and that is one of the first lessons you learn when you ride. Always check your tack. And boy, did he. It even looks as though he's adjusting his stirrups whilst out on the track. But this is a cool horse, and I'm glad that we heard Joe say the 2 long shots that caught my eye in the paddock were 2 that he was interested in as well, being the 1 and 4 in here. But this guy looks incredibly fit as he got that nice tune-up. We'll see if he's a little bit more forwardly placed, obviously stretching back out in distance with over the jumps. He has laid closer in those hurdle races. So I think who's counting for jockey trainer Sean McDermott is a very, very live runner. But ultimately, I'm going to land on number 4, How Ya Bud, because in that Grade 1 Iroquois, in which we see several horses coming out of, I don't know what happened. It was like Harry Beswick lost his iron or it came out of the stirrup leather. I don't know, but he just kind of fell off with 2 or 3 fences to go. And he looked to be traveling so well throughout. He was the horse who immediately caught my eye in the paddock. He looks as though he's doing well and hoping for a better run this time around. Now, Awakened, much, I think, the horse to beat as you guys landed on it. It's funny that Jack Fisher's main rider, Graham Waters, has never been on him. He will, though, today. Obviously gets on him in the morning, moving beautifully out on the racetrack, really free in his movement. And then, yes, Joe brought it up with Kitten Around. Saddle slipped, 3 fences in, had to pull him up. I will say I didn't think he looked all that fit coming back off the near year layoff. And for whatever reason, I know he only ran maybe 3/4 of a mile last time. He does look a lot more tucked up today. And furthermore, it's such a cooler day than what it was last week. So a lot of these horses just making better impressions overall with less heat to deal with. Lafitte?
It's perfect in Saratoga Springs. What isn't perfect, what wouldn't be perfect, Rich, is you rode in a race of 2 3/8 miles and you had a horse fighting you, pulling you the entire way.
Yeah, I mean, even going 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles on the flat, if a horse pulls, they don't tend to stay. How important is it to get a horse to switch off and cooperate with the rider going this distance?
Yeah, that's probably the most crucial thing when they're training these horses is to get them to relax and be able to carry that stamina through it. And we've seen it a couple races up here. Carloon in June ran off and didn't finish very well, and beat Laban last week. Same thing. They've got to be able to relax. They can go wire to wire. They just have to be relaxed doing it, and I think that's the key. And Maggie touched on it. Who's counting coming out of a flat race could be speed. It's a race that really doesn't have that much speed on its form, and it'll be interesting to see kind of how the jockeys sort of sort it out.
For our viewers just tuning in, Joe saying we're on God's green earth is the starting gate. Where's the starting gate?
Well, as we touched on, it's a 2 3/8 mile race. The last thing you want is a bells clanging, really, really fast start as you run down to the first fence. So there's no starting gate. They do line up in post position order. The starter will let them go when the flag drops. It has to be fair. Like that's the starter there on the left, in the left of that box, and he'll recall them if the flag. If he doesn't think it's fair, he brings them back and they do it again.
Who's counting number 1? Are you expecting him to set the tempo early on?
Yeah, I think him or maybe Zarek the Brave, just because they're trying to change something up with him. And it'll be, again, the others will be sitting back trying to look at each other, I think.
When's the real Zarek the Brave going to show up? And they're off. Frank Mirmati with the call of the AP
They're
Smithwick.
off in the AP Smithwick Memorial. And who's counting is first Zarek the Brave alongside over that first jump. They all sailed smoothly. And it's who's counting the narrow leader. And now, all of a sudden, a change in leadership as Kicking Around goes on with it, and Historic Heart gets a good tracking position second. Zarek the Brave is third. And then it's Who's Counting, taking a nice hold of in fourth. 3/4 of a length to Jimmy P and How Ya Bud, who are side by side. At the back of the field is Awakened. And just in front of that pair is now How Ya Bud. The gray is Proven Innocent. And so, over that second jump, it is Kitten Around. Kitten Around bounds clear, 6-length lead with a lot of real estate to cover. Historic Heart, who was second in this race last year, holds that second position over Zarek the Brave, who's third. Then it's a lineup of 3. How Ya Bud, as this front runner Kitten Around goes over and is well clear. Kitten Around in front, Historic Heart is second. And then it's Zarek the Brave, Orange Silks in third. Just in behind them, How Ya Bud is 3 deep, racing on the outside of Who's Counting. And Jimmy P in the Madaket Stables colors, racing a length in front of Awakened and Proven Innocent. Freddie Proctor and Kitten Around are not messing around. They're well clear. It is a 7 or 8 length advantage, with Historic Heart in the second spot. They're followed by Zarek the Brave in third. How Ya Bud, Who's Counting next to one another. And then comes Jimmy P, Proven Innocent. And still at the back is Awakened. Awakened is biding his time, as it is Kitten Around up and over. In front over Historic Heart. Zarek the Brave is now a clear-cut third, followed by Who's Counting. How Ya Bud is next. Jimmy P and Proven Innocent, Awakened. Not much change whatsoever. Kitten Around is the leader. And Kitten Around still clear by a half dozen lengths. Historic Heart is second by 2. Zarek the Brave in third. Who's Counting racing in fourth. And then it's How Ya Bud fifth. Yellow Cap on the outside as they come into the Saratoga stretch once again. In behind that group is Jimmy P, followed by Proven Innocent and Awakened. The AP Smithwick Memorial with 1 lap to go for Kitten Around. Kitten Around has been all alone. Up top has this son of Flincher, 6-length lead. Historic Heart still second. Zarek the Brave. Very rarely is there no change whatsoever in the running order, and that has been what has happened most of the way. Smooth sailing over that jump, and it's still Kitten Around in front, still clear by 5. Historic Heart maintaining that second spot over Zarek the Brave. Who's Counting is next, followed by How Ya Bud, who's 5th and 8 lengths off them. Jimmy P is in between rivals. Awakened is down on the inside, needs to find some racing room, and Proven Innocent outside of that pair. The real running begins. Kitten Around, 3-length lead. They're starting to close in on him. Historic Heart, Zarek the Brave is in third. They are followed by Who's Counting. How Ya Bud is the first to come under serious pressure. Backing up, Jimmy P is next. Proven Innocent and Awakened. It's Kitten Around over that crucial jump, has a 1.5 length lead. Historic Heart closing in now within a half length, and Historic Heart turning up the pressure on Kitten Around that far turn. Zarek the Brave is in third. Proven Innocent has made a little bit of headway. Who's Counting? Nice journey on the inside, just 3 lengths off the new leader, Historic Heart. Historic Heart comes from home just in front. Zarek the Brave on the outside. Kitten Around hanging tough. In behind them, Who's Counting? Proven Innocent is let loose for the final furlong. And here comes Proven Innocent alongside Historic Heart. They're head and head in an absolute thriller. It's Historic Heart or Proven Innocent, nose to nose. Historic Heart, Proven Innocent. Here is the line. And it goes to Historic Heart, second last year, fending off an ultra-talented Proven Innocent. And in behind them, it was a 3-way battle among Jimmy P, Who's Counting, and Zarek the Brave.
Avenging that second-place finish a summer ago. 2 years ago. Harry Bryan pictured Historic Heart in a thriller in the AP Smithwick, able to out-duel Proven Innocent to the wire, Joe.
Yeah, I was wrong, as Andy pointed out as they were rolling down the stretch there. Historic
it's over
Heart,
for you.
Yeah, it's
Pack
over
it
for me. Again, the race this spring, which he only made it through half of, I think, was his first start since 2023 here. They didn't go that fast early, those horses up front. He wasn't in front, but he was sitting there just off the speed, hung around. Proven Innocent had every chance to run by him and just didn't. You know?
Tenacity in deep stretch.
Yeah. Danny Mullins is on Historic Heart, one of the top riders in Ireland, came over for this. And, got him home.
Do you think the 6 came out a little bit?
Perhaps. We want
like
to see some
a head on.
Yeah,
Right?
how much do they look at that in the steeplechase races, that, drifting like that?
Every bit is
different
same as a flat race.
different stewards or our
Maybe
stewards?
Same stewards, they get some advice, though. That's all.
In the meantime, to Maggie, live with winning trainer Harry Bryan.
Carrie here, I'm going to grab you real quick as Carrie's saying that your owner from Atlantic Friends Stable, probably crying somewhere.
Probably crying in a corner on his way down here now. Oh my gosh.
Now talk a little bit about your other horse, Kitten Around, setting a slow pace. Historic Heart always in a good position right behind them.
Danny just gave him a great ride, but that's Heart. That horse is coming off almost a 2-year layoff, honestly, and he just dug deep for Danny when it mattered most. I knew if it came to a battle, he probably had the most heart of them all, so he proved that today. Yeah.
How rewarding was it battling with a legitimate horse and Proven Innocent who's won here before?
Well, exactly, and we've always believed in this horse, and the owners have been so patient as he's had little issues here and there, and they never wavered. And when I said we need to stop, they would stop, and we'd start again, and we missed races. And I scratched him at the Gold Cup because I didn't like the ground, and they've probably hated me this whole time, but it's paid off today.
Now, where is he? Oh no, Paul's missing in action, but congratulations on yet another win here.
Thank you so much.
Harry Bryan really dominating the jumps racing here at the Spa, guys.
Anybody who bet him today, they love you now. Historic Heart over Proven Innocent, Joe. Our first look at the head-on
Yeah,
And let's see if there was any trading of paint, brushing, or what exactly took place.
I'll
No
assume we're
inquiry, by
fine
the way.
because it's the same process as a foul claim or an inquiry, just like there would be on the flat. So I'll assume they were straight and nobody bothered anybody. But coming out a little.
Came out a little there, a little bit of
I
contact.
thought it was more the last 16th.
So
of
did
a
I.
mile.
That's what I thought too, Richie. Oh no, he's hurting this guy good.
When it comes to steeplechase, should we assume that the same rules, Joe, are applied by stewards when you're talking about a potential infraction in any thoroughbred?
Yes, I mean it's exactly the same idea. I mean it's you know, it's interference, and if the stewards think there's something they want to look at, they would hang an inquiry. And if a jockey thought he was fouled, he's supposed to claim foul. You know, that was some performance by that horse. I'm blown away. I would have thought. Again, he was one in my book to watch to maybe bet back in a month in the Jonathan Shepard, and he delivered that kind of a race here. The one thing to keep in mind with Carrie's horses going forward in some of these races, she's based at Ferrial Training Center, puts a lot of speed into her horses. You'll look at the workout pattern. They breeze like flat horses, you know, like Jonathan Shepard used to do, who she worked for. She's got stalls here as well, which I think is a little bit of an advantage for some of these people, a little less time on the road for some of these horses where they can come and stay for a week as opposed to shipping up the day before, that kind of thing. Good effort, great effort by this horse.
The Irish 8-year-old, Atlantic Friends Racing, Danny Mullins, goes to work, deep stretch, historic heart responds, turns back the challenge of proven innocent, and takes down this Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
If that's how we're going to start Jim Dandy Week, it's going to be another stellar one here at Saratoga. What an exciting edition of the AP Smithwick Memorial. Deep stretch, historic heart, proven innocent outside. Joe and historic heart just refused to let him by.
Yeah, really game effort, right? Just dug in. I mean, he had every reason to sort of, okay, I'm I'm tired. I'm going to get beat by this fresher horse who's been about to back the whole way, and he refused to let him go by. He's had some races on his past for him that second in his 2 years ago would make you think he's got this quality. I just thought he would need a race for sure.
Do you think, can we count on seeing him try that again in the Jonathan Shepherd later on this summer?
Yeah, I mean, this used to be more of a prep. It had a lower purse, and it was a total prep for the Shepherd. Now they're kind of staying on their own as 2 targets, but I would think, yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't come back with him in a month. Now the key is try to keep him fresh and happy off of that effort, and we just saw Awakened, who we thought would move forward for a race. Actually, he went backwards off a race. Yeah, I think he was too far. I'm sure Graham thinks he was too far back too, but he couldn't get him in the race the way it would have been here in June, and he just wasn't. I don't know. You can say that's the bounce theory versus the move forward on the race theory.
No run at any point.
No, no run at any point.
Not even interested at any point.
No. And on paper and watching that race last time, he looked like a horse would move forward for the race. But fair play to Historic Heart. He delivered. And that should set him up going forward. The Atlantic Friends Racing is Paul Willis. They have some horses over in England, got involved in American jump racing during COVID just because they live in America, have jump horses in England, saw the races here on TV and said, we should have some horses here. So now they've got some horses here and pick up a great one.
There you go. 2 things. When will we see you next? And what can we look forward to in the Saratoga Special?
There's an allowance race next Wednesday, non-winners at 2, so I'll be back for that. And Saratoga Special, we'll have a big Jim Dandy preview issue on Saturday. And as always, there's plenty to write about. The new issue out today with Scottish Lassie on the cover, and that was fun. Another fun race to cover.
There's a barn report with Beckman,
with
right?
Beckman, yep, which is fun.
Those are pure gold.
Yeah, I love them. They're really fun to do. I did one with Miguel Clement last week, and it was really fun. We went through just a really cool way to go through the horses.
We just bother Acacia for that.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
But also, people should know it's thisishorseracing.com is the website. If you're not up here and you can't get the Saratoga Special, thisishorseracing.com. You can follow along and feel like you're in Saratoga.
Perfect. Great stuff. Great stuff, Joe. Thanks so much for being
Thanks
on set. We'll see you next week.
Yep.
Joe Clancy, everyone, as we turn the page and get set for the first flat race of the afternoon. Race 2 started the early pick 5 allowance filly mare sprinters. Zadorsky 9-5 with about 21 minutes to post. And when we return, he is indeed the top 3-year-old in the land. Sovereignty, stellar in the slop in the Derby, untouchable at the Spa in the Belmont Stakes. What will he do next? Find out Saturday in the Jim Dandy. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching Saratoga Live Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Spend a lot of time on Saratoga Lake?
Not in many years. I learned to water ski on Saratoga Lake many, many years ago, but...
You water ski?
Yeah.
Just
It's
threw me
hard,
all
believe
off
me.
it
Believe me, if
completely.
I wasn't there doing it, I wouldn't believe it happened either, so I don't blame you.
We have to circle back to that. We have to. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. Field drawn Sunday. You have a compact field of 5, but a very, very talented field of 5. And we start with who else? Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby, and Belmont hero Andy, as good as he was in the Kentucky Derby, even better in the Belmont while handling journalism and Baeza again.
I actually think one of the most interesting things about this Belmont is how much more professional he's become. And watching this race over again, because I do think Baeza is not without a chance in here, it's just interesting to see. He puts himself right in the race. He gets forward position, he's tractable, he stays in hand, and Richie, not only is he getting faster, he's just getting more mature. And if this is the kind of horse in the future, one that, not saying he was totally pace dependent, but a little bit to a certain degree.
Yeah.
If he's this kind of horse going forward, I just don't know how they're going to beat him.
I mean, now he can put himself in position and still finish the way he finished. That makes him doubly dangerous.
Everybody was thinking, watching the early stages of the Belmont, what's he doing that close to the pace?
I certainly was. I couldn't agree more, Lafitte. I felt the same way. And what was he doing more close to the pace? Getting ready to win even more impressively. And I also think he is dusting journalism here, who beat Baeza by 3 lengths, and I don't think people can appreciate just how easily he's beating a tremendously talented horse.
So if he's improving Godolphin Sovereignty, breezing last Friday across the street, Oklahoma training track, Richie, what are you seeing here?
I'm just seeing a happy horse. I mean, they gave him a little bit of a freshening, you know, just a couple of light weeks after the Belmont. And now they let him pick it up again. And, you know, he didn't have any fast works, but he's had 3 works that were all good, always in the bridle. I call them more maintenance moves. You're just trying to hold them at the fitness level they're at. And Bill Mott's a trainer that prepares horses long term. So I think you're going to see a good effort from him in the Jim Dandy, but he's pointing him to the Travers. That's his main objective.
Yeah, and Bill Mott, who somehow had never won a Whitney, won one last year with Arthur's Ride, who, by the way, is returning in the undercard on Saturday. And he's never won a Travers either, which is equally amazing. In some ways, less amazing because you think of him with older horses domination, but he may be in a situation to X that box.
Numbers speak for themselves. 4 wins, $4.8 million in earnings. Pretty good. 2 classic wins. Powerhouse connections. Richie briefly touched on it, Andy. Yeah, the fact that, you know, that this is the prep for the Travers. He did not win the Florida Derby before the Kentucky Derby, and Bill Mott, not a trainer afraid to use preps as just that, preps.
Well, I don't think you're going to say that Bill's got the horse, you know, 100% where he wants to be. And, you know, as the year progresses, he gets better. But I got to tell you, Richie, there's something's got to happen here for this guy not to win. It's just got such consistency. And even when he was losing last year, he was running very well.
Yep.
He has never been in a race where he hasn't put out a very good effort.
Listen, he's the leading 3-year-old. There's no doubt about that. And what I think is a very, very strong 3-year-old crop. But what might happen, and you said something's going to have to happen, is Baeza might have finally figured this game out. And if you watch Baeza's last 2 workouts, they're different than anything you've ever seen from him before, where he stayed in the bridle. There was continuity to his works. He did it in company, and then he did it solo. And that leads me to believe, because he was always a horse that worked in stops and starts.
He did not run his race in the Belmont. And, you know, if you watch them go into the first turn in that race, watch it. You know, we showed it for Sovereignty before. One of the reasons I pulled that video to show it on Saturday is he and Sovereignty sort of go to the turn together. He's in the 3 wide, and he just loses all his position against Sovereignty, and he was never able to overcome it. Now, part of it is because Sovereignty's a better horse than he is, but maybe a 1 1/8 also will suit him much better than a 1 1/4. He may not be a horse that wants to go beyond 9 furlongs.
That's an interesting point.
In the running of the race, like, so yeah, what would have to happen in order for Baeza to turn the tables on Sovereignty?
Well, he's got to keep the focus that I've seen from him in his last 2 workouts that I've never seen from him in workouts or races before. He's always a horse that looks like he's traveling, and then he lets go of the bit. And it's hard for a rider to gauge, when to move, how to hold their position if you don't have a horse that's helping you.
He's always eager early on in the Belmont, as you just saw.
He was eager, but then he dropped the bit, and he let it go completely. There's a middle ground. You don't want to be over-eager, and you don't want to be completely off the bridle.
I'll ask you a question, though, about that trip, because I think he projects to be sitting second to Moplex, who's going to likely be disputed here. Moplex is no bum. Moplex's Ohio Derby was very good. So Baeza becomes in the situation where, he's talking, but he's not stalking a bad horse. And I don't know that Moplex is just going to sort of give it up to him. And he's going to have to sort of think of nitrogen in the Belmont Oaks. He doesn't want to have to fight Moplex and then have the big dog coming to get him. That's the thing that concerns me a little bit.
The big dog sovereignty, Maggie. How does Baeza finally slay the dragon?
Yeah, I don't know if he really does, but it is interesting what Richie brings up with regards to his workouts, in that he is showing more continuity in the way that he's traveling on the bit and more forward, because what he lacked and what his two main rivals possessed, i.e. sovereignty and journalism, is a professional mentality, a true, athlete's type of mentality before his races. I mean, in the paddock here at Saratoga for the Belmont, he's kind of looking around, not paying attention. Out on the track, it was the same thing. And I just feel like he's a horse that has lacked that intensity that would be needed mentally to turn the tables on a horse like Sovereignty. But I truly think that Sovereignty, guys, is one of the best that we've seen in a really long time. So, no, I don't think Baeza turns the tables this weekend.
But you have to love the fact, Richie, that he's here. In this time and space of, in most cases, the path of least resistance is what is chosen. Here's Baeza, another road game, traveling west to east and taking a third shot at Sovereignty.
Yeah, you love when, we talk about sportsmen and all the great sportsmen that, over the years. They're showing that sportsmanship that you used to count on, that we see less and less of. And talking to John Sheriffs, I mean, he already talked about the reason he's coming to the Jim Dandy. The fact that his main objective is the Travers, and he wanted that continuity. He ran in the Belmont here, now he'll run in the Jim Dandy and back in the Travers, trying to give him his best opportunity to get the Travers in good order.
Also, there's no 3-year-old program at Del Mar. So if he wants to bring him east, he's got to be in these
But he
races.
could have went to the Haskell, is my point.
He could have. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm a big fan of John, and people forget John was here, stabled here for years, not that long ago.
That's right. Jim Dandy on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday, the schedule. You look at that lineup, the biggest races, the best horses, the perfect setting. Fox Saratoga Saturday, 3-hour broadcast this week. Coverage begins 3 Eastern. As for today's first flat race, the second race on the program, take a look at the field. Updated odds. Allowance, optional claimer, fillies and mares, 7/8 of a mile. Looking at Weigh the Risks. Currently 2-1, and we're going to start right there with Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock for this race 2 paddock report. Weigh the Risk. Maggie, what's she showing you?
I like what I'm seeing from Weigh the Risk, and generally in the past I have not, because just as a younger horse, she was just a little bit underdeveloped. She just didn't carry the conditioning that you would like to see, that strength across her top line and behind the saddle, and she actually looks as though physically she's doing incredibly well coming back here now as a later 4-year-old. We haven't seen her in about 5 months, and watching her latest breeze on July 13th, she was inside of an unraced but well-bred 3-year-old named Schematic. She was a bit headstrong to the pole, and so she has been forward in some of her recent dirt races, so look for her to be forward, though she is quite quiet and calm here in the paddock. But she went well in hand, covering that half mile in 48-3 very, very easily. And last time she was wired by Bernie Takes Charge, who was with the racetrack, and she was on the wide hunt, which was not with the racetrack. And she really had to be asked, though, to switch leads in the running of that race. And I'm wondering if that kind of was, hinting at maybe an issue coming out of that. But she does physically look much better than what she has in the past. As we'll move on to number 2, that is Patricia Ann. She's a little bit of a nervous type. So she was, she had a hood on here in the paddock. She's keeping it on here. As you see her with the pony, she's just, very fidgety, very kind of, I don't want to say agitated, because she's not upset about anything. She's just a kind of high energy type of filly. So keeping a lid on it is at a premium with her. Physically, she looks great. I liked her before she went on this break, and I do think that the 7/8 is well within her wheelhouse coming back here. Just how much energy is she going to be able to conserve going to post as the waters do get a bit deeper here in this comeback race? Now, many of these coming off of a layoff in this field, whereas one that has recency is number 3, Sultry Lass. Now, we never really know how to read these David Jacobson horses, but I will say this about her last effort, first off the claim at Ellis Park, in which it's not easy to be on a 3 to 5 wide hunt, or I should say it's not easy to close at that racetrack generally, and she was able to do that, which I was impressed with, and actually the horse that finished second was setting the pace. So she looks great here. She's kind of got that eager but nicely on the bridle type of disposition here, really healthy overall. If you want a horse with some recency that I think comes off of a good effort, it's her. Lafitte.
Closing at Ellis, not easily done. Gerardo Ortiz, leading rider in the saddle. Sultry Lass. This time of year, coast to coast, all about the best summer racing from Saratoga to Del Mar, and let's throw Delaware in the mix as well. You can earn $10 just by playing with NYRA Bets. Bet at least $50 each on Saratoga and Delaware Park today. Get $10 win or lose. Opt in now at NYRABets.com. Post-parade momentarily, but first we go right back to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined here by Chad Brown. As Chad, I want to talk about the passing of Humberto Escaño, who was a longtime assistant and so instrumental in your development, in so many trainers' development, as he was the behind-the-scenes man and assistant to late Bobby Frankel.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I'm so sorry to hear about his passing, and we were very close. He taught me a lot. He's really my co-mentor with Bobby. I spent a lot of time with Humberto when I lived in Southern California, and he's a legend in his own right. Anyone who's been involved in horse racing over the last 40 years in Southern California knows who Humberto Escaño is, and he's one of the finest horsemen I ever met. And not only did he teach me so much, he looked after me when I was young working out there, and he just made sure that everybody gave me a chance and respected me and showed me exactly what was going on within Frankel's operation. Nothing was held back, and if I didn't have that support and have him really guiding me and letting everyone know, and Humberto was a bit feared out there, I can tell you, especially in that barn, in a good way and respected, that I was okay with him. That's why I had the open book to everything, only because of him. So, and in recent years, you've seen him every year when I'm in the Breeders' Cup in California. Him and his family are with me because I always try to keep his legacy alive and keep him involved with what we were doing. It was really a extension of him and his horsemanship, and I'm happy that he was able to spend the better part of the last 10 years in retirement, with me at all those Breeders' Cups.
That's so special, and you can tell how special he was to you and how many people he touched within the industry.
He certainly did. His mark will always be left, certainly in my barn, and now I have assistants out there doing very well, and although they didn't know him, I can promise you that it's not just the Frankel family tree, it's Frankel/Humberto family tree, and when you see people that have worked with me doing well, there's pieces of Humberto's mentorship in what they're doing too, whether they know it or not.
Well, thank you so much for those remarkable and kind words, and sorry for you and everyone for your loss.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about him. Thank you.
Guys.
Held in such high regard, so respected as a horseman, as a person, and our thoughts with everyone at the Escaño family having passed away, and what a loss, but his legacy does continue, as you could hear in the remarks from Chad Brown. And Brown with Weigh the Risks here with a clumsy segue back to the racing. There's Patricia Ann and Jose Gomez at 7-2.
I think she's got a lot of speed. She's improved pretty much with every start, and I think she's got a chance to take them a long way here.
Sultry Lass, after 2 weeks, leading rider Gerardo Ortiz batting a cool 310.
She's, the least likeliest winner on paper, but with David Jacobson, that doesn't always mean anything.
Berganza, 2025 debut with Sovereignty's jockey Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, first start for Fernando Abreu. They take the blinkers off, so some changes here. I'm trying to help her find her best.
Zadorsky, last 2 races, 2 blowout wins in the slop.
Yeah, she's been very, very good. My biggest concern with her is that all 3 of her big fig races have been on sealed wet tracks.
Not the case today. Number 6, Tough Street, second and 2 for Chad Brown.
Gets a good advantage outside draw, and some of her best races have been in Saratoga.
6 strong in this second race. Started the early pick 5, circling back to Weigh the Risk. Pictured here, Andy.
I think a very important thing for people to note is that she's back on Lasix. Her 2 dirt wins came on with Lasix, and then she was off. And she is a horse that absolutely needs Lasix. She was extremely impressive in her not dirt debut, fast track dirt debut. She didn't handle the wet at Churchill in an odd race. And then she came back with more work with Mike Wynn in this race. Now, last time out, she not only didn't have Lasix, she also was against the track. She was chasing 3 wide, while Bernie Takes Charge was getting a huge advantage being on a gold rail. And that worked against her. But I also think the lack of Lasix may have hurt her. She has shown herself to be very talented in the dirt. I'm shocked that she's not favored at this point. But there are a lot of people like the 5, which is fair. But I think the Weigh the Risk is much the worst to be here.
Rare, Richie, Weigh the Risks, a 4-year-old filly, career start number 11. This will be her first ever dirt sprint.
Yeah, it was funny. I was looking at it last night, and, Chad is so good at placing his horses where they belong. That was one of the questions I asked myself, assuming she was going to be the favorite, although the 5 is the favorite. Why had he never started her at a shorter distance in the past?
Well, I mean, a mile, I think around 1 turn to 7 furlongs, I don't think they're that much difference. And in my opinion, less distance isn't a problem for horses. It's more distance. So I don't worry about that at all. And she's a forward horse. Now, it is interesting. We'll see. Now, will she break cleanly from the inside? The 2 is probably faster than her early, but the 2 isn't exactly a bullet, and she's capable of going quickly. It'll be interesting. I feel in a perfect world, Patricia Ann goes, and she sets up shop outside of her. It doesn't appear on paper, besides these 2, that there are any other real speeds in here.
Something to watch right from the start, and Arad Ortiz and his brother have been something to watch from the start of this Saratoga meet. As you look at Arad on sultry last, Richie, the brothers Ortiz creating lots of separation.
A lot of separation. I was walking in this morning with Jose Ortiz and just talking about how well they're both riding. And I said, it feels like it's going to be you guys fighting to the wire. And he goes, I really hope so. And with me coming out on top. So they want it.
Jose, 2 shy Maggie of Arad for the time being, riding the favorite here, Zadorsky.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Jose is riding lights out and really accumulating, that business that we see coming here from Churchill Downs, from Kentucky. And it does feel like these Kentucky horses are running very well here at the meet. They have big purses down there, and they have some very good horses. So taking a look at Zadorsky, the thing that concerns me most about her, though, is her affinity for a wet track, at least as of late, whilst in Whit Beckman's barn. She looks more like a wet track horse for the fact that she's a little bit more lightly framed, a little bit more narrow, kind of tubular, and I've always just felt as those types of body frames go very well over a wet surface. Now, she's warming up great. We see Jose really giving her a big warm-up, so he definitely doesn't want the pace to get away from him too much. At least that's what he's hinting at here with keeping her moving whilst everybody else is linked back up with their pony. My problem is, from when I saw her last, which was nearly a year ago here, she hasn't changed much as a 4-year-old. So I'm wishing Whit the best, but I don't particularly love her in this spot, as Chad also sends out number 6, Tough Street. And Andy brought up the Lasix point about her stablemate, Weigh the Risk. I think it's a point here with her as well. I don't think she's performed nearly as well without Lasix. She gets to come back on it here. She also was a bit against the track last time. And last time she was breaking from the far outside, and it was almost like not that she outbroke the gate, but she kind of was going as the gates went open, and it caught her jockey, Eric Cancel, off guard. And so he fell back on her mouth quite significantly, and that's why she threw her head up in the air. So you can see there in that shot, that ring, she wears a ring bit, and that can be a bit that will really, make a horse react to it if you fall back on their mouth like he did. And looking at her, she's always been a beast of a little mare. I like her. She's not that big as far as stature, but there's a lot of her, and she's just all race mare. She very rarely doesn't show up, especially when she gets to have Lasix. So I do respect her at 8-1, Lafitte.
Big number, Tough Street. As we have reached post time, back to the mare to her inside, the filly to her inside, Zadorsky trying for a 3rd straight victory, just on a different type of track.
Well, the reality is the 3 outstanding figures that she's run have been on wet sealed tracks.
Yeah.
And I think that has to be a concern, especially when you're dealing with an 8-5 shot, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing when I was handicapping the race, and I actually thought she would be second choice to the one horse.
It's not over yet.
No, yeah, but you know, I didn't think at this point she would be in that role. But that was my question. You know, that will she be able to replicate those with the off-going?
You like the two Patricia Ann.
I like the two Patricia Ann because I thought there was a possibility she could get loose, and I like when horses get loose on the lead. Now, it all depends on if the one Weigh the Risk can show the kind of speed that the pace projector says she can show, and if she breaks cleanly from the inside. The problem with the inside post going 7/8 is a lot for horses to look at. At least the 2-horse has a buffer. She has a horse there. But there's a lot of empty space and a lot for them to look at. And I've always said horses are like water. They tend to flow to empty space.
Yeah, I think the one's a better horse, but we'll see. I don't think the two's impossible. And I'm kind of with Maggie on the 5. But it's an interesting race, competitive race.
Zadorsky 8-5. Patricia Ann coaxed forward. Soon, we promise. Fillies and mares lined up behind her to take their place in the starting gate for the first flat race of the afternoon. Start of this early pick 5. We turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the load and call race 2 from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Thanks, Lafitte. Braganza going in. Zadorsky right next door. 8-5 on the board in the final stages of wagering for her. And Tough Street completes the line. They're in the gate. Couple of fractious ones in there. And they're off to a beautiful start. And Sultry Lass is quick, but Weigh the Risks is quickest, and Weigh the Risks takes the lead with ease. Patricia Ann is now in second, and Sultry Lass 2 off the pace in third. Tough Street is in the 4th spot, 4 lengths off her stablemate, and the 2 trailers, Braganza and Zadorsky. Weigh the Risks leads the way through a quarter that went in 22 4/5 seconds. It's Weigh the Risks over Patricia Ann. 3 lengths back to Sultry Lass along the rails. Zadorsky right next to her. 4 lengths off Weigh the Risks, and Manny Franco in control around the far turn. Braganza and Tough Street trails. Weigh the Risks. Patricia Ann takes another crack at her coming to the quarter pole, but Weigh the Risks maintaining the lead 3/4 of a length. Now it's a full length, and Weigh the Risks turns for home in control. 4 lengths back, Zadorsky, Sultry Lass along the inside. They're heading to the 8th pole. The hand-ridden Weigh the Risks has a 3-length lead. Patricia Ann, Zadorsky moves to the center of the track, but is making no impression on Weigh the Risks. Weigh the Risks, long gone, much the best, outclassing the competition by close to 7 lengths. Patricia Ann held second over Zadorsky and Sultry Lass.
Daylight win, all-world connection. Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco still strong on the gallop out. Weigh the Risks rolls in the second at Saratoga.
This race was over at the break.
Yeah, when she broke as sharp as she did, Andy, and outbroke the 2, Patricia Ann, who I thought might be in front, basically it was over, and she just was always traveling like a winner. Always in the bridle, always going well. I'm shocked she wasn't the favorite.
And I'll tell you something. This Manny, listen, Manny would say, if I ride horses like this all the time, I'm going to be leading rider. But Manny had one job, get her out of the gate.
And he did just really that. Richie, what happens as they swing the latch?
Yeah, she broke straight and true. There was no movement towards the inside of that empty space that you could see is a clear sign of that. Actually floated out a little bit. And Patricia Ann was just in a hard chase throughout. She did good to hold on for second. They ran 1-2 around the racetrack.
How can you tell, Richie, when a horse is sitting off of the leader, Weigh the Risk, if they are, for the viewers at home, how can you tell if they're tracking comfortably or chasing uncomfortably?
Well, watching, he was tapping her on the shoulder from about the 3.5 furlong point, and that's kind of reminding her, hey, stay with her, stay with her. It wasn't like he was taking him to her. She was being asked to stay with her.
Just something for our viewers to look for in the stretch. What you can look for is Weigh the Risks. Manny Franco looking behind him, and nobody's coming.
You know, in fairness, the speed held up, and the pace was fair. I think Zadorsky is a very unusual horse. She's talented, but I think she really is one of those horses that moves up on a wet track. You
Yeah.
don't have that many horses like it's more likely horses don't like a wet track. She's a rare horse that I really do think is better in the wet.
Or some horses just stay the same on a wet track where others struggle. She actually looks like she improves on it.
I was talking to Jason Worth, who owns this horse, and he was saying, we kind of wished we'd ran her Sunday in the stake. But as he said, he had a piece of horse that ran second, so, running 2 there and running here. He was 8-5. She didn't win, but she was in the right race today.
2-time World Series champion, Jason Worth. Weigh the risks. You saw her owner, Seth Klarman, back there in the shadows at Saratoga, though, always seemingly in the spotlight. 7 consecutive owner titles for Seth Klarman here at Saratoga.
Well, this is his first win here, so he's going to have to start getting things going, but maybe this just means that Seth should be here more often, getting here and getting a win his first day here.
Think he needs more motivation to be here?
Let me tell you, Seth loves horse racing, and he loves being in Saratoga, and he talks so much about something we talk about in Saratoga, what a happy place it is, and how nice people are here.
Even happier in the winner's circle, where he'll be in moments, if not already. Weigh the risks. Rolls in the second at the Spa.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Your emotional support animals have escaped once again, Andy Sterling.
I thought that that Mitch Levitas is barred from the park because they don't want to get him too close to the ducks.
Weigh the risks. And Manny Franco, winning owner Seth Klarman, winning trainer Chad Brown. Weigh the risks at 2-1, Andy, in the end.
Generous price on her. She won like she should have been 1-5.
Weigh the risks. Owned by Seth Klarman to Maggie in the winner's circle.
That's right. And we also are pleased to be joined by Emma, who is Wayne's winner of the day, here for race number 1, or first flat race, I should say, of the day. But Seth, I know you're really impressed with this brainchild of Elise Jacobs, our Horsemen's Relations Director, but it's so great. And Emma's such a fabulous fan as well.
It's her first time here. It's so exciting to meet somebody, seeing the place with fresh eyes.
And Emma, what do you think about Saratoga?
I really like it, and I really congratulations for a horse and for the winning connections, yes. And I really like Saratoga.
Oh, we love it, and we're so happy you're here. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, she's so sweet. And Seth, let's talk a little bit about Weigh the Risk. Chad had her ready to go. She looks like she's really done well as kind of a later 4-year-old, and she was sharp today.
She was so sharp. We weren't sure if she'd be the speed or if the two would get out maybe by herself. And Manny said she just broke on top and kept going, and Chad had her really ready to win first out.
Yeah, she looked fabulous. And I mean, I have to ask you, since you're wearing the hat, but Ways and Means, she looks as though she's heading towards the ballerina. She was absolutely breathtaking up here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Talk a little bit about your hopes for her.
I didn't have a Weigh the Risks hat, but I had a Waze hat, so I wore that. Yeah, I think she's doing great. She loves it up here, so we'll see. I'm sure it'll be very competitive, especially if Copion comes, and she probably will. So we'll see.
I think some people would disagree with you saying it's competitive, but we all are wishing you the best of luck with her. Congrats here.
Great to see you. Thank you so much.
As always, Seth Klarman here, and Emma, of course, with her family. And just a really cool thing that we've started here at the spa to honor the late Wayne Lukas, guys.
After hearing from Emma, like my day's made. I'm good.
That was great.
That was so good.
That was great.
Absolutely.
And for everything that Wayne will be remembered for, and the coaching tree, and the generations of trainers that have worked underneath him and gone on to great success on their own, that's going to be as big a part of his legacy as anything else.
And it's had a huge impact. You're creating young fans. You know, they might be here with their family. This will capture their imagination going forward and really make them fans of the game. You could see, you know, first time ever at the races, and she got in the winner's circle. Tough place to get to.
You think we should invite her to the Breeders' Cup?
I think she'd be a perfect poster child for Breeders' Cup.
You knew exactly who to congratulate, and to all the connections of everybody who just won the race. That was so cool to see, and it'll be that much better to see Ways and Means when she's back in action for the ballerina later on. In the meet, race 3, pushing forward. Early pick 4 starts here. $20,000 claimers, mile and an eighth, and Gasoline, the favorite at 2-1 with about 22 minutes to post. When we return, some very fast 3-year-olds you'll see on Friday in the Amsterdam. Among them, Macho Music, already a Grade 1 winner in the Pat Day Mile. What happened in his latest, disappointing in the Woody Stevens? How will he respond? We'll find out in the Amsterdam.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. that beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing. Look at that shot. Welcome back, Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Have the Pick 6 carryover still ahead, and the Amsterdam, presented by Albany Med Health System, still ahead. On Friday, 3-year-olds, sprinters, and we start with Macho Music, the morning line favorite, 2-1, draws the rail. Richie, this was Kentucky Derby Day and the Grade 2 Pat Day Mile, and Macho Music engineering a 13-1 front-running upset.
And the key is front running, and I feel like he is the main speed in this edition of the Amsterdam, particularly from the inside. You get Irad Ortiz. Got to go from the inside. It just creates more urgency, and he seems to have the most natural speed of anybody in the race to begin with. I think it makes him a major, major player here.
How do you look beyond his effort in the Woody Stevens?
Less pace in this race.
Yeah, less pace in this race, tougher field, Grade 1 field, and 7 furlongs. So he loses 110 yards to 6.5. Touch easier company, and not as much speed signed on.
Directly to his outside, Garamond, the Juddmonte homebred, beautifully bred. What else is new? 2 starts back downstate. Andy Garamond handles the highly regarded cornucopia.
Now, there is the possibility of some rain later in the day on Friday. Garamond does not want a wet track. He did not handle it at all in Monmouth. So I'll be surprised if he even runs if the track comes up wet. Having said that, the horse in the rail would like it if it's wet.
Sure.
I thought Garamond's race. Now, listen, the 3rd place finisher, this is Cornucopia's beating, who was, one of the most hyped horses of the year.
Arkansas Derby favorite.
Right. The figure came back very strong. It doesn't really hold up for the 3rd finisher, so I'm wondering a bit. But I like him turning back. You look at Chad Brown's stats turning back. He's got good numbers turning horses back in graded stakes. I think he's a very interesting alternative. But, like Richie said, will there be enough pace for him? That's a concern.
Before we go to break, who might be lurking in the Allen Jerkins, as this is a key prep for moving forward?
I mean, I would imagine Patch Adams and Madacat Road, who finished 1-2 in this race. There's the Brad Cox horse, whose name escapes me. I know I texted you earlier. Horses 3 for 3. He could be waiting in the weeds for this race. There are some other horses in there, but this is a pretty stern field. We've had some Amsterdams that haven't come up that strong, and I think this is an Amsterdam that comes up a lot stronger than some of the races in here.
I had to unblock you first. Now there you go. Now you can see it.
Well, verified her, and the other horse that's lurking out there somewhere. Now I don't know. Maybe I didn't read anything. Is Colloquial still around and hoping to be able to run in these races?
Defected a day or two before the Woody Stevens.
Right.
At the time, he was considered the best 3-year-old sprinter.
I mean, is it possible we'd see him? Because he's
From
very
what I
good.
read, it didn't sound
Doesn't
like
sound
he
good?
was going to be ready to run.
Probably
up
been
here.
in this race if he was ready. George would want to get a prep.
Really exciting edition of the Amsterdam, a deep division. Tomorrow, a potential prep towards the DraftKings Travers, the Curlin Amsterdam Friday. We'll see you Fox Saratoga Saturday for the Jim Dandy Lake George 3-year-old fillies. Glens Falls on Sunday. Another terrific week of racing at Saratoga with a very special guest on our desk.
I think it's wearing Jonathan's shirt.
Got Jiminy
Get
Cricket
a
on
leash for
set
this
here.
thing? Not that thing. The thing on our desk, the insect. Empty Tomb is who you're looking at. The 9-5 favorite for this upcoming 3rd race, the 9-year-old and a 10-time winner. What will he do here as the choice in the upcoming 3rd race at Saratoga? Early pick 4 is next, then the big pick 6 carryover.
For 104 years, success starts at Saratoga. Offering the highest concentration of quality of any U.S. yearling sale, Saratoga is ranked #1 by percentage of Grade 1 winners. Recent stars include Preakness Stakes winner Journalism, Eclipse champion and Breeders' Cup Classic victor Sierra Leone, and Grade 1 winners Kings Barnes. And one more time, to Penn Street and seize the gray. The 104th Saratoga sale, August 4th and 5th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Great to have you with us. This gorgeous Wednesday afternoon, Saratoga Live kicking off week 3. The colors of the canoe, Travers canoe. Fierceness a season ago, Mike Rapoli's fierceness. Jim Dandy, Saturday, keep prep for the Travers. Horses in the paddock, as you can see, for this $20,000 claiming event. Looking at the favorite, Empty Tomb, Maggie, 8-5. How does the 9-year-old look this afternoon?
Yeah, it's really cool when these older horses kind of refine their form, right, Lafitte? As Ilkay Cantomasi took him 3 starts ago, and his 2 since have been returning to what we'd seen from this guy that prompted connections to once upon a time run him in the Salvatore Mile. But just great energy here. And, you know, it was looking like it was going to be a pace duel in that last start when they both gunned out of the gate, him and Casse, but actually it ended up the pace kind of holding together, and Empty Tomb able to run down the pace setter, but his weight looks fantastic. This is all things that I have seen from him as of late. Good energy, bright disposition, those ears up, you know, kind of pulling his way out of the saddling stall since they've gotten the tack on him. So he really makes a great impression as your favorite, Lafitte. No complaints from me, as we'll see, does he have to deal with anybody else on the front end though, guys?
Better when he controls. Not the case in his most recent, though. Last month, downstate. Same 1 1/8 distance. Richie, Empty Tomb, Manny Franco. Watch him here. Like, there's strong handling, and then there's this.
Well, Manny Franco's not a rider that asks horses. He demands from horses. And, you know, this 9-year-old has responded extremely well in his 2 starts under Manny Franco. And this was a very fast pace. I mean, he was basically in a duel, 46-4 for 1 1/8, and he kept finding the race. The pace did hold together.
But not in front every jump.
Yeah, I look at it a little bit differently. He had to rate last time because Casse is an absolute one-way speed, and while Manny tried to go, it was clear that Caffrey's rider just wanted to be in front. So Manny was actually able to rate. He was 2.5 lengths off earlier, and he sort of stalked him. And I thought that was what was impressive about the effort, being able to rate. Now, the other potential speed is outside of him in Suerte. Suerte's form, to me, has completely fallen apart, and I want no part of him. But he could be a potential thorn, especially because he breaks outside that one. And unlike Caffrey, he's not a demand-the-lead type horse, which in some ways could get in Empty Tomb's way. I've gone against them. I like the 2 and 6, the 2 horses coming in from out of town. I feel as though Empty Tomb's meeting potentially tougher in today's race.
Manta Ray pictured, Maggie, and who you became somewhat familiar with this past spring, covering races at Oaklawn. So for his reference, what is Manta Ray showing you today?
That he looks a lot better now in the middle of summer than he did during those more winter months. As Lafitte, I just did not like the way he looked in his coat. Actually, this few times I saw him, I wasn't, overly thrilled with him in that sense, but that has gone the right way. He's got his summer tan on, meaning that he's got that rich, hydrated, and that shine to his coat, just indicating good health overall, and really well-muscled, fine-tuned machine, at least what I'm looking at from him physically. And he was definitely flattered when Burnin' Hot, who was able to wire the field last time off that little bit of a break he had at Churchill, he came back and won with the 90 buyer, and he was caught so incredibly wide into that first turn, and it was like he had to be niggled at to keep pace the whole way. I think if he can sit maybe a little bit more of a ground saving trip, which I say that as I know he breaks from the outside here, guys, maybe he can get a piece of this as well.
Summer tan, summer place to be ridden by Ricardo Santana. Live look, Kendrick Carmouche aboard Suerte. Richie, Carmouche, dark days at Saratoga, not so dark for him, like cooking gumbo for the masses, all in support of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation.
Yeah, for just a great cause, help these horses have an outlet when their racing careers are over. Kendrick's done this several times now, 5 times. This is the 5th annual one. It's right there in front of me. And everybody raves about it. I've never tried his gumbo, but he's never tried my short ribs, so we're even.
Maggie, you were there. How was the turnout? How was the gumbo?
I gotta say, I think this was his best effort yet from Kendrick. He did a shrimp and sausage gumbo. I was talking with my friends from New Orleans who are up here for this weekend, and he, there's people that stand in the kind of more runny, like watery type of camp and the thick camp. And I gotta say, Kendrick has won me over with the more watery type of camp. It's delicious. It was a great turnout and always so much fun. We have to thank Kendrick for his hospitality and what he has done for the horses over the past 5 years. But we're not done at the TRF, as this coming Wednesday, July 30th, we have the Lalo Tequila for Jocks and Horses, which does support TRF as well as the PDJF. And then, of course, coming up on August 19th, our annual barbecue at the barn. This year, it will be held at Rudin Riddle, and I have to thank them for their hospitality for hosting the event. Really looking forward to that, guys, and definitely got the season underway in the right kind of way with the gumbo.
Great cause in support of our retired thoroughbreds, Kendrick Carmouche, the gumbo, and high marks. Post parade. There's OP Firecracker. Flavien Prat, hot start, but he has cooled off a bit.
Yeah, he does come off a win, but it was against significantly lesser horses.
Empty Tomb is wow, all over the place.
Yeah, and so leave the screen there, coming off back-to-back hard-ridden victories with Manny Franco.
We'll keep an eye on Empty Tomb. Then Suerte, popular at the claim box, followed by Manta-Ray.
Yeah, Manta-Ray, just seems like he's getting class relief, and Maggie likes the way he looks, so you got to elevate him there.
At 5-1, that is the field. We'll keep an eye on the favorite here, Empty Tomb, really acting up pre-race here. We get set for the early pick 4, the third race from Saratoga, next on Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and Millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I'll be filing into that starting gate in just a few moments. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. Race 3. Start of the early pick 4 live look. OP Firecracker last year 0 for 12. This year 2 wins in 5 starts. But Flavien Prat here, Andy, a record-breaking summer last season. Opening day, guns blazing, wins the first 3 races. Some tough sledding since.
It's clear his career's over. He probably should move on to a lesser circuit. I think at this point, I'm amazed anybody's riding him at this point. The Ortiz brothers have been absolutely dominating. I haven't noticed Flavien not riding well. Sometimes the chips fall that way, and he's riding against some pretty good riders.
Every athlete in every sport, Richie, as with it, from Bill Shoemaker, the very best in the game that have ever ridden, to Eddie Arcaro, etc., they've all slumped from time to time.
No, absolutely. And let's be clear, if people don't know Andy Sincere, he's kidding.
Yeah.
Of course I'm kidding.
Yeah, I know, no.
Because he's a tremendous rider.
He's a tremendous rider. And honestly, I think he has been riding well. Sometimes you just go through these lulls where horses aren't performing or you run out
win a
of
Diana
a
in there, too. I mean.
Oh, yeah, that.
He's going to be just fine. I don't think anybody came in here thinking he was the favorite to beat Irad. I think we thought it was going to be more competitive than it's been in years past. Now, it is competitive between Irad and Jose, which is also not a real shock. And I think by the time the dust settles, Flavien will be up there. But those guys have a big lead on him right now, and there's no real stopping Irad and Jose.
No.
OP Firecracker, Flavien Prat to his inside Gasoline. Irad Ortiz is riding, and he graduated here 3 years ago, and it's his first race at Saratoga since.
Yeah, I like Gasoline a little bit here. I don't love him. I just didn't want to take the 4 as the favorite. I didn't think the prices would be quite as similar. I did see a stat, though, Carlos David. Second off the claim in dirt routes. He's just 1 for 16, but 10 of them did hit the board, so there's probably been some bad luck. My feeling is that while he didn't run well last time, it was a significantly tougher field, and his other form out of town's good enough to win here. I don't love him. I was more sort of a little bit against Empty Tomb. I picked the race 2, 4, 6. It's not I don't like Empty Tomb. I just feel like the 2 or 6 new faces might be a little tougher.
Empty Tomb, the favorite. Maggie, you're going with Empty Tomb. What about the gelding who will break to his inside OP Firecracker?
Look at Empty Tomb. He's so fired up out there. It's really cool to see an 8-year-old there's this full of life and energy to get out on the track. But yes, I'm talking it out here. But let's talk a little bit about OP Firecracker, as you mentioned, Lafitte. And, you know, we were talking about, talking about OP Firecracker here. Yes, Flavien Prat getting aboard. But on the other hand, you could not ask anybody to give this horse a better ride than what Ruben Silveira did in his last start against Lesser. He tracked beautifully inside behind the pace, and he tipped out and ran on. Now, Flavien gave him just as good of a warm-up as I saw Ruben do that day. This horse looks to be thriving, and so therefore, Rudy doing, as we talk about, striking when the iron's hot. If a horse is doing well, you run them, and I think that's very reflective in what I'm seeing from OP Firecracker, whom I thought looked better than ever in his last start. We'll see if he can take on some better foes this time. But number 2 is Gasoline for Carlos David. And I thought, you know, he kind of got the, I don't know, I don't want to say the test ride, but the ride of just kind of let's just float around there and see what we get. And it wasn't much. He was just wide the whole way and then wasn't really asked down the stretch. So, as Andy said, gets a little bit of clash relief here, but I haven't seen this horse in quite a long time. He has grown up, filled out, done really well from a physical standpoint. So I always appreciate seeing that. It's just, can he resurrect him? Can he get him back to some of his better efforts? At least looking at him here today, Lafitte, I don't see why not.
Gasoline, Irad Ortiz. A break from the inside to the outside. Richie and Manare, who Maggie gave high marks to in the paddock moments ago.
Yeah, and a horse that's getting class relief. I think a major player, particularly if the 4 and the 5 get hooked up early, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know that we'll get like a particularly strong pace here, and he is a horse that doesn't really have that much speed, and I think you hope Ricardo can get him a little more in contention. But you're right, I think a lot of things depend on how aggressive the 5 is in the pace. Now, I don't think any of us are suggesting there'll be some sort of blistering pace duel, but just an honest enough pace, and then horses like the 2 and 6, their chances increase. I prefer the 2, but at 9-2, I think the 6 is very viable.
But who is the quickest getting out of the blocks? Who's in front when they hit the clubhouse turn?
The 4. And I don't think that Manny wants to see that inside advantage. Kendrick's going to have to really want it to be in front. What do you think, Rich?
Well, and the other thing, too, is they took blinkers off Suerte, so sometimes that's an indication they want a horse to settle more. So it's about instructions and intention.
He'll be last if they settle. He might be last anyway.
Manny Franco looking for back-to-back wins. Empty Tomb, favorite at post time. Race 3 at Saratoga. Live on Fox Sports 2, here's Frank Mirmati.
Manta Ray to the outside. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Manta Ray hesitated and was off very slowly. Suerte, on the other hand, very well out of the gate. Gasoline has speed. And those two are 1-2 going into the first turn. OP Firecracker is in the mix too. And Empty Tomb moves up a joint second. Monterey, after that rough beginning, is 7 lengths off the pace being set by Suerte. It's Suerte in front by a length and a half. Empty Tomb is second. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. Gasoline tucked in third. OP Firecracker 4 off the pace, and another half dozen or so back to Monterey. They straighten up for the run down the back stretch. Suerte in charge. A length and a half in front. Empty Tomb, 9-year-old in second, coming to the half-mile pole. And Gasoline and Arad Ortiz Jr. riding the rail in third. It's 4 more back to OP Firecracker as they pass the half-mile in 47 1/5 seconds. Monterey has trailed throughout. Suerte still in front, moving around the far turn with a 2.5 length lead. Gasoline trying to come after him now and doing just that within 3/4 of a length. Gasoline turning up the pressure on front-running Suerte, and these two are dominating. Monterey comes alive and moves right by Empty Tomb as the field turns for home. Gasoline on the outside is up on even terms, but Monterey hugs the rail and is coming with purposeful strides along the inside from last after a rough beginning. Gasoline wanders to the middle of the racetrack. Suerte is back to third. It's a 2-horse race. Monterey, Gasoline. Monterey 3/4, a length now. Gasoline trying to come back at him. It's going to be close. Monterey or Gasoline. Gasoline on the outside. Gasoline. And Arad Ortiz Jr. running down Monterey. Suerte third.
A wild finish. Just a $20,000 claiming event, but what a race. Gasoline wearing down Monterey, who at the start of the race, Richie, Monterey, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard.
No, Monterey blows the brake completely. He's starting to, turn his head and fight with the assistant starter a little when he got left.
The 4 also blew the brake,
yes.
And that really changed the race from his
100%.
perspective, too, and really hurt his chances. This is like, now, to be fair, this 6 was acting up in the gate, but the starter has to start, and he waited and he calmed down right before he started, and then he just did it when they opened the gate. And this was the opposite, though the same as the start of the last race, right? Weigh the Risk won the race at the start.
Yep.
The 4 lost the race at the start, Empty Tomb, and Monterey lost this race at the start.
Well, it underscores how important starts are no matter what the distance of the race. And Gasoline got carried out by Suerte turning for home, kind of lost position. Monterey cuts the corner, opens up, and then it was almost like Gasoline saw him and said, I got to reassert myself and come and get him.
And I think, to be fair, it's a little bit illusory, right? It's not, I don't think he was as far back as it might have looked, but I think he was over a length or so behind him. I don't think it was, I think the angle makes it look because he's so wide that maybe it was like 3 lengths behind. I don't think it was that much.
Not that much.
But at the 8th pole, you're thinking, it looks like Monterey is going to put this thing away.
Well, it also looked like the 2 had made his move a little bit, and Monterey was coming. On the other hand, because Monterey blows the brake, he has to use a little bit extra to get himself into the game, so a clean break. And the thing about Gasoline is he breaks from the inside. He saves ground. I mean, other than getting carried out a little bit, he had a dream trip in this race, whereas Monterey did not. Very good ride after the start by Ricardo, but just unlucky to break.
Maybe Gasoline should race at Saratoga a little more often. 2 for 2 here. His maiden win 3 years ago, and that's his first start at the top
2 for 2, 3 years apart.
He is going to relish the February meet. Oh, I wasn't supposed to talk about the special Saratoga February meet.
Oh.
I mean, Valentine's Day out here, you and me covering.
You didn't say anything about Breeders' Cup at Saratoga that's about to be announced. You didn't say anything about that.
No, you'll never hear
that
me.
out of the bag?
Yeah.
It'll be like
6 or 7 years in a row, I think, right?
Oh, yeah, the permanent home.
Permanent home.
Permanent home.
It'll be like when they race on that frozen lake in the snow in Switzerland.
You and me out here in a parka with Wolfie.
Okay.
Outdoor sport, play the hand you're dealt. Fun race. Leading rider, Arad Ortiz, strikes in the third. When we come back, Mig's ride of the week. Week 1, it was Kendrick. Kendrick can ride, he can cook. Week 2, now journeyman Christopher Elliott. Father may have ridden Smarty Jones, but this is next level for any rider.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Welcome back to the program here at Saratoga Live, and we are pleased to be here in the winner's circle with Arad Ortiz Jr., Beats leading rider, of course, and Board Gasoline. And we thought you were beat. Did you think you were beat?
The 316, I look inside and I see Ricardo's horse, Casse horse, inside. He get through, he cut all the corner. I know it's gonna be a tough customer, but my horse, he keep fighting. He was game, and he get there on time.
How tough is that? It's also a weird angle for us watching it on TV because it looks like you're further back than what you are. But how tough is it to kind of get past and re-rally through the lane?
Honestly, I tried to stay away from the horse that was on the lead. He was looking for somebody to fight, so Kendrick Sharp. I tried to stay away from him, and my horse start going, and then I lose a little, maybe too much ground on the turn, and see Ricardo, and he was ahead of me, so I thought it's gonna be hard to catch again after I make the lead. But my horse keep digging, keep trying, and get there. Sometimes it's all about the horse, so that's why he deserves a lot of credit. He fight today, and he was ready to go.
I like that. That's very true. You can't take that heart of a competitor out of them. We were discussing during the break this weekend's feature, the Jim Dandy. As you said, it's a short field. You'll be aboard Hill Road in general. And you said it can be a little bit funny, a little tricky riding those short fields, and it really becomes a rider's race.
Honestly, in those kind of races, like good horses, these are a really good group. Small field can change a lot of things. Pace can be soft, can be slow, and sometimes make it harder on good horses to get there for some reason, But I think my horse is really nice. Team Moplex is the only speed on the race, and I think my horse really wants a little pace in front of him, so don't look like it's gonna be a lot of pace, but these kind of races, anything can happen.
Can you take your horse out of his running style?
I don't know, all depends how he break out of there. Last time he broke sharp, so hopefully he do the same thing, and maybe he can be involved a little earlier than last time. I think it's a nice horse. He keep trying, gallop out really nice, so I know I got the horse. I just gonna be
doing your homework.
We are how the race will set up, only with one horse speed on the race, so hopefully somebody go with him, and maybe that work out better for me.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations here. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, he's trying to pad that lead a little bit. Can't let his brother catch him, right, Levy?
Sibling rivalry, Maggie. Yeah, if only Hill Road had a rider, some momentum going into the big weekend, the Jim Dandy on Saturday.
It's tough to ride a horse, the Jim Dandy, that's got a similar running style to Sovereignty and isn't as fast. That's a tough combination to overcome, and I think even Chad Brown and Irad know that.
Trying to out-finish a horse that is a true finisher, you're playing to his strength, right?
But the talent's there. You're looking at the results. Gasoline 610. The talent with Hill Road, he has ability. Right,
he's good.
But it's just he's maturing and coming along. How much upside do you think he has once he does put it all?
Well, I think Richie will agree. 3-year-olds are kind of all upside. I mean, some more than others, and we don't know. You don't really know. Is Chad gonna ever try turf with him? I don't think that's an impossibility as well. The problem this year is it's not a good year to be a good 3-year-old.
No. While you were, this is the conversation we were just having, and how special the big three feel with Sovereignty, Journalism, and Baeza. Something we were discussing for the Speed Figure Hawk. The fact that Baeza, running third in that Belmont, while it may have felt to some a little bit disappointing because he finished farther back than he did in the Derby, just from a speed figure perspective, never mind the fact that the distances have been different for the Belmont, that effort alone, Andy, would have been good enough on paper from Baeza to win 12 of the last 20 Belmont Stakes, according to Andy Beyer.
Right, you said that Andy Beyer brought that up, and I think it's a very good point. We try to talk about it on this show. People tend to overrate winners and underrate losers. And listen, winning is what it's all about. Make no mistake. The winners are the ones that get remembered, but when you're a handicapper and you're a horse player, and also when you're trying to explain races, I think it's important to note it's not a knock on a winner to say the second or third horse may have run the best race. It doesn't take anything away from their performance, but I think it's always important to note, whether you're betting, but also learning about the game. Sometimes horses run extremely well and lose, and you never in life want to be too result-oriented.
The players interested in this upcoming sequence, they're all about results that get started here in this big $102,000 pick six carryover. There's the field starter allowance. Scratch conniving, field is 7. Gardner 8-5. Andy, how deep would you have to go here in order to feel covered to advance? And there is the sequence. That's part one of the question. Part two is how you felt about the sequence overall.
I think it's a tricky sequence, but manageable, and it could get kind of chalky, but you never know in these things. I would use the 2 as an A, especially with a relatively limited bankroll, and I would make the 5 and 7 C's. So I would need to be very smart in the other races if a 5 or 7 win. With limited bankroll, I wouldn't mind. I'm going to try to beat a horse who's actually a slight favorite in the pick 3 and the second choice in doubles, and that's the 3 Trust Issues who finished behind Gardner. I prefer Gardner to Trust Issues. Clearly, a lot of people who are smart bettors don't necessarily agree with that.
Interesting. Do you think there's an ample amount of pace here? I think this is going to be a fast pace.
I don't. I think the 1's going to go and the 2's going to stalk her.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just rarely believe we're going to see fast pace. And I think based on what we've seen so far, being forward is not a bad thing. Though we did see a 6 make a big run there.
We'll be on for the first 2 legs of this pick 6 sequence. Spinning it forward to the 7th. There's a long shot, a must include. Andy Surley.
Yeah.
Who is it?
There's a horse in this race, Farmhouse, that I am betting on today. And I'm going to actually bet that horse in my bankroll, hoping to get a winner one of these days. I'm hoping not to go 0 for 8 weeks. This horse is on paper, this horse has no chance. I have no problem if somebody says, Andy, I wish you the best of luck. This horse is not good enough to win. But this trainer, Dennis Laumann, very rarely claims horses. And when he does, he has had enormous success. Mozienko in recent years, claimed for $10,000, won $400,000. Game Token, claimed for $7,500, won I think $350,000. Recently, Miss Lau off the claim. Now he's also missed. Nobody's perfect in this game, but I've done well enough with Dennis that I'm riding that wave. And if you can afford to stick this horse Farmhouse somewhere on your ticket, give yourself a chance. This is a price horse that potentially could light up this pick 6.
Injecting potential chaos into that pick 6 sequence. 102,000 plus gets started in 19 minutes. In the meantime, Richie Migliori, I should just have you hand to your own package, but I'm going to keep it over here for the time being with Kendrick Carmouche, week 1, the Miggs ride of the week. Richie's week 2 ride of the week, Christopher Elliott.
Christopher Elliott, you ended your bug with a big stakes win in the Rick Violet, and that's why I chose you, or this ride, as ride of the week. I thought you made so many right moves and contributed to this win with Leon Blue. So you're on the 5 horse, post 4 here, and broke cleanly, got your position going forward in the first turn.
Yeah.
But then when you got him to settle, allowed the other speed, and I thought that was the first big contributing factor to this victory, getting him to settle into your hands here.
Yes, for sure. You know, he's a high-strung horse, and he's hard to get to relax sometimes. You know, he will sit off of another horse, but I wanted to sit off the speed and just stay on the fence.
Yeah, and you really did a nice job here because you backed off the speed, you tucked in a little bit. The second big move for me was when Flavien Prat comes up on your outside with Smooth Breeze, the big favorite.
Right.
He didn't make you panic. You showed so much poise and maturity here.
Right.
You know, hold your position, but not blast off. And he was trying to race ride with you a bit.
Right, like right here, you know, he's trying to keep me in behind the 2, and you know, I said, well, I got to stay in. I got to, you know, hold my position and stay, you know, keep my lane, and it worked out.
You know, you losing the bug now, but you don't have the benefit of the weight allowance here. Was there any ever thought that, well, this is Flavien Prat on my outside? Was it intimidating at all?
No, you know, when I'm out there and I ride a race, you know, I'm not worried about who's on the horse next to me. I'm just riding my horse to win, you know? So, no, there was never any worry or doubt, yeah.
The other thing that I feel like you've gotten so much better over the past 5-6 months is your strength in the finish.
Right.
Now, he's still trying to kind of lean on you, and you're making sure you secure your position and turning your horse's head out a little bit and keeping him at bay.
Right. Yeah, you know, I just wanted to make sure I held my lane and held my ground and stayed in the 2 path outside of the 2 horse because I knew the 2 was stopping, and that's what won me the race.
How good does it feel when you race ride and basically outride last year's Eclipse champion in Flavien Prat?
It's a great feeling, you know, just winning a stakes race here at Saratoga is the best feeling ever, you know.
Well, I think it's a great way to kick off your journeyman career, and congratulations, Ride of the Week.
Awesome, thank you.
Richie's Ride of the Week, brought to you by My Racehorse, be part of a legacy. Christopher Elliott, part of a legacy. Dad who piloted Smarty Jones' Kentucky Derby Preakness win, and now the recipient of Richie's Ride of the Week. I had a feeling that was going to be it as soon as I watched the Rig Violet last Wednesday.
Yeah, there were a couple I went to choose from, and ultimately I landed on this one because I thought of the position that Christopher Elliott was in, inside of Flavien Prat, who's a premier, world-class race rider who was trying to race ride him, and he did such a good job of holding his position, getting his horse in that position to fight with him. And also, he lost his apprentice allowance last week, and he's kicking off a whole new segment of his career, a whole new chapter, being a journeyman. And that was a journeyman kind of ride.
I agree. And it's interesting, you know, if you look at the replay of the United Nations where Flavien Prat was riding the winter redistricting, going down the backstretch, he was sitting in like third in the pocket, sort of, and there was a leader up front and limited liability who on paper looked like probably his chief competition, and he was sort of out there. Flavien did a kind of a similar thing. Frankie Dettori was riding limited liability, where he kind of faked that he was going up in there. Frankie reacted and at that point went after the leader a little bit. Right. And I think limited liability did not run his race. I had no way cost him the race, but he played a little trick on him.
And flushed him out of that pocket.
Frankie Dettori, who's an all-time great rider, taking the bait a little bit on that one, and this kid did not really take the bait. I mean, he was there to fight him sort of tooth and nail. You got to have the horse under you. But I was impressed by that.
Christopher, I'll go to Frankie and be like, hey, man, in case that hations again.
I got a little advice.
Here's what you do. Here's what you do.
I would do that if I was a rider and a kid, but he's probably too smart for that.
Goes without saying. Richie's Ride of the Week, Christopher Elliott, doesn't have a mount in the upcoming fourth race. A scratch, but we have a pick six sequence and a big carryover to get to, $102,000 plus also the Thursday feature. Right here at Saratoga. Potential Travers implications, strategic focus on the Ascend, his stakes debut in the Curlin.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One today, we get to all do $1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the Frisette easily.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to four-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Unmatched wisdom, corporate power, they come to the top of the stretch together. Unmatched wisdom opens up a length. Corporate power took a shot, but is now shifting about in second timeout, picking up some momentum. Third, inside the eighth pole. Unmatched wisdom, 3-length lead. Corporate power trying his best. Unmatched wisdom, corporate power, unmatched wisdom remains undefeated.
Statement win in last year's Curlin. Unmatched wisdom. Things didn't work out in the Travers, Andy, but his connections are back with another talented 3-year-old this year.
Yeah, and strategic focus has been very impressive. Breaking the main with the big wide trip day, you probably want to be inside in a fast race. and then the next start disqualified here on Belmont Stakes Day, and it's a bit of a controversial DQ, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because he's going to the Curlin whether he, was kept first or placed second. And Malarchuk, who he beat, came back and improved his buyer figure 1 or 2 points to a 102 buyer. I think it was sold digitally since that race. This is a very talented horse, Strategic Focus, and as Chad said, he was very high on Unmatched Wisdom. I think I was reading something he said the other day, and he's a little more high on this horse, and he is very high on him. While understanding there's some pretty big dogs out there each year, but this horse.
But still, very high praise. After Unmatched Wisdom won that Curlin, he was thought to be a legitimate Travers contender.
I thought he was. He wasn't. This horse got a 102 buyer, just his second start going 9 furlongs, Richie. That's not easy.
I'm a big fan of this horse. I like his style. He's not slow. He puts himself in a good, kind of stalking position. And, it was unfortunate he was taken down. Now, whether you agreed with the call or not, he should have never been in the position where that decision-making went to the stewards.
Agree with
you. He had the race won, stay away from the other horse, and rider error cost him the allowance race. But the Curlin, he's going to be very, very tough here.
Presented by Casse Amigos, Thursday feature, the Curlin tomorrow afternoon. First things first, handicappers with all eyes on this big pick six carryover. Had the surprises, couple of $50 winners late in the Sunday program. It has led us here, 102,000 plus. Riders up to Maggie in the paddock.
I don't think this is an easy one to kick things off with, Lafitte. There are several ways you can go. Several of out-of-town horses, which we, in the last race, just saw them run 1-2. So that's where we'll head here for this paddock report and begin with number 2. That is Gardner for Joe Sharp. Now, the thing with this horse is that he isn't actually the quickest out of the gate. It takes him a good 5 to 10 strides, I'd say, to truly get there. But get there he often does. I don't think he gets there, though, over Muwazara, who will blast out of there. So Gardner projects to sit possibly that stalking trip, but at least he's drawn to the outside of that runner. Paints a good picture in here. Like what I'm seeing from him physically. His number 3, Trust Issues, was not good in his last start. First off the claim for Rob Atras. He wasn't the quickest out of the gate either. Then he got this good stalking trip on the rail, and then he tried to make his move and tip out, but then the horse that was in front drifted into his pass, so he had to check, and when he checked, he switched back to his inside lead, and then he just never looked comfortable for the latter half of that stretch. So he does show up here, though, looking very well turned out. Great coat on him. Looks as though he's fit, he's strong. We'll see what he can do here, Lafitte, as they are heading out. Do note that number 1, Muwazara, is at the tail of the field for the post parade.
Don't always go in order as long as they get there. Muwazara, outsider, 15-1. That would shake things up in this pick 6 with the pool currently at 373,000 plus. What'll it be at post time for this 4th race?
That's a good
question.
question.
The total pool.
Because they've bet almost 4 times it already with 8 minutes to go, and normally it's 4.5 to 5 is a very good multiple. I'm wondering if we may get as much as 550 to 600,000 bet today, and a lot of interest in these pick 6s up here. We got a great crowd for a Wednesday up here in July.
Lots of
packed.
energy, lots of excitement included. This pick 6 carryover there is Gardner, the favorite at 9 to 5.
Yeah, comes off a big effort with Jose Ortiz. Here's some of that Churchill Downs ammunition Jose's riding.
Trust Issues, positive marks from Maggie moments ago.
I think 7-2 based on the multis is kind of a good price in this horse. I preferred others, but I'm scared of the money this horse took in the pick 3.
Roar ready, 1 for 18 lifetime.
Yeah, and the last couple races leave something to be desired. Was fresh and good to see a better race.
Zippy Mark, Arkansas bred, New York debut.
You know me, I'm a sucker for a turn back and thought this horse was an interesting horse coming in here for trainer Kenny McPeak.
Remy's Moon, Kentucky Invader, lightly raced. He's 1, 2, or 3.
And David Jacobson has decent numbers with horses second off a claim off a win on the dirt. And this one's a little interesting. New face.
Social Hour should be situated perfectly right from the start.
Really projects to get a beautiful stalking trip with that outside draw, and Flavien Prat should have this horse placed right where he needs to be.
Muwazara representing inside speed, though late to the post-parade party.
Yeah, Muwazara, I don't think this horse is good enough to win the race, but he's going to potentially make the job of the 2 a little bit harder.
Agree. That's the field for this 4th race coming up. Kicking off this pick 6 sequence. And for the fans showing up at Saratoga, many betting this pick 6 today. Others show up on Saturday, the blanket, The giveaway so popular Friday, make it Friday, the blanket. Last Sunday, very popular, and I'm still seeing a lot of people walking around Saratoga in the Hawaiian shirts. I don't know how much you'll need like that blanket while they're racing here this summer at Saratoga, but put it to good use. Cover your table when you get one of those tables Travers Day.
And let me tell you something. If you're in here the whole meet, there'll be some chilly nights. We've had nights in the low 50s the last couple of days. Love that weather.
This is going to come in handy in that February meet up here.
I the 7 straight Breeders' Cups we're having up here.
You think Jonathan will be okay in that February meet? Well, maybe he won't need the air conditioner. There's a possibility no ice and no air conditioner, and he could wear long pants.
It could be 25 degrees, and you're going to still have that
shorts
AC crank.
Shorts and a onesie
absolutely.
For Jonathan.
The pennant, the tote bag, and the quarter zip. But the blanket coming up on Friday, and it's always exciting to see just the fans, and whether it was last Sunday for the giveaway of Hawaiian Shirt Day and the enthusiasm from the fans lined up outside Union Avenue, especially on giveaway days.
Love to see it. You know, they appreciate it. And then to see people walking around, we saw a whole table. There were like 5 guys over there, all wearing the Hawaiian shirt.
And, you know, just being around here in this area, the picnic tables, a lot of people with a lot of family and friends here. Saratoga is just, I mean, I always say it, but it's true. It's a happy place. And people here have been coming here for years and years. Friends, family, some of the friends they've made here over the years. It's just great to be in Saratoga.
And still so much terrific racing ahead this summer. This a day 10 of 40 for the traditional summer meet at Saratoga. Looking at the favorite 9-5 here, Gardner. His most recent, last month, this was at Churchill Downs. Gardner in front. Antitrust issues is right there. Then Gardner starts wandering around a little bit.
Yeah, I just sort of prefer Gardner coming here over these two, the way Joe Sharp's horses have run. I'm not going to lie, his horses have been super live. And look, Rob Asher's a very good trainer, but just doesn't have right now the magic that Joe has. So I preferred that one and just thought, you know, might be the better one to take. But public is betting on the 3 as well in this race. Maybe I underestimated her. I thought the 5 and 7 were the others to use, but I would lay a lot on Gardner in this race if I was betting small money in this pick 6.
Trainer Joe Sharp, fast start to the meet, closing in on a milestone, 997 career wins. Will Gardner provide him with 998 in front of that crowd? As Andy mentioned, enthusiastic crowd for this Wednesday, start of week 3, Saratoga. Richie, you're going with the Archie bred and Zippy Mark.
I am. I was impressed with this horse. I was obviously down in Oaklawn over the winter. Liked the way this horse broke his maiden under Julien Leperoux. Came back in a pretty salty group. That's a nice group of horses there. Al's Romeo, a real hard knocker, so he was giving away a lot in experience. And then he stretched out, and I don't think he really wanted the mile and a 16th. He's back to a more appropriate distance, and I just thought he was a major player here.
Zippy Mark. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, look, I get why they tried to stretch this Archie bred out because he actually does have quite a bit of length to his frame. So physically, it looks as though he should be able to handle a longer distance. But as Andy said, you can never scoff at a turn back because you know at least they have that bottom into them that will see them through. And looking at him, he's so well turned out in the respect of he's dappled head to toe, he's moving well out there. Wish he was just maybe slightly more energetic though for this turn back. We'll see what we get from him as I've kind of moved away from Gardner. I wasn't in love with what I saw from him in the warm-up, though I did like number 3, Trust Issues. I thought he was moving incredibly well. But my eye kept going back continuously from the paddock to the racetrack to number 8, Social Hour. I don't really like this horse on form. It's one of those races where the horses that I liked on form, I wasn't overly thrilled with, so I'm going to pick the horse that just physically looks amazing, and that's number 8, Social Hour. That's number 7 you're checking out on your screen, Remy's Moon. But Social Hour, just full of energy. If anything, he's the strongest that he's looked, third off of that little bit of a freshening / the Rick Dutrow claim here. And like I said, I don't love the race that he comes out of with Uncle Jim, a restricted, 3-year-old race. He does face some older horses for the first time. Purely, Lafitte, a physical pick here with Social Hour.
See if he performs to his appearance. Social Hour, Flavien Prat should sit a terrific trip at a price 8-1. Andy, you touched on some of the highlights a moments ago. Let's take another walk through this pick six sequence.
Race 5, in my opinion, is one of the toughest races of the day, and a race that really kept me out of the pick 5, the early pick 5, because I just feel like the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 5 all can win this race. And I guess even Open Soul Autism, the 7, if you want to bomb. That's a race I would have to spread. In race number 6, I would lean on this 3, Freedom's Way, and use as backups Catch a Wave and maybe Crystal Quest stretching out, or Rungius, but I like Freedom's Way in that race. But you got to be careful in pick 6s. Opinions get you in trouble. You win pick 6s by having 1 or 2 maybe good opinions, 1.5 good opinions, and surviving a lot of races. I'm obviously going to use Farmhouse in the pick 6. Farmhouse is a terrible pick 6 horse for me. You can't lean on a horse like Farmhouse in the pick 6. You can bet him to win, her to win, and then maybe spread in there. I would use the 5, 7, 8 in that race. I am against the favorite Daisy Duke. She would be at best to see for me. I would use 2 and 3. The 2 entry is going to be very hard to beat. In the 8th race, I think either they could run 1-2. If people are betting short money, they would probably be the most singled part of this pick 6. But I would also use the 3 Princess Madison for Phil Bauer. And the last race, you have to center around King Puck the 2nd. Is the favorite. I picked him 2nd. I like Light Fantastic, the 9. And I think, the 5 and 4 are sort of C types. The 1st over Chad Brown, the 4 who's moving up but did run very well against lesser company last time. The 9 is one of my sneaky, wise guy, second-time starters today. Not an easy sequence. And regardless of what people tell you about pick 6s, being successful betting pick 6s are about surviving races. Because anybody, if you may have one magical day your entire life where you're really smart in 6 straight races, it's not going to really happen. And one of the reasons I like the multiple ticket way that Steve Chris plays is it gives you an opportunity to be smart in 4.5 to 5 of the races and still hit it. Because there are potholes in pick 6 sequences virtually every day.
You mentioned Steve Chris. You mentioned My Sea Horse. Could you expand on that a little bit? It's post time, but we have a moment. But like a tried and true formula in terms of strategically attacking
If
a
a
pick 6.
Seahorse wins, it's a horse that you consider sort of an outlier fringe contender at best. You need to be smart in the other 5 races. And those are tickets that don't cost a lot of money. So, you basically, as Steve says, you play C tickets to say, if this is a day where I'm really smart in 5 races and dumb in one of them, I can still hit it. And so you'll play, the C's in race 1 with the A's in the next 5 races. And the next ticket, you'll play the A in the race 1 and the C in race 2 and the A's in the rest of the race. Now, you may not have C's in every race. And there may be some where you're leaning heavily, depending on how you go. But the idea in pick 6s is to survive races. Anybody that tells you otherwise, in my opinion, has not really had a lot of success playing pick 6s in their life.
So you really have to be able to, you have to structure tickets and bet well.
Well, think about it this way. If you're just playing one big caveman ticket, in every race you're equally weighting all the horses you're using. Do you really feel that way? I mean, some races you might say, look, I got this open, 3 or 4 can win it. But most races, I like the 2 here. I like the 2 here. I don't want to have my ticket with a 2, 5, and 7 with all the money. Now, listen, somebody gives me an unlimited bankroll. That's a different story. But I'm trying to do it for a smaller bankroll where people can go in for $200, $300, $400 and have a real chance to hit.
Pool up around 600,000. Best of luck playing this pick 6. Starts right here, right now. Gardner, number 2, 8 to 5 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. The 4th live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Remy's Moon for David Jacobson. Social Hour for Michael Dubb to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Moazara, Social Hour on the outside, has speed. Gardner hustled up, claimed 2nd for himself. Remy's Moon now 3rd. Behind them, it's Zippy Mark, the 2 trailers, Trust Issues, and Roar Ready is at the back of the field. Long shot Moazara goes to the half-mile pole, leading by almost 2 lengths over Gardner. The opening quarter mile clicked off in 22 seconds flat. Remy's Moon is along the inside in striking range, 3rd, and so is Social Hour. Just outside of him, this quartet covered by less than 3 lengths. Behind them, Zippy Mark, 3 lengths clear of Trust Issues, and Roar Ready is at the back of the field. They have a 1/4 mile to go, and Gardner is the leader. in hand. At the top of the stretch, Remy's Moon comes through to his inside. Muazzara has dropped right out of it. From between horses, Trust Issues is closing with a dangerous bid, and Zippy Mark on the outside. One final furlong for Gardner, who has plenty left, just coaxed along by Jose Ortiz, and it will be Gardner proving his superiority. Gardner scores by 3 lengths. Trust Issues second, Zippy Mark third. We're ready from last into fourth.
Torrid start. Trainer Joe Sharp. There he is with family, wife Rosie, the boys. Victory number 998 in his career. Just guns blazing the first couple of weeks plus at Saratoga as Gardner, the favorite, delivers at Saratoga.
And this horse really ran well in here, Richie. I mean, that was an honest pace, 22. Track's obviously very quick.
Sure.
You see 1:10.34 for these horses is quick. She was moving along up front against an overmatched but fast horse. The whole field came to her top of the stretch. She was just better.
Yeah, I mean, and Gardner was always traveling. You know, you looked around Gardner, and this horse is in hand.
Look at Jose.
Yeah, Jose's out for a morning gallop at this point. Now he's, look at everybody around him. Their arms are pumping. They're already dropped down into him. Now he sets him down after he comes off the turn, the 3/16 pole, and this horse was best.
The Ortiz brothers exacta comes in again. They're riding the right horses, but they're riding well. And Trust Issues ran well. I don't think she would have won, but she didn't get out very cleanly in here. Or he, excuse me. Thank you, Richie. I think with the break really hurt his chances, but I don't think he was being the source.
He's second best anyway, but did good and got a really good ride to be second, saving ground, coming up towards the inside. Zippy Mark had his chance, made a move with Kendrick Carmouche, flattened out a little bit late, but Gardner was up forward early and continued on through the wire.
And I don't think it's a speed track, sorry to interrupt, because even though we've seen, because Trust Issues made a move from way back, and here in the last race, the 6 made a move, so speed is always dangerous in dirt races, but I don't think we have a track that's carrying speed.
You saw Joe Sharp. Another look at Gardner. Sharp, 11 starts in the first 10 days. Saratoga, his only starter anywhere today. 11 starts, 6 wins for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and his horses look good, and they're running to their looks, too. His horses are always well turned out, and Gardner gets it done. And Jose Ortiz, again, riding for trainers from New York that he has relationship, but now also from, New Orleans as well as Kentucky. He's done a lot to broaden his base of business.
Gardner.
They bet over $600,000 in this pick 6, $633,000 new money. We appreciate the support. We hope you get lucky and hit it.
Best
or you're
of luck
smart and you hit
the
it.
rest of the way. Probably a good idea to use a rider with the last name Ortiz around here. That's one of them. Jose Gardner. No touching the favorite in this fourth at the Spa.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Off and running in the pick 6. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Wow. This guy rebroke and left absolutely no doubt with Jose Ortiz for Joe Sharp. Gardner, much the best.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well in this race to get it done. She was good.
Good trip. There are things I noticed. That ISO shot we showed from the infield there. Jose went at him left-handed with the crop, and it was almost like a magic trick. Suddenly it was in his right hand. You didn't even see him switch it. That was really cool.
A wizard, a magician, Jose Ortiz. As you mentioned, the Ortiz Exacta. Just too much Gardner to kick off this pick 6. What a start. Trainer Joe Sharp closing in on a milestone and with Maggie live in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I think it's too much Joe Sharp here at this Saratoga meet, Lafitte. I'm pleased to be joined by the entire family, the Napravnik Sharp family. I put her name first, you know.
That's fine. It's always been
And Rosie, so good to see you up here, as always, doing your thing. This isn't about, I'm going to make this about her, actually. Is that okay? All right, cool. So doing your thing, really riding well, taking those retired racehorses, transitioning them to new careers. Talk a little bit about what you've been up to.
Yeah, I've actually kind of downsized and doing it on a little bit more of a personal level, but trying to get myself to the higher level. So I'm really enjoying myself. I love, transitioning the horses, and I'm actually looking for another young horse right now. So very exciting, and I'm just riding the wave. I'm really enjoying being Joe Sharp's wife.
Wink, wink. No, I'm kidding. But seriously, Joe, 2 away from a big milestone. Did you realize you're at 998?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I did, because you guys keep reminding me of that. So, yeah, I'm just glad that we didn't halt to a walk. You know, like a lot of times when you get close to milestone, it's like, er. So, no, it's been great.
You're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet. So, yeah, a couple in this week here, a few in at Ellis. So, yeah, should be an exciting week.
Now, I heard that you're winning, but it's also been an expensive Saratoga so far, because every time you win, you got to buy these boys ice cream. So what flavors are we getting today, guys?
Chocolate chip cookie dough. I'm getting ice cream at home. I'm not.
No Ben and Jerry's here? Come on, talk.
That's what we have at home.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's saving you money.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, they upped it to two scoops for a win this year, so, it has gone up a little bit.
I just want to know how much. I want to get on the scale at the end of the meet.
Yeah. We don't partake in it with them.
Good. Well, guys, congratulations. Excellent meet so far.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate it.
All right, Gardner getting him 1, 2 closer to that big milestone win with 1,000, guys.
Closing in on the milestone. And for the kids, which way would you, behind door number 2, which we don't know what's there, or the cookie dough?
Cherry Garcia. I mean, come on. There's really only one.
That's what's
Jerry's
behind door
flavor.
number 2?
Cherry Garcia ice cream?
We don't know. That's the thing. Would you have gone with the cookie dough?
I like cookie dough.
Cookie dough's pretty good.
I like cookie dough.
Right?
No?
Not as much?
I like mint
Not as
chocolate
much?
chip. I'm a little more straight on that,
Living vicariously.
Caramel cone.
What
Haagen-Dazs.
does ice cream do for you? What you put it in your body? What does it do for you? Does it give you energy?
When you're
tastes
6,
really
7, 8, 9,
good.
it makes you
Tastes
really
good habits
really
now.
happy.
Develop good
My
habits
mom eats
now.
ice cream. She's 93. She loves a bowl of ice cream. God bless her.
Winning at Saratoga, ice cream, it's all good. This is what you were talking about, Richie, in deep stretch. What we saw from Jose Ortiz.
I
what are we
love
looking for
this.
here with the crop?
Left-handed. Now watch. All of a sudden, where is it?
Okay.
It's coming. I think he's going to go at it one more time left-handed.
Let's get back to ice cream.
No, I guess I saw. No, watch. Watch. Now it happens right here. Now what hand is it in? Did you even see him switch
That was
it?
pretty slick. He's a magician.
Come on. That's as fast as a rider can do that.
Nothing Rocky Road. Nothing like.
He's still, he's got chocolate chip cookie dough, and he prefers Cherry Garcia. You think you're going to
that's
convince
because
this
he
man?
was a Grateful Dead fan.
Cherry Garcia is a great flavor, and
That's right. That is
Cherry
probably
Garcia.
just a Grateful Dead thing.
Of course it is.
No, I mean the name I know, but the reason you like it.
Well, it's not random, but it's also really good ice cream, and some of the money I think goes to Rex Foundation, which is a good thing.
All good things.
I'm going to send you
Empty
some info on the
calories.
Rex Foundation.
All
Empty
good
calories.
They get to spend some time in the winner's circle, closing in on a milestone, and another win at Saratoga. Incredible start, Joe Sharp. 5th race, started a late pick 5, take out Trade Secret. talking in cursive, and gone and forgotten 5-2. Much more on this 5th race as our coverage continues from Saratoga, day 10 of this 40-day meet. And Sandman looks like he had a shot at the Preakness in deep stretch. Journalism had other ideas, but now he's back. The Arkansas Derby winner taking on Sovereignty in Saturday's Jim Dandy.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new Middle Pick 5, joining the Winterly Pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So glad you could join us. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. It's a beautiful Jim Dandy bar. Beat a Triple Crown winner in the Travers at 100-1. They name a bar after you. That's the rule. And rightfully so.
So we have
You're looking at proof.
Talking to a man the other day whose father worked in there for 50 years at the old Jim Dandy bar, and he's been working there for a similar, if not, taken over, sort of working the bar.
Nice.
A lot of those stories around for Saratoga are part of the things that make it so great.
Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. Another look at the field. 5 strong, all eyes on Sovereignty. 2 to 5 in the morning line. Baeza back in from California. Sandman, impressive Arkansas Derby winner. Richie, things didn't work out in the Kentucky Derby. 5-1 at post time. Big effort in the Preakness as well, but this is the race that did stamp him what appeared to be as a legit Derby contender.
Yeah, he got in gear a little bit earlier, hit the front gear. He's going to get to wandering a little bit. You're going to see Jose Ortiz go at him with a left-handed crop. He's going to kind of swerve out. To me, this was more that he had never really hit the front that early since he broke his maiden, and I think he got a little bit lost on the front end. Deep closer in a race. It doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on. He's a nice horse.
He's a nice horse. It is very tough to be a deep closer running in race with Sovereignty. I mean, you want to beat a horse, you want to be Moplex, to have a different style. You want to be Baeza, who can be in front of him. It's going to be tough to beat him from behind. He's a really good horse, but this year is so good. The talent is so deep this year that he's become not a complete also-ran, but he just can't beat the best horses.
DJ Stables, Sandman, and Hill Road, who we touched on earlier. 2 starts back to Peter Pan. Early May, downstate, Andy Hill Road. Yes, there's still some mistakes that he makes. He's green, but relentless in pursuit.
This was a nice run, and he ran really well. Beat some decent horses, but he ain't going to beat Sovereignty unless things change dramatically. If Sovereignty shows up, he can't beat him. Chad Brown sort of said as much. We talked to him, I think, the other day, and he was saying, I'll take my shot and run in here and trying to see. I think he's trying to figure out if he's a horse that stays in the dirt going forward. Does he start improving? He's good, but good ain't good enough in 2025 for the 3-year-olds on the dirt routes.
No, this is a deep crop, very quality-laden 3-year-old group. Hill Road won that Peter Pan nicely on the wrong lead, making mistakes, lugging in, and it feels like he's an unfinished product at this point. He ran okay in the Belmont, just a very good horse in front of him.
Lots of ground, has improved quite a bit to compete with the likes of Sovereignty or Baeza. The New York bred, Moplex, who, look, he beat some really nice horses, Richie, in this Ohio Derby.
So he's a really nice horse. He's better than a New York bred. He won the Saratoga Special
Yep.
In his second start.
It's a super effort by him.
This was
race.
terrific.
He didn't break. I mean, he was good in here.
Yep. And he is probably the horse that's going to be in front in the Jim Dandy, so they've got to come and get him, and you're talking about styles. He has the disparity in style could make him dangerous if he's able to slip away and open up someplace.
I mean, in a lot of ways, you could argue he could be the most likely horse to upset the favorite because of his running style in that regard. And, I hate to say he's really good. He's for a New York bred. It's like, no, he's a really good
beyond
horse,
that.
This is a very good, happens to be a New York bred. And, and I also like this part of the story. He wasn't able to run the Mike Lee because he was in a barn that was quarantined through no fault of his own. So because he missed the Mike Lee, which he probably wouldn't have won the way that horse ran off in the front end, Jeremiah took him for a $500,000 race in Ohio and got the money. So it's nice to see something good come out of something bad.
Moplex, real good in that Ohio Derby. So of some of the outsiders, taking on Sovereignty, Sandman, Hill Road, Moplex, who has the most upside to pull off the upset?
Of anybody aside
of those three,
from,
aside from Sovereignty.
Of those three, I would say
three.
Moplex because of him having speed, and speed's always dangerous. If you can slip away, you can steal a race like this. While a horse like Sovereignty's getting his stride together to come with his run.
I agree with you. I agree completely with Richie. He's going to try to be Sensitive Prince against Affirmed in here. The only problem is he's not getting 14 pounds like Sensitive Prince did.
Yeah.
Jim Dandy, this Saturday, you'll see it live on Fox, Week 2, Fox Saratoga Saturday. Maggie standing by in the paddock. Maggie.
Yeah, and I'm just jumping on that Moplex bandwagon, Lafitte, for a horse that could potentially upset Sovereignty. And I think Moplex absolutely has a legitimate shot of doing so, because not only does he project to be the controlling speed in here, the one thing that I have noticed from this horse when he began his career is his absolute desire. He wants it. He wants to be the best, put his nose out in front and win races. And furthermore, Jeremiah saying to me, look, I have always thought that he wanted to go a route of ground. I had my reservations about thinking that, but he proved it in the Ohio Derby, and even saying that the rider couldn't pull him up after that race too. So definitely a horse that I think throws his hat into the ring in a big way as the likeliest potential upsetter of Sovereignty, who is still the best in the land, Lafitte.
The finest 3-year-old in North America, Richie, is there. Would you subscribe to the theory that if Sovereignty is going to be vulnerable for whatever reason, these are races, no such thing as a sure thing, in the sense that this is the prep race and not the long-term summer goal for Sovereignty and trainer Bill Mott, that this being a prep for the DraftKings Travers?
I'm sure he's well prepared for the Jim Dandy, but I still believe that Bill is using the Jim Dandy to hone him to that razor's edge for the Travers. So, yes, I think if he's going to be defeated, this is the opportunity. Plus, it's a mile and eighth, a little bit shorter. And I think Baez is coming into this in a fashion that I've never seen him train before. He was always a horse that looked like he was running with the emergency brake on, stops and starts. And I saw continuity in his last two works that leads me to believe you're going to see the best of Baez this Saturday, and maybe 99% of Sovereignty on Saturday. And that may be more than good enough to do it. Listen, I think Sovereignty is as good a 3-year-old as I've seen in a very long time. But I think Baez is going to close the gap on him Saturday.
I think he's going to close the gap, too. I just don't know if enough. And I don't think you're saying you think
I don't know
if
he's good enough.
And,
but
I was going to pick against Sovereignty in this race. I'm not. I just think he's too good for these. I think Baez will run well. I hope he does run well. I think the Moplex is going to run well. I hope he runs well. But I can't try to beat this guy. He's too good. I've decided at least.
Can't wait to see what he does. First start since capturing 2/3 of the Triple Crown, and you'll see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday, Week 2, the Jim Dandy, presented by Mohegan Sun. It's 5 straight Saturdays now. The Whitney, the August place to be. Sword Dancer Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales, and these 3-year-olds, the top class 3-year-olds, all roads leading to the DraftKings Travers on August 23rd. Coverage beginning Saturday, 3 Eastern, 3-hour broadcast. The Jim Bandy featuring Derby Belmont winner Sovereignty. Race 5, horses clearly in the paddock. You're looking at the favorite and Gone and Forgotten, 5-2. Starter allowance extended sprint, 7/8 of a mile. The 4-horse in Gone and Forgotten, his latest appearance just 10 days ago. Right here, Gone and Forgotten. Richie, she is wide, but on the move.
And made a long, sustained kind of run, and then was claimed from Linda Rice by Ilka Cantermachi, and finished this race nicely, Andy.
Got a very good trip here. I did pick this horse, but I looked at some stats. 1 to 14 days off a claim on the dirt. 0 for 11 for Ilke, and this is basically a year of training, but 5 of them hit the board. This horse was claimed just 10 days ago. On the other hand, I don't trust the 2. I can't take a horse like the 2 back.
Where did that come from?
2 runs her last race, she's going to win here. I just can't take her at a fraction of the 16-1 she was last time. So I went to this one because I don't wholly trust the 3 Problematica, and I do think Problematica is going to have a problem dealing with talking in cursive towards the front end. And Toned Up, who I think is interesting, the 5, she hasn't won a race in a long, long time, and I don't know that she's going to get enough pace to make her run, and she's got to make a run, Richie, from way back.
Especially turning back in distance.
I love a turn back, but I just don't think there's enough pace for her.
She lags going 1 1/8. You got to think she's going to be back. And at 8 years old, she doesn't look to me as enthusiastic as she once was.
I think that's very fair. It's been a long time for her. I don't think she's won a race in over 3 years or close to it.
What's your handicapping theory and scenarios with horses like Talking in Cursive, where you think you know who they are and they jump up and do something very different, much improved from anything they've done in the past? What would your advice be to the handicapper at home?
You know, it's a tough question and a good question. Greg Wolf and I talk about this a lot throughout the year. 1-number horses. Horses that out of the blue run a huge figure. You know, you're supposed to bet against them at a short price the next time. The one thing I'll say is she was off the claim for Ilke Cantermachi, so she clearly improved in his barn. Not only did she run significantly faster than she'd ever run, she showed more speed than you're accustomed to seeing from her. She's just a different horse. So she's not a horse I'm inclined to want to bet on at 2-1, 5-2. But in a pick 6, you can't get yourself too caught up in that kind of stuff because she runs her last race. She's going to win here almost for sure.
Curtains. Talking Cursive. Manny Franco looking for a second win on the afternoon. Called to post. Started a late pick 5, leg 2 of this pick 6, over 600,000 in the pool. There is Equus, a little bit 1 gear, a little bit 1 paced.
Better play than horse.
Then Talking in Cursive, who is 5-2, co-favorite Manny Franco.
I mean, you guys just talked about it. That race came from where last time, and now she's got to negotiate another furlong and the inside post.
Problematica, number 3, and Jose Ortiz looking to go back-to-back on the Wednesday program. There she is.
She'd be my kind of 7-furlong speed horse if the 2 wasn't in there. And, man, she was bad last time. Even though the race did come apart a little bit, she was bad.
Gone and Forgotten. Claimed from Linda Rice by Ilka Cantermachi.
Who had the horse previous, so she wasn't gone and forgotten. They wanted her back. And I always like when you see a reclaim. Speaks of confidence from connections. They like a horse.
And Toned Up, also claimed from Linda Rice, but by Carlos Martin.
I think she's interesting as a turn back, but her recent form is scary. She's a deep closer in a race that lacks pace.
That was April Antics, then the 7 Open, Soul Autism, and Jose Lescano.
It's a right trainer change to Chris Englehart, but coming from the good barn of Peter Miller, so that scares me. I think it's the same connections, but she's like the one fuzzy in here.
The longest shot on the board to the outside, Champagne Surprise.
And I think rightfully the longest shot. Just going to have to run a race faster than what we've seen to be competitive here. And you get Raylu Gutierrez. He's riding here today. I mean, he probably rides at more racetracks than any jockey I've ever seen.
Is he staying with you at the Shea Migliori?
No, that would not happen, not remotely.
No?
No.
You guys are not breaking bread.
Raylu here at Saratoga this afternoon. Day 10 of 40, still so much great racing ahead. Get involved, sign up, NyraBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world to start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Circling back to Talking in Cursive. And there she is. This is what we were talking about. Her latest just 2 weeks ago and relatively quick turnaround, Andy, and Talking in Cursive is gone.
She was a winner, Richie, every step of the way. If you and I were sitting in my office and put this race on, and it was another track, we hadn't looked at it, both of us would have said, I don't know, that horse is sitting outside, but that horse is home. She was dominant in there. If she runs this race, she's very likely to win this race. But once again, where to come from and can she do it less than 2 weeks later?
It was such a huge departure from what we've seen from her. I mean, you know, her speed was intact. She finished the deal. Now, I will say one thing. Manny Franco, who I'm a big fan of, I think he's a tremendous rider. He rode her hard all the way through the wire. She won by 5 lengths, but she was ridden hard throughout. And I feel like when horses win by open lengths like that and are hard ridden, they have a tendency to regress.
You save something for the next time. I'd much prefer the 16-1 from last time than the 5-2 on Talking and Cursive today.
What I often say, Lafitte, right? Last time was the time. Now, that doesn't mean that she can't win today, but one of the lessons I learned as a keynote, I know a lot. I was fortunate to have known a lot of serious professional horse players over the years. And one of the great lessons I learned from someone was last time was the time. In other words, you like a horse that's 20-1. You bet it, you get one chance. If the horse wins, you do great. If the horse loses, you don't come back and bet that horse the next week at 5-2 because at 20-1 it was your horse. 5-2 it's everybody's horse. And you don't make money in this game continuously going along with the herd. You've got to pick your own spots. And you missed the boat with her last time. I'm not going to take her today at a short price. But in the Big Six, she would be prominent on my tickets.
For the trainers right now, standings, anyone's mate. Todd Pletcher, 14 titles to his credit. Linda Rice with 6 wins. We discussed Joe Sharpen, this incredible start for him. Chad Brown, 7-time Saratoga champion trainer. Early on, a quarter of the way in. Very competitive for the Alan Jerkins training title.
Oh, very competitive. And, you know, Saratoga is not a 24-day meet anymore. It's a 40-day meet. It used to be a sprint. And now, I won't say it's a marathon, but it's a proper distance.
Feels like it at times, let me tell you, as much as we love it.
With the fans here on this Wednesday afternoon, gorgeous in upstate New York, with this late Big Five about to get underway. Gone and Forgotten, 5-2. Looking at Problematica and Jose Ortiz. Richie, Ortiz looking to go back-to-back. If she's going to be successful, what's the key for her?
Well, she has speed, and she's got to deal with the filly directly inside of her if she shows the, you know, kind of in speed she showed last time. So I think getting away cleanly and getting in a good rhythm. She's also got to negotiate 7 furlongs today as opposed to 6.
Maggie, what's she showing you, Problematica?
So what she showed me in her last race, Lafitte, is that while she got to the lead early on, when everybody kind of approached her and swallowed her up down the lane, her head got very high. And, you know, it was almost like she couldn't breathe, like she was searching for air. And I don't know if that's the case. I doubt it because she's coming back so quickly here, having just raced on July 10th. So what I did notice, though, is that they did cut her blinkers back significantly. She was wearing a 3/4 cup. Now she's wearing a small cheater short cup, if you will. She is very sharp out there. She is a ball of energy that Jose Ortiz is just trying to keep contained out on the racetrack, kind of doing those short little jogs back and forth, circles and figure eights. Now he's going to kick his feet out of the iron and try to keep her calm because it's not something she wants to do. I'm reluctantly taking her because overall, honestly, she just looks best. I do not necessarily like her form, but I do think that maybe making those slight equipment changes could help her, maybe allow her to see her competition a bit more. Number 2, Talking in Cursive, she caught my eye a bit watching her warm up, just the way that she's moving out there. Appreciate that, and just the fluidity as she does come off of a good effort. Now, do we see the same amount of speed from her? I suppose it's possible, because what else is she going to do from the inside post and now going from the 6 to the 7? But she's not that dependable necessarily to always go forward. Lafitte?
A mixed bag as far as what to expect from Talking in Cursive in general and what she'll do right from the start. What will you be looking for, Richie, as soon as they spring the latch?
Well, you know, we were talking about inside posts going 7 furlongs earlier today when, what's the filly's name? Won the second race. Yeah, Weigh the Risks popped out of there as fast as a horse can pop out of there. So I was wrong there. So I'm going to say that Talking in Cursive has to overcome the inside post and see if I'm right this time. Problematica usually has high speed. She's the one to catch, I believe.
Right. If the 2 doesn't, for whatever reason, break, The 3 could be in a good spot. And Problematica was kind of where I kind of wanted to play originally, but her last race was so bad, I just have trouble getting past that race. On the other hand, her race 2 back's good enough to win here if the 2 doesn't run a race. I went to Gone and Forgotten, but I found this a very difficult race. If toned up, if there was more speed in this race, I would have gone to toned up. But just the lack of speed scares me on a horse that hasn't won a race in a long, long time.
We had fun over the years watching them, the Cantamachi brothers.
They're both here.
Both here at Saratoga.
Matt's back.
The terrific job they've done in claiming horses and improving. Evie Jet's one that comes to mind, who wired a field in a graded stakes race a couple of years back.
Actually, didn't wire the field. She closed.
She closed. That's right. You've had this. That's right.
The huge upset, a crazy run race. They're impossible people not to like if you're around them. And we're all around them, and they're
people.
You just can't not like those guys.
Go by the barn in the afternoon and talk to them at feed time and really get into deep conversations about horses. And they're in my boss's old barn, 46 in Belmont.
Ilkay's offers gives me a ride to the subway when there's like training. The guys he told me he would drive me back to Manhattan one day leaving an Aqueduct. I said to him, no, you don't want to drive me back to Manhattan.
You should have said yes just to see his expression.
That's yeoman's work. Wow. He has some...
an hour in the car with me or the drive itself?
I mean, listen, I could
the combination thereof.
Sit on television with this guy for 3.5 hours, man. Talking in cursive and Gone and Forgotten for the Cantamaci series. They move into line start of the late pick 5. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 5 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Toned Up coming up. Equus, the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Equus out very quickly, but Problematica is also wanting a part of and taking the lead. So it will be Problematica to set the pace as they get to the main track. Down at the rail, Talkin' in Cursive is a joint second. Open Soul Autism is 3 deep, and in between those two, it's Gone and Forgotten. Another couple, Equus, after breaking on top, has settled 4 lengths off the lead. A half dozen clear of April Antics on the outside of Toned Up, and it's another 4 back to Champagne Surprise. 22-3 for Problematica, the lone leader. 2-length advantage, Talkin' in Cursive second. Gone and Forgotten, Open Soul, Anthem, Equus, called on now, trying to make some headway while hard-ridden. 4 lengths clear of April Antics, Toned Up, and Champagne Surprise. A quarter of a mile to go. Problematica, Talkin' in Cursive, trying to close the gap. These two come to the 8th pole, fighting it out. Problematica on the inside, digging in. 2-length lead, Talkin' in Cursive, bearing down second. In behind them, April Antics has arrived. April Antics is coming swiftly along the inside, and here's Gone and Forgotten, who has the best stretch kick under Flavien Prat to run down Problematica. April Antics and Talkin' in Cursive.
Right on cue for Ilkay Cantamaci. Gone and Forgotten. Flavien Prat in the 5th at Saratoga, closing with a rush.
Boy, she didn't look like a winner on the turn. Looked like the others were getting away from her, but she just grounded out, Richie.
Yeah, it looked like she was going up and down around the turn and losing position. But once she got panned out in the stretch, she kind of came with a steady run. I think it was a little bit more of that Problematica. Didn't quite stay the 7/8, right?
Well, Richie, the 14.07 final 1/8 of a mile, and you said it to me. The 3/16 pole, I said, could this horse be gone? And you said to me, I got a feeling that last 1/8 of a mile is going to get to her, and you were dead right.
What'd you observe from Talkin' in Cursive coming off that fast, big blowout win, having to settle for 4th today?
She was a different horse today. She ran okay. I don't want to knock her, but she didn't quite have the same speed, and she just couldn't finish off. She couldn't really chase. It's tough. Tough to run those races back to back.
One of your favorite stallions, Bustin' Stones.
Bustin' Stones. He is such a bargain at $2,500 because all of his horses run. They find their level. Maybe they're not good enough for the Naira circuit, but they'll go to Finger Lakes and perform. He just throws runners.
And she's a warrior. That is her 45th lifetime start and 14 career wins to go with 10 second place finishes and
And
another
8
trip to the winner
thirds,
circle for the Cantamachy.
32 for 45.
Warrior, just a warrior.
These are good racehorses.
Bred by Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm, too. So, you know, Barry's been breeding good horses in the state of New York for as long as I was riding.
Right,
and
running
before
some,
that.
too.
Yeah.
Handshakes. Congratulations all around. Gone and forgotten. Flavia and Pratt, 4-3-6-2 here at Saratoga. We'll be stepping aside. You have a couple of bankroll plays, though, to kick off the new
Yeah, I
week.
mean, I'm not going to, take shorter prices, and that's why I weigh. I like the 3 Freedom's Pride in the next race, who I think has been running very competitive. I love Eddie Keneally shipping this horse here, so with my $200 to bet each day, I'll bet $100 to win on the number 3 Freedom's Way in race number 6. I guess there's not a graphic for that, but race number 7, there it is. Race number
Scan
7.
and play along with Andy.
As I told you earlier today, my long shot play, I'm betting $100 winning Farmhouse in race number 7. That horse will, do well for me if she wins. It's a bit of a stab. She's obviously got to improve, but this trainer has done well off the claim in the past.
And best of luck, Andy, and to everyone still playing alive in this pick 6. This late pick 5 underway as our coverage continues. We'll be stepping aside. Greg Wolf and the crew jumping in just moments. As you just saw, Gone and Forgotten in the 5th here at Saratoga. Flavia and Pratt in the saddle. Much more from Saratoga as our coverage continues on day 10.
At the top of the stretch, an obliteration. Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports. As Gone and Forgotten, she is definitely not that. The 7-year-old mare by Bustin' Stones out of the Yes It's True mare Little Rocket makes her way into the winner's circle for the 14th time in 45 career starts, and she delivers as the 2-1 favorite, returning 6-10 over Problematica and April Antics. A nice way to round out that trifecta, and I'm pleased to be joined by winning trainer Okay Cantamasi. And Okay, a reclaim for you guys, and such an honest mare. I'm sure that had a lot lot to do with taking her back.
She is so honest, man. Every time she tries, and this is I think third time she come back my band. I got her, I lost her, I got her, lost her. You know, the last time it was 12 ways, I think, and I got lucky. I got her back, and this is her distance. She done so good.
That's so cool out of a 12-way shake. As you said, her distance, and she needed every bit of it. As the pace setters were getting away from her a bit around the turn, but then she just dug in as she always does.
Yeah, it was so good. They went little fast, you know, like so, and she likes this kind of race. And Flavian gave us great ride. Then she get the job done. Perfect.
How, much confidence does it give you when a jockey like Flavien Prat, takes them out for you?
Of course, like here, a lot of good riders we have. The one is better than the other one. So whoever is riding for you in Saratoga, you should be happy. But we got lucky. We got the Flavian was open, so we get the job done. I'm so happy.
Well done, Okay. Really cool mare as well. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Cantermasi getting the job done here. Gone and forgotten. As I said, she is what the backbone of this industry is. Those hard-working blue-collar types. But stay tuned. The late pick 4 is coming up as we see the inside runner catch a wave at 2-1 as Chad Brown looks for another winner on the card. But mile and 3/8, you won't have to wait that long to meet the next crew. Greg Wolf and the gang coming up next here on Saratoga Live.
Volatile continues to rise to the top of the crop. Last year, he was the #2 freshman sire of Grade 1 stakes horses behind McKinsey and #2 by winners behind Vekoma. He currently ranks ahead of Medaglia d'Oro, Nyquist, Quality Road, Constitution, and Warfront by percentage of black-type performers. His newest graded stakes winner is Tip Top Thomas, who established a new track record in the G3 $300,000 Indiana Derby. Volatile. Think fast.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
They're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to Jim Dandy Week at Saratoga Racecourse as we gear up for a huge weekend in the 3-year-old division. In today's 6th trainer, Michael Trombetta has had plenty of success with Crystal Quest. Now he'll try something new, going longer than this 4-year-old has ever tried. Can he handle the added distance? Trainer Rick Dutrow is no stranger to success at Saratoga. Today he holds the key to the 8th with a potent entry led by the big Calhouna, who looks to be an overwhelming favorite, and his stablemate might just be as tough as competition. There's no question who's top dog in the 3-year-old division. Will Sovereignty again reign supreme in Saturday's Jim Dandy on the road to this summer's Travers? Baeza will try the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner once again. We'll tell you why the 3rd time just might be the charm for an upset. All that and more coming up on this Wednesday edition, second half of the card here on Saratoga Live. Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Glorious afternoon here in upstate New York in Saratoga Springs as we get set for race 6, start of the Pick 4. Approaching the 18-minute mark to post. Wave, everybody. Good to see everyone. Greg Wolf, champion handicapper. Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Major League All-Star. Paul LaDuca, and obviously huge weekend coming up. We're all excited to see Sovereignty back.
Yeah, anytime you get an opportunity to see a Kentucky Derby winner and a Belmont winner run here at Saratoga, it's always a little bit of extra excitement, all right? The casual fan even knows who Sovereignty is, and it brings a lot of excitement for sure.
Yeah, the other part about it is Baeza going to take that next step, because he was kind of fancied a lot when they ran last time out in the Belmont, and he just kind of ran a subpar third. Can he improve a little bit? And also, Jeremiah's horse could be improving at the right time.
Mo Plex, who surprisingly went 2 turns for the first time and looked sensational winning the Ohio Derby. We'll talk about that field a little bit later on in the program. Race 8, our feature later on. 6.5 furlongs, sprinting on the dirt. And we touched on Rick Dutrow in the Open. This race goes through him. The Big Calhouna, JK, looks like a huge standout in this race.
Yeah, the Big Calhouna is one that I thought would be pretty tough to beat. You look at those past performances, and it just, I feel like as well, this horse is going to appreciate possibly going a little bit shorter too. A lot of times this horse has been running at 7 furlongs or even at a mile. I think the cut back to 6.5 could help quite a bit. And if you bet the 2, you get a little 2B as well. And the 2B, everyone loves Linda, is not a bad little insurance policy.
To hurt your price just a little bit more, Paul.
Well, yeah, that is true. I mean, but Princess Madison from the rail, can that horse put pressure on the Big Calhouna? You do get Everybody Loves Linda like JK was talking about. 4 starts here at Saratoga. 4 second-place finishes.
See if that one could break through, but no question, yeah, the Big Calhouna, the one to beat, and as JK said, yeah, everyone loves Linda. Entry mate, stable mate, might be the toughest competition for this one. Probably will not get even money on this entry.
I don't think so. The 1's got a little bit of a shot in there. I think it would have helped if the 1A would have stayed in. Maybe would have helped distribute some of that money a little bit more, but the 2 should be a pretty heavy favorite.
Play all the action. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match offer at sign up when you punch in that code SPOT200 at sign up for new members, and play with us all summer long and beyond at NairaBets.com. As we get into today's action, what's remaining, brought to you by Claiborne. Races 6 through 9 to come. Starts the Pick 4 coming up. Long on the turf. Mile 3/8 over the inner turf coming up in this allowance optional claiming field. And it is Chad Brown, Manny Franco with the favorite on the rail, the 2, Catch a Wave. Gets that inside post. Not for a long time away, JK. Pretty productive comeback.
No, I mean, look, anytime Chad has a horse running on the turf here, you always want to pay attention. I thought this one is a useful one, but a little bit probably overrated in terms of his price. I think the 5, Crystal Quest, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, who's never gone this distance, though, Paul. Let's take a look at how you're going to play this.
Well, I do think Crystal Quest is the horse to beat, but it's hard to trust a horse going a distance for the first time. So I'm going to use many in here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm only leaving out the 7, all but 1 in there. In the next race, I thought that race was wide open. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. I think that is a field that you can get any kind of price. Race number 8, I'm going to single the entry that we were talking about, the Big Calhouna, and Everybody Loves Linda. In race number 9, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. It's a $75 ticket, if I'm not mistaken, or a $105 ticket. I apologize, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I think the 9 in the last race for Peter Pugh putting the blinkers on for Cherry Knoll Farm could be a good horse.
Yeah, interesting horse. Outside post again was widest of the 4 who met in that common race, including King Puck, who had a good trip most of the way, and it's going to be probably a pretty heavy favorite in that finale, JK.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm going to give, in the next race, I'm going to give a Pick 3 out, singling that horse, King Puck.
Oh, back to Chad Brown's Catch a Wave. So off since July 4th, comes back late June here at 1.5 miles, and loses to a horse who was going to run in this race, was scratched to the outside, Mudawid, but productive effort off the bench.
No, definitely. And the race kind of fell apart, meaning that horses that were forward kind of got overtaken by horses coming from out of it. The one thing I'll say about Catch a Wave, he's got a nice inside draw with Manny Franco, so you should be able to save ground on both turns, or all 3 turns. and I think that could help quite a bit.
Now with more on this group, starting with the favorite, Catch a Wave, let's bring in Casse Clement.
And I was not in the paddock last time to see him, Greg, but looking at my notes from last year today, I would imagine that Catch a Wave probably benefited from that last start off of the layoff. He is a horse by Curlin who typically carries his conditioning and his weight, and he's incredibly switched off. He has that laid-back demeanor that you do think really benefits a horse to go these longer distances. And also coming back off of an 11-month layoff to go a mile and a half on the turf. Chad Brown is exceptional off the bench, but even for him, for anybody, that's a tall order. So probably a horse that should move forward from that effort, in which he just got run down late by Mutaouid, who is scratched out of this race, so they will not rematch. But I thought a very valiant effort for him. He's the horse to beat, and one that I do think, again, should build off of that last start. Now, the 5, Crystal Quest, he's a horse I saw down at Tampa when he ran against Florida Breds, and I was so impressed by how much he had developed from 3 to 4 and how much he had changed and filled out, and the way that he was just moving, everything about him. Looking at him here today after he was then thrown into a graded stakes company like the Dinner Party and even a stake last time out at Laurel, where he was off slowly and actually kind of steadily weaving through horses, just second best behind Wolfie's Dynaghost, who wired the field that day and has plenty of back class as a very cool 7-year-old. I am pretty optimistic about Crystal Quest getting the added distance and stretching out to the mile and the 3/8 for the first time. I know that he is coming in off of mile and an 1/8 tries, but he is big, tall, leggy type of individual. And like I said, he just has developed so much coming back this year. So I think that foundation, not to mention how he himself has improved as an animal, should help him as he tries to navigate the extra ground, Greg.
Casse, thank you. 3-1 right now. So, yeah, going beyond a mile and an 1/8 for the first time in this one's career. As we take a look at Vesting, pace-wise in here, JK, Vesting, we know he wants to go forward. Rungius on the outside does as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vesting is one that you know, he's shown some speed. He's found in his last race he opened up and really just got pretty comfortable on the front end. I would imagine they'll do something very similar here. Rungius has some tactical speed, but I don't think needs to get into a duel. Could sit off of Vesting if Vesting goes. It's kind of one of the advantages of drawing to the outside right there. You kind of get to make your own decisions. They don't make them for you.
Rungius, he ran pretty well for a horse at age 5. Never gotten the turf before, and they said, hey, you know what? Let's run a mile and a half. I mean, he was right in the thick of things, so maybe he can improve a little bit. I don't see it at 13-1, but he didn't run that bad of a race.
Well, back to Vesting. There he is. Acacia, 2 wins on the resume on the grass when he led every step of the way in both.
Yeah, so interesting the way that his running style has developed and how it has become clear that he's a better horse when he's able to get to the front end. Now, I agree with the presence of Rungius to his outside. That should make things a bit interesting. And one thing I noticed from the last race for Vesting is that he was breaking from the rail that day, and he wasn't really the quickest immediately out of the gate. But Joel Rosario got him right away up to the front end, where he was eager early and always seemed to be traveling well that day. Now he is drawn a bit more towards the outside, but he does have some speed to his outside. But if he doesn't break as quickly, perhaps as some of the others in this race like he did last time, I do think that Joel Rosario, who now stays aboard, will have an opportunity to put him into the race as he sees fit. We'll see if he gets pressured from that outside post, but I think the break is imperative for this guy who does look like he's doing well, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. We'll get to the post parade coming up shortly, 10 minutes away from race 6. And favored, there is Chad Brown in the background. Manny Franco will ride for him here on Catch a Wave. And already on the board this afternoon, Chad Brown Barn equaling Todd Pletcher. They're tied 7 wins apiece here in the trainer standings pretty early on, and a big chance coming up to get a Travers contender. Chancellor McPatrick, so good last year. Grade 1 winner of the Hopeful, was on the Derby Trail, did not pan out. Look at his first win of his 3-year-old season coming up, and the new face in the barn, Strategic Focus. He has been big in each of his first 2 starts. Can he win the Curlin? Preview ahead.
In
this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we kick off another week of action. Jim Dandy coming up this weekend at this historic race course in this loaded 3-year-old division. Look forward to that this weekend. Right now, start of the Pick 4 coming up. Mile 3/8 over the inner turf, and we kick things off with the rail runner, Catch a Wave for Chad Brown.
Yeah, currently your favorite at 2-1. Now, this horse, Chad tinkered with blinkers, and we'll see if this horse is up to the task. Second start off the way up.
Freedom's Way, major player here for Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot on the show. These horses shipping in from Churchill Downs have been running extremely well. This is one of them.
Gustavo Rodriguez, second off the claim with Noted.
Yeah, he reached in for $50,000 to claim this horse, and horse is 1-for-1 here over the Saratoga turf.
Morning line favorite, price finally starting to come down on Crystal Quest.
Yeah, it hasn't run at this distance yet, but has that style that shouldn't be any issue.
It's faced so much better company as well. Here is Vesting, whose 2 wins, they've gone gate to wire.
Yeah, and I would think this horse would try to do the same thing with Joel Rosario aboard. You're getting a decent price at 4-1.
And Rungius was in front but backed up behind Catch a Wave when they met last start.
Yeah, like the turf last time. Maybe this horse just needed to, they figured something out about him, and he'll be ready to go this time around.
And Paul had it right. It got lost somewhere in translation, but a look at that ticket.
Yeah, so it's a $75 ticket, but for bankroll purposes, they're putting it up for $150, so I apologize. I should have put it in for $75, but if you want to go ahead and punch that. I'm singling the entry in the 8th race. I know there's a big favorite in the last fight. You have to take a shot in there to try to get some value. I think you get your value in these 2 races. Maybe not in this race, but the problem is you got 2-1 to 7-2 to 5-1 between the 4 horses I got. It's just a tough decision.
Well, this one here, former Chad Brown horse, goes to Mike Maker. Broke his maiden for a mile 3/8 every step of the way. Goes to the Maker barn and gets his second win leading every step of the way to a 1.5 miles.
Yeah, you know, he was fresh into Mike Maker's barn, and he's a horse that obviously appreciates this distance. And when you have this speed as a weapon in these types of races, And it can really set you up for some big performances. You know, a lot of these horses that find themselves going a mile and 3/8 and further, you know, I would say they're not always considered the swiftest horse, right? So there's never really any speed in these races. So if you find a horse like this that can take advantage of paceless races, you're always in it.
That was pretty impressive last time. And then the 3 in here, I know Andy likes this horse a little bit, Freedom's Way. Now in Kentucky, and it was a good race in Kentucky. The horse has some good races at fairgrounds. My worry about the 3 is horse is 0 for 10 the last 2 years, but keeps putting in some good efforts.
Keeps picking up checks, JK. Keeps running fast figures. And today just might be the day.
Well, the one thing I like about Freedom's Way and the fact that, you know, they haven't been winning. If you look at his prices, it's 14 to 1, 14 to 1, 4 to 1, 10 to 1, 17, 13, 4, 14. Horse has never really bet because he's probably in too deep. Now he shows up in a spot where he's 9 to 2, and now maybe that's indicating that he's where he should be, and the bettors are supporting him a little bit more here than where they have been.
Andy going to put his bankroll on the line in this one. $100 to win on Freedom's Way, 9 to 2. So good luck to Andy.
Maybe that's the other speed? Well, at least got a little lick early, right?
Yeah, he does. Tactical for sure. I mean, vesting has to go, right?
I would think so. I mean, especially the way they ran last time. Why would you? What are you going to do? Take back, let the 7 go, and then try to get outside? I would imagine that they'll be pretty aggressive and send away from there.
But yeah, you're right, sir. I mean, at least tactical speed from Freedom's Way.
Yeah, Freedom's Way, as we're all putting the hex on the 5 here, Crystal Quest. If you go back to vesting, the best races that he has is when he's right up on it and within the first couple horses in the first flight. So, yeah, he's got to be pushed. If somebody wants to go crazy fast, then Joel will let him go. But I would think that's the horse to catch.
Concerns about the distance, no question with Crystal Quest, but 3 different tracks this year, Acacia, and he's run 3 very big figures. We'll see if he can get his second win of the year coming up.
He has, Greg. And I also think he brings a touch of class in here, given that he's been in only stakes company since coming back as a 4-year-old, and a lot of weight on the 5 Crystal Quest. But the good thing is he's a very big horse, so hopefully that means he can take it. But once again, I just was so impressed by how he framed himself up on the track and won me over once again. We'll take a look, though, at the 3 Freedom's Way. And while I do think that he is a major player, given the races that he has run, I think Paul's point about the fact that he has not won a race in a long time is certainly a concern. His last win was January of 2023 in an off-the-turf race at Fairgrounds. That's the last time he actually visited the winner's circle, though he's been close many times. He has a bit of a shorter price than he has been recently, and he ran very well in a blanket finish last time out at Churchill. He's shown he can handle the distance, and he's one of a few in here that got a pretty aggressive warm-up, moving beautifully. He framed himself up so nicely. He's absolutely a major contender in this race, always though with horses like this, and especially when they're beaten by slim margins. I always have a bit of a question if they have that winning desire, that dominant attitude. We'll see if he can turn the tables and find himself back in the winner's circle today for the first time in a long time, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Yeah, 4 to 1 right now on Freedom's Way. Been a long time since he got his picture taken. Favoritism, I think we all expected the 5 to be favored by the time the gates open, and has now become the favorite.
Yeah, it's like it's been facing better. You know, I mean, running in stakes races down in Maryland for Mike Trombetta, there should be a little bit of pace to close into, considering that vesting should at least keep it honest. I would think that it would be a mistake for Joel to go out there and try to go 25 to the half, or 25 in the first quarter, you know, or 50 to the half and slow this thing down that much. So the pace should be there for Crystal Quest. The only real question is they're going to appreciate the added distance. And the way this horse runs, you'd like to think it won't be a problem.
I mean, as a 4-year-old, his numbers have just leaped by bounds. I mean, the horse has really gotten better. And you're getting Flavian Pride aboard, so I think that has to do with the price. I don't think the distance is going to be a worry at all. Just whether he's good enough. I think he is the barometer in here. I just think the 2's too low of a price here at 2 to 1.
It's Chad Brown, and there's obviously JK with Catch a Wave, the 2. A lot of upside the way he ran last start, right?
Yeah, he's definitely can take a step forward, and And, Chad wins a lot of races here, but I think that the theme that we talk about often at Saratoga is you can't play them all. You got to take some stands. This is one that I just thought there's an opportunity to take a stand against. He can absolutely win.
9-5 favorite, Crystal Quest for trainer Michael Trombetta. Flavien Prat looking for his second on the card as we kick off the pick 4. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
3 more left to load, Greg. We start with Crystal Quest. 9-5 on the board in the late stages of wagering. Here's Vesting for 3 Diamonds Farm. And Rungus to the outside. Completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Vesting and Freedom's Way are the first 2 out of the gate, and here's Rungus. Rungus sprinting up now, and much quicker than the rest. Will clear the field and open up a couple of lengths. Vesting will sit in second, 4 in front of Freedom's Way and Noted, who are right next to one another. It's another length and a half back to Catch a Wave, and Crystal Quest, the favorite, is quite content at the back of the field. So they're into the stretch, and it's Rungus, pursued pretty closely by Vesting, and Vesting is keen in as well. Just a length and a half off this pacemaker. It's a gap of 4 back to Freedom's Way, who's now 5 or 6, 7 lengths off this leader. Catch a Wave is next, racing on the inside of Noted, and Flavien Prat still just waiting as Crystal Quest gallops along smoothly at the back of the field. 12 lengths covers them. It's Rungus in front, opens up once again. He's got a 3-length advantage. Vesting is in second. The half went in 48 seconds flat. They're moving right along. 7 lengths more. Back to Freedom's Way and Luis Saez under a nice hold in third. 3 clear of Noted. Outside, Catch a Wave. And another couple to Crystal Quest. Down the back stretch, Rungus, 3-length advantage. Vesting remains in second. Another 5 or 6 to Freedom's Way in third. Then Catch a Wave, Noted, Crystal Quest, no change through 1:13 and 1 for 6 furlongs. Rungus less than a half mile from home. 2 lengths in front of Vesting. Still 5 to Freedom's Way. Nothing has changed in the running order. Then Catch a Wave, Noted, Crystal Quest. They've taken closer order, however. 7 lengths covers the field. And they went the mile in 1:37 and 4. It is Rungus. Vesting has been in second. And on the outside, Freedom's Way has had a very nice journey. Freedom's Way comes through on the outside as Vesting takes the lead. Vesting, Freedom's Way, and Crystal Quest is starting to roll, but has 4 lengths to make up as they come to the 16th pole. Freedom's Way, Vesting is tough along the inside, but Freedom's Way has the upper hand, and Freedom's Way, a smart trip to victory. Crystal Quest continued that stellar rally to get into second. Vesting was third, Catch a Wave fourth.
Someone's going to have to lead him to the winner's circle. He's forgotten where it is. It's been quite a while, but it's a big finish for him. 3rd career victory for the 6-year-old.
Yeah, he just had to get where he fit. You know, he talked about his prices he's been in his recent starts, 14-1, back-to-back starts. Shows up here at 9-2. Obviously, that's an indicator that he's with people and with horses that fit more to his level, and he was able to get the job done.
Good call by Andy. Andy had this horse. The horse hasn't won in 2 years. That's a tough horse to play, but sat a perfect trip. A great ride here by Luis Saez. And the 5 just could not get going until late in the race. Crystal Quest, as I think Vesting ran really well. I mean, the other horse kind of opened up on him. They went fast. First half mile, 48 or so, but no doubt about your winner. 9-2 shot here to start off your late pick 4.
So Freedom's Way with the victory. Luis Saez, Eddie Keneally. And let's go back to the beginning. 3-5-6-2. Take a look here out of the gate.
Doesn't seem like there's much. The 7 rolls out of there. There's the 5 kind of takes a little bit of an awkward step and was always going to be in that last position, right, JK?
Yeah, Ricardo asked to the 7 Rungus out of there to make the lead. I mean, he was shaking the reins and shoulder tapping. That was their plan to get the front end. And Vesting ran well enough, I thought, in the sitting off of this horse. But Crystal Quest was just a little bit too far back. Freedom's Way got the jump on that horse. They both ran well.
3, 5, 6, 2. Crystal Quest squeezed a little bit out of the gate, but as you said, he was always going to be far back.
He was always going to be far back. I think the one thing here, listen, I didn't love the winner, but I thought the other part about this was I thought that the Chad Brown, JK mentioned it. Sometimes you got to figure out which Chad Brown horses to avoid, and we thought the 2 was the one you can avoid. But congratulations to the owners here, Connie and Richard Snyder.
Freedom's Way the upset. Race 6 to start the late pick 4 at 9-2. Prices when we come back. When we return, we'll look ahead to part 3 of these 2. Sovereignty, no question, top dog in this 3-year-old division. Got the better of everyone in the Derby and the Belmont. Baeza coming back for one more shot at him. And things may be a little different, at least in the eyes of his trainer this time around. Stay with us.
Outside, Elite Power is starting to close. They're a furlong from the finish. Gunite, Elite Power kicks it into high gear. Dean delivers, drops back. They're coming to the 16th pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power got him right on the money.
The power of Juddmonte.
Enjoy a Saratoga blanket giveaway this Friday at Saratoga Racecourse, free with paid admission while supplies last. And then make plans for a blockbuster Whitney Day Saturday, August 2nd, featuring 4 Grade 1s. Visit NYRA.com for tickets. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty preps for the DraftKings Travers in the Jim Dandy presented by Mohegan Sun. Fox Saratoga Saturday action kicks off at 3 Eastern on Fox.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
It's the biggest day of the year at Meadows Racing. Saturday, July 26th is the Delvin Miller Adios Pace for the Orchid, starting at 11:45 a.m. Come out to Hollywood Casino at the Meadows in Washington, PA, and experience the thrill, the speed, and your chance to win big on Adios Day. Bring your bets, feel the roar of the crowd and the power of the pace. The Adios is coming. Get all the details at meadowsharnessracing.com.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage. Look at Saratoga Lake, just a few minutes from the racetrack here. Our program brought to you in part where you could play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond here at this Saratoga meet. Freedom's Way rolling down the stretch under Luis Saez to win at 9-2 here in race 6.
Yeah, congratulations. This son of Declaration of War of a Tis Wonderful mare. Wonderful adventure. And gets the job done here. First win, like Casse said, since January. And that was an off-the-turf event, so congratulations. That's going to play nice in your pick 4s and pick 5s.
Then you're at 23.
Yeah.
Yeah. $11.80 for that victory. Pick 5 that ends there. $310. Luis Saez, the only man to win a riding title here the last decade, not named Ortiz. He's with Acacia.
That's right, Greg. As Louis, you've ridden this horse several times. I know it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. Had a great trip today. How'd it feel good to get him that win?
Yeah, he got a pretty good trip today. I can feel he was doing so great. I took him away from the pony and he was doing great. So yeah, he was running a lot, finished second and third, and we was thinking, it's kind of getting a little tough to get into a winner's circle. But today everything came so well. He broke from there. He was in the perfect spot. He actually finished pretty strong too, and it was a beautiful, perfect race.
And really nice effort. And as you mentioned, it kind of tipped his hand in that warm-up, but really kind of framing himself up well. How much confidence as a rider does that give you when you have a horse that really seems to jump into the bit right off the bat?
Yeah, sometimes when we're taken away from the pony, we know more the horse, we can feel how much horse we got, and and that's how I feel with him today. He was doing great, and Eddie, he always doing an amazing job with all his horses. I'm pretty grateful. He always give me a good opportunity.
Yeah, his horses always look a picture as well. But as you said, you have a great relationship with him, great relationship with plenty of trainers in Kentucky and New York. How much of an impact does that make as you've kind of shifted where your business is throughout the year as well, of course, being in Saratoga for the summer?
Yeah, I just try to be, I'm grateful with everybody. A lot of trainers give me a lot of good opportunities, and I'm so grateful. And yeah, Eddie and a lot of trainers, they're pretty nice guys, and I'm really enjoying being around them,
And always when you get to the winner's circle, congratulations on the win today, Louis.
Thank you so much.
And Luis Saez, no matter what track he's riding at, Greg seems to be putting in those strong efforts.
Thanks, Acacia. So Saez, the win. Good start for him, his 8th winner of the meet, as we are halfway home in this Pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, a situation like this, when there's $735,000 of the pool, you worry about hitting it first, worry about prices later. Freedom's Way will help quite a bit. And these two short price horses won, but neither one of them are like odds-on favorites. Still pay all right.
Race 7, as we move on, 7 furlongs, $50,000 starter allowance race coming up. And Daisy Duke, strong form coming in for Ron Moquette at Churchill Downs. A Rat Ortiz Jr. rides.
Yeah, another horse coming in from Kentucky, Daisy Duke. I thought that last race was pretty impressive. Ran really well that day. Short price horse, I think she could be tough in here.
We'll get more on this coming up in a moment. Big weekend coming up in the 3-year-old division. It's part of our Fox Saturday coverage. Jim Dandy with the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner. Sovereignty back in action on his road to the Travers, and a compact field, but quality field, lining up to take him on. I posed this to Andy earlier this morning on Talking Horses. If you just right now, do you think there's a chance that Sovereignty would be favored for Breeders' Cup Classic at this point right now?
Yeah, I think maybe at this point right now, you got to see what happens with the older division,
of course,
with Fierceness and Sierra Leone, and if they jump back up and kind of act like themselves, then, but we also got to see what Sovereignty's going to do the rest of the year.
Belmont Stakes, Pauly, and Sovereignty did it again, getting the better of Journalism and Baeza.
He did the same thing, and he followed Journalism and Umberto Rispoli around the racetrack, and the race was over. Junior Alvarado's given this horse 2 perfect rides, one in the Derby and one here, and he knows the target. And you see Baeza coming up running 3rd there, but he knows that Journalism's such a good horse. He's the target. And after Journalism won the Haskell, this obviously hopefully gets us to a showdown if Sovereignty can show his stuff in the Jim Dandy for maybe a nice little Travers.
And just the way they're finishing JK Sovereignty, he's just getting stronger and stronger to the wire, whereas Journalism, not that same kind of stride. This horse is just really good right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the way that he ran by Journalism, who was 2nd in the Kentucky Derby, a Preakness winner, and a Haskell winner, he ran by him pretty easily. Look, I think Sovereignty's going to be tough, but let's not forget. I mean, it is a 1.1 miles. It's a little bit shorter of a distance than what he's been doing, and this obviously is not the goal. The goal is the Travers, so you'd like to think that Belmont won't have him fully cranked up for this one.
A little bit of good news for the rest of the field that he's going to be facing. Let's bring in Acacia for more on the Derby and Belmont Stakes winner and how he has looked in the morning.
He's been working pretty impressively, Greg. We saw him last work on Saturday solo with Belmont's assistant trainer, Neil Pozansky, and Sovereignty's regular breeze rider aboard. He went 4 furlongs in 49-4, and he just did it pretty effortlessly. This seemed like it was more of a maintenance work than anything else to me on the Oklahoma training track. 2 works back, he worked in company going 5 furlongs, and that seemed to be kind of the biggest work. And that's the pattern you like to see, that it's the biggest work, 2 back, and then a little bit more of a maintenance tune-up in the last one 1 week out from from the race. But he's a horse that really has flourished as a 3-year-old, and he has improved a lot in the way that he has been training in the mornings, in the way that he's been able to put himself into the race a little bit more in the afternoons. We saw that in the Belmont Stakes, but the way that he broke and the way that he was not quite so far back. I think that that's going to be a key as we come to the Jim Dandy, because it is a short field, and you heard Maggie talking with Irad Ortiz about that earlier, about how it becomes so much more of a rider's race when there's only 5 horses in the field. You have the deep closers, you have some speed, you have horses with different running styles. But if you can show a little bit of versatility and a little bit of tractability like Sovereignty does, Greg, I think that that is yet another feather in his cap for the horse that has been, to my mind, the most impressive 3-year-old we've seen thus far.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. That was probably the most impressive thing about that performance. As good as he was, Sovereignty, he showed us a new dimension, too, in that Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, he was. He got a little bit more involved. But I think when you have a horse that has given what he's given to Junior, it gives Junior a lot more confidence to try different things if the circumstances call for it. And I think in that race, he thought he wanted to be a little bit closer. He took him there, and everything worked out.
Meanwhile, Baeza, Paulie, I mean, look, that's tremendous results. 3rd in the Kentucky Derby, 3rd in the Belmont Stakes. But John Sheriff's, he's coming back out east again with this horse, because he says the way this horse trains in the morning, he is a lot better than what he showed on Belmont Stakes Day.
He's a dangerous horse. Just because knowing John Sheriff's past, doesn't like to ship horses, it's just the bottom line. He likes to stay home. But the 3-year-old races out in California are just not happening. So for him to keep on shipping, this horse continues to be a dangerous horse. If he can grow up, I just don't know if he's polished enough. He's kind of still a little green. He was green a little bit in the Belmont. He showed so much talent in the Kentucky Derby. He was green there again. But if anybody can get a horse right and ready, it's John Sheriff's. He obviously trained the great Zenyatis, trained a couple Derby winners. So he knows what he's doing. But the thing about him, he always likes to stay home a little bit. The fact that this horse keeps on shipping, that's a good sign for Baeza fans.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a different version of Baeza, who, again, has been very good, but his trainer just seems to think he's a lot better than what we've seen. Meanwhile, Curlin coming up this week on tomorrow's action. And this a prep for the Travers. Some big names in here, including the new face for the Chad Brown barn, who has crossed the wire first every time he's been on the racetrack. He got DQ'd. A bit of a controversial DQ in this effort against older horses.
Yeah, not only did he win impressively here, the horse that he beat came back and won impressively again, Malarchuk. And look, I think this is a good horse. I think that he is probably the best 3-year-old in Chad's barn. And I'm looking forward to seeing him. If he can win this Curlin, I'd imagine we'll see him in the Travers, no doubt.
Playing catch up, though, Paul, a little bit.
Yeah, a lightly raced horse, and this was the reason why he got taken down. I'm kind of with Greg. I don't think he should have got taken down. The horse that was running second was always going to run second. But when you see the optics of the horse coming back at him, I think that's what the stewards saw. So it can go either way, but this is a very talented horse. But you make a good point, Greg. Only 2 career starts. Is he polished enough? Obviously, he's good enough.
Gun runner out of a Curlin mare, too. If he gets to that Travers, you would think with that pedigree he's going to like even more ground. Horse we thought was going to be a major player on the Triple Crown Road this year. Grade 1 hopeful winner Chancellor McPatrick. Still looking for his first win this year, JK.
I'm starting to feel pretty confident that he's that 8th grader that could shave, right? He was bigger, faster, stronger than all those 2-year-olds. And he beat up on him. He won some really nice races as a 2-year-old, 2 grade 1s. But then he just never really turned into a good 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grader. He just hasn't proven it. Now, he does get a little class relief here. He's been running in, a lot of grade 1 races, back-to-back grade 1 races. I just don't buy it, and I think he's going to be overbet.
It's very interesting, right? Because we all thought, okay, it's time to really cut Chancellor McPatrick back. That's his game, right? And it has not really worked. It worked in his first 2 career starts when he won the Hopeful, and he was very good. Now, when he stretched out the 2 turns, it is just not panned out. But the fact that Chad goes back to that well, it's just like, do you want to question Chad?
Yeah, well, look, they cut back to 7/8. Woody Stevens, obviously, in tough group that day, muddy track. But give him one more shot. And against the field, too, these are not the monster. I know you got a stablemate who's pretty good.
Yeah.
But maybe figures take one more swing and see where we're at.
The one interesting thing about this, too, is that Chancer McPatrick's the type of horse that you know, he's won Grade 1 races. This race, this Curlin, because of the way the condition is for horses that have not won a graded sweepstakes in 2025, you typically don't see Grade 1 winners show up in this race, especially multiple Grade 1 winners. So he's going to get some class relief, and maybe that'll help him.
Well, Journalism got that win in the Haskell. Wait and see what that decision is going to be. Is he going to ship back east for the Travers or stay out on the West Coast, tackle older horses in the Pacific Classic? 3-year-old situation out here on the East Coast. Curlin tomorrow. Saturday, it's the Jim Dandy. And then August 23rd, the big one, the unofficial 4th leg of the Triple Crown on that DraftKings Travers.
Yeah, and I want to comment a little bit about the Haskell. A lot of people are saying, well, Journalism ran okay. It was like his B effort. Listen, I was down at Monmouth for like the first 2 months of that meet. I didn't see one horse come flowing down the middle of the racetrack unless it was just a bottom-level claimer. A lot of horses were treading in the middle of that racetrack, and you could tell Journalism was struggling a little bit to get to those 2 runners. So I think it's a better race than it looks.
Everybody wants to see, you know, these top 3, obviously, but certainly Journalism and Sovereignty, the top 2, go at it one more time in the Travers. Realistically, what do you think of that happening?
It's a lot of back and forth traveling. I'd imagine the opportunity to run in the Pacific Classic, which would be an easier race for him, in his backyard, on the racetrack in which the Classic is going to be. I just feel like they're going to probably make the decision to keep him out there. I hope not, but I think that's what's going to happen.
All right, we will wait that decision, see what happens in terms of the big one here in late August, 23rd, the Travers. Let's get back to today's action, race 7. And a look at the man who will ride that Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, Junior Alvarado. What a year it has been for him. Just incredible. He'll be on Catchphrase, who's going to be one of the speeds in here. He's really quick, but he's got some speed on the outside, the 8 Elegant, to try and contend with as well. We'll talk more about this 7th when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage at the summer place to be here in Saratoga Springs, New York. Coming up on race 7. I want to remind everyone playing with Naira Bets, get a $10 bonus just by playing. Bet at least $50 each on Saratoga and Delaware Park today. And get that $10 in your account whether you win or lose. You have to opt in, though, to take advantage of that promotion, so don't leave any money on the table. Good luck playing this afternoon, this 7th race. 7 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance. And JK, you said you're playing a pick 3. How'd you play it?
Yeah, so I'm going to play a 3x2x1. I'm going to single King Puck, the 7 in the last. In the first leg, the 2 Looks First, the 4 Daisy Duke, and the 7 Despo's Dream. In the second leg, the 1 All Class, and the 2 the Big Calhouna, but you'll also get Everyone Loves Linda as the part of that entry. I'm also going to play this for $30. This ticket's for $1. I'm going to play it for $30 in the contest, the bankroll contest.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
It's a difficult race here coming up. Here is one of the speeds, Catchphrase, with Junior Alvarado, breaks third to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is drawn outside. I think that helps quite a bit, but I don't think this one's fast enough to beat some of the main speeds in here.
Here's Looks First, who gets the rail.
Horse has had gait issues, so maybe Ricardo Santana can solve that. I thought this horse was a player.
Beira for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, a huge step forward last start.
Yeah, the horse improved and comes in on back-to-back wins, has some speed as well.
Can he do it again? Here's Daisy Duke, Ron Moquette coming in from Churchill.
Yeah, from TriStar. It seems like these Churchill horses have been running well. That's why you're seeing 6-5.
Dangerous trainer here. Dennis Lallman off the claim with Farmhouse.
In my past performances, I just had no written there.
One of Andy's plays, by the way.
Sorry, Andy.
This trainer's very good. Pam, Manny Franco, Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, this one for Green with MD Stable. Pretty cool name, Manny Franco.
Fernando Abreu has Pratt aboard, Despo's Dream.
Yeah, another one I thought was a little bit interesting, drawn outside. You get Flavian Pratt. And this has some tactical speed, so whatever happens with the pace, they've got options.
And potential, I know he's drawn outside, potentially the speed of the speed. Here's Elegant.
Yeah, filly that's been on the dirt 3 times. Most of her running's been on the turf. No placing, but she does have some early lick.
6-5 favorite. As you see fans enjoying the action from one of the best views anywhere in the world of a racetrack, the 1863 Club. There's Daisy Duke. So comes in off a second place finish against Flashware, who would actually come back and win at Ellis in an A other than allowance. And maybe 7.5 was just a touch too long. It's 7 today.
Yeah, just an interesting distance to the 7.5, but I agree with you. I think cutting back a little bit will help quite a bit. The horse really did run well last time, though. Now, I don't know. The figure was pretty high. Sometimes with some of those unique distances, the figures can be a little harder to judge because it's not a race that they run all that much, so it makes it a little bit trickier. But I'm going to stick with the fact that these Churchill horses have been running good here. The Louisville, Kentucky horses have been running well here. I think Daisy Duke's going to take a step forward.
And, Andy Sterling had brought it up. I think on an earlier show, this barn, terrific trainer, Ron Moquette. Paul, you know him well. He doesn't target this meet for the last 5 years here.
Yeah, so he doesn't bring a lot of horses up here. I will tell you this. I went up to the boxes. He was up there today, so he's here to saddle this horse. So maybe there is some intention with Daisy Duke. But, yeah, this is a filly that's been running a lot. And, that's why I went deeper in this race. I just don't see even money on her. I thought there were other horses in here.
Meanwhile, Beira, some question marks here, too. Start 16, all of a sudden, JK runs the best race by far of her career. Do you trust it? And she got slow fractions up front to do it on the lead.
Yeah, well, the one thing I will say is that, when you get a fast figure and you go slow early, you did a lot of running late to get that final time. I think the horse really improved. She makes a lot of sense to me in here, and she's drifting up in price, too, at 7-1.
She's going to be able to do it this way today, Paul, on the front end.
But that's going to be the key, right? Does she get to the front end? Now, the 2 does have gait issues. She does have the other pressure of the favorite on the outside. Or there you see. Looks like she's got, I'd like to see what Acacia's saying. What kind of equipment she's wearing? What is that?
We'll have that coming up in a moment. 3 minutes to post in this 7th, 7-1 on Beira, coming off those back-to-back wins and winning for the first time off the claim. for the Dutrow barn. Andy's wager here, it is on Farmhouse. What'd your notes say again? No?
No.
Okay. So, two very divergent ways to go here with Andy and JK on Farmhouse.
Well, Andy had the winner in the last race, the 9-2 winner, Freedom's Way. So Andy's seeing the ball well.
He said it, though, too. Look, he loves this. This trainer is just so sharp when he claims horses. It's more of a trainer angle. He knows this horse has to step forward quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to take a step forward. And like I said, I don't. There's a lot of trainers I could get involved with taking a horse from, but man, when it comes to taking one from Linda, that's tough.
Well, back to what Paulie was looking at with Beira, that equipment. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, she was getting a big warm-up out there, and she doesn't have any kind of significant equipment on. She does wear a 3/4 cup blinker, so a pretty significant blinker cup to close her in. And Joelle Rosario took her right away from the pony, and she was kind of pulling a little bit in there. But one thing I will say about Beira is that last time out, she got very hot and washy. She wasn't agitated, but very washy. While she's gotten a little bit warm today, it's certainly warm out in general here. She's not been washy. She's not been over the top. It seems like she's actually doing a bit better today overall. Maybe that's a good sign as she tries to make it 3 in a row, stepping up. Taking a look at the number 5 Farmhouse, I had actually texted Andy about this horse the other day because I said I went to look at your Talking Horses picks to see if you picked Dennis Lallman, and I was not disappointed because, as he had pointed out earlier in the show, Dennis claims very few horses and has done exceptionally well with horses like Miss Lau and Mozienko and stepping them up in class and being able to keep them in top form for quite some time. So while on paper and in the flesh, I would not necessarily be drawn to this horse, I do have the utmost respect for the work that Dennis does. And one thing I will say is that this is a filly who tends to run with her head pretty high up in the air, and she is outfitted with that shadow roll, a piece of fleece over the noseband, the idea being that they'll try to look over it, and horses will keep their heads down a little bit. The number 4, Daisy Duke, a new face coming in from Churchill, and yes, Ron is here to saddle this horse, but she's faced some pretty salty company in her last couple. Flashware, the winner of that last race, did come back to win again, even though her buyer speed figures regressed in that. But 2 back, she faced Strong State, who we saw improve drastically from a number standpoint and win impressively here in Saratoga last week for Al Stall. So I think that getting a touch less distance in here to the 7 furlong should suit her well. She's short coupled. Look at her power in her hind end. Very, very strong. That's what you love to see with the sprinters. And she did get jostled a bit at the start last time out. Got a lot of respect for the barn and for this filly coming in. We'll see if she can take her show on the road and bring it here to Saratoga. But that brings me to the 7 Despo's Dream. You see her getting really nervous and getting hot out there. That is very typical of Despo's Dream. She is one that does tend to be really rambunctious and revved up prior to the races. But looking at what she's been able to do thus far, she was totally outfooted last time out, and I think she runs her best races when she's able to get into the race a little bit more. She just never looked comfortable being that far back. Flavian opting to keep her with the pony. He knows her well at this point. I think she stacks up favorably to her competition, and I like her getting back out to the 7 furlongs, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 4-5 now on Daisy Duke as you take again a look at Beira, and if she, you would think if she is going to win again, she is not going to do it the way she did it last start on the front end. There's just too much speed in here.
Yeah, there's too much speed. I feel like she's gonna have some pressure, but she did take a step forward. She improved quite a bit. So if even if the race dynamics are different, maybe she doesn't have to make the lead. Maybe that's not why she ran so well. Maybe she just really appreciated the switch to Rick Duttrow's barn. There's a lot of different ways that she could be she could win this race. It doesn't have to be like she did last time.
You know, getting to the 7 horse, Despo's Dream. You know, the 1A catchphrase is the fastest horse in this field is drawn actually in the 6th spot in here. So right inside Despo's Dream. So Despo's Dream could get a nice little trip. And this filly did not break well 2 back and ran an unbelievable race. I think last time was just way behind. I think if Flavian can get this horse a little closer, the 7 is way too big of a price at 6 to 1.
I know the 1A's quick. I thought the 8 could be in front. I know drawn outside, but the horse is quick. Sprint speed on the turf.
I think the 7 draws right into it with those 2 horses, right to his inside and outside.
Those two speeds make it tough for each other. Odds on Ron Moquette, Daisy Duke, the 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is Elegant who is the quickest out of the gate. Despo's Dream comes away in good order, and Daisy Duke is a clear-cut third, followed on the outside by Catchphrase in fourth. Another length and a half back to Farmhouse, who's racing in mid-pack. Pam Pam on the outside of Beira, and it's another 3 to Looks First, who trails. 23-1 for the opening quarter. It's Despo's Dream, the quickest. Catchphrase trying to apply some mild pressure in second. Down at the rail, it's Farmhouse sharing third. Daisy Duke is in between horses, having to steady just a touch as Elegant moves up on the outside. Elegant is suddenly coming right after Despo's Dream. So it's Elegant in front, Despo's Dream, and Elegant. These two will arrive at the quarter pole through a half in 46 and just under 2. Elegant has taken the lead. Kendrick Carmouche asking Elegant to keep on going, and Despo's Dream is suddenly asked to cling to her in second with those orange blinkers there at the top of the stretch. 4 lengths back to Daisy Duke, and inside of her, Beira is coming alive. They're in the final furlong. Despo's Dream has turned away the bit of Elegant, but Beira is on the move, and here comes Daisy Duke. And Daisy Duke gets going, as does Beira. Driving finish. Despo's Dream just in front. Despo's Dream just kept on going, holding off an oncoming Daisy Duke. Beira was a good third. Behind them, Looks First.
Despo's Dream, Fernando Abreu, and 2 today for Flavien Prat.
Yeah, look, out of the gate, he pushed, JK.
That was a weirdly run race because the 8 kind of blind switched him there at the top, took the lead. Frank even caught the move that the 8 made, but then the 8 just kind of hung a little bit. The 7 came back. The 3 was coming up the inside. It was a wildly run race.
It really was, but a great job by Flavien Prat. You know, this horse you thought would sit off the pace. He said, you know what? I have some finish in my horse, and I'm going to get to the front end, and that's what happened. There's the move by the 8. But you always see like the 7 had something left. And right here, the 4 looks like, okay, Daisy Duke is home. But Flavien, I always say this more times than not, he is the toughest rider to get by in deep stretch.
7-4-3-2. Beira taking the rail route down the stretch. Daisy Duke coming from the outside. Look, poised like she was just going to roll right on by.
Good.
Not able to.
Good call by Casse. She had this horse on top, but just sat a really good trip in here. And there's the 3 sitting in that pocket spot, Beira. And Rosario did the right thing. I know this horse is getting held up a little bit, but what are you going to do? Kind of took the rail, but man, this horse had some issues down the backside, or at least around the turn.
Tough spot to be in right there.
This horse has improved. This 3 Beira has improved for Rick Dutrow. Definitely has moved forward. With a little bit of a better trip, might have won this race.
Not today, though. Tough situation there. It's Despo's Dream back in the winner's circle.
This 3 ran phenomenal. Man, I didn't even realize that. Now Joel's got to cut down to the rail. And at one point you thought the 3 was going to go by. Then the 4 looked like he was going to go by. But Despo's Dream
how
just
much
dug in.
dirt that horse took.
I know, right? My God, it's the cleanest horse home wins, right?
Covered in cake. Big effort. Comes up short, though. Despo's Dream, 2 for Prat. Fernando Abreu, and an upset here in the pick 5 and pick 6. 6-1 here. 7-4-3-2 finish. Prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to Friday's Amsterdam 3-year-old sprinters and Macho Music. 4-time winner looking for a 2nd graded stakes victory. Can Garamond cutting back in distance get the job done? We'll find out. Stay with us.
The sun shines bright on Casse. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Casse.
Casse, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NyraBets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here at historic Saratoga Racecourse. Our coverage brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. And an upset here in the 7th. Despo's Dream 2-win day. Flavien Prat. And the 4th career win for this 4-year-old filly.
It looked like she was in deep water at the top of the stretch. The 8 Elegant had run up, taking the lead from her. But Flavien just stayed busy and gave her enough for a breather on the front end earlier in the race. She could have enough to turn away the 8, but then also hold off the oncoming 3-4 shot in the 4 Daisy Duke and also the 3 Beira.
You see Despo's Dream, a filly by Matoli, the Arch Mare Point Class. Congratulations to Patapop Racing. And like you said, Flavien Prat. And the pick 6 is getting better and better, Greg.
Yeah, beat an odds-on favorite. That is going to be huge. Here's how it's played out so far. Gardner a favorite to kick things off as Joe Sharp continues his incredible start to this meet.
What do you think, JK? That's pretty good right now, right?
Yeah, it should be okay. You know, there's a carryover, and you're beating odds on. You got to beat people's singles. When singles start winning is when it can get a little tricky. And even though there's some shorter price horses in the beginning, I don't think those horses were like ice cold singles.
Yeah. Race 8, 6.5 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field, and the big favorite we've been talking about all day long, the Big Calhouna, part of a favored entry. We'll talk more on this field in a moment. You never know what stars are going to show up here at Saratoga each and every summer. Last week, we had Ryan Day on the set. Roaming around the grounds today, Paula Duca catches up with a key part of ESPN's NFL coverage, Sal Palantonio.
Happy to be joined by ESPN correspondent and a jack of all trades. A lot of people don't know. He is also a professor at St. Joe's University. I'm with Sal Palantonio. What brings you to the racetrack today?
Well, we're visiting grandchildren up here, one, and my wife went to high school up here, so we come up all the time. But the special reason is one of my close friends, John Lorenzo, had a horse in the 3rd race, finished 3rd, which was fantastic.
And I know you had a show bet on the horse. You're celebrating your 30th year at ESPN?
I am. 30 years at ESPN as a national correspondent, and my career actually started before I was in Philly at the Albany Times-Union. So I started here in Albany. This has always been home away from home for me and my family. We absolutely love coming to this track. It's pristine, it's beautiful. The people here really treat you first-class hospitality the whole way. We love it.
Well, Sal Pal, now obviously you're an Eagles correspondent. What happens to you now in the next couple weeks? Obviously, training camp just starts. Is it start to come to a little bit hectic now?
Hey, man, you know the drill. You know the drill. Training camp starts tomorrow for me, and I'm right back at it, going to Eagles camp, Giants camp, Jets camp, be down to Ravens, up to the Bills in Buffalo. And, you know, it's going to be an interesting year for Philly because they're trying to defend Super Bowl title, which hasn't been done since the Patriots did in 2004, 2005. But for me, I mean, the Buffalo Bills are one of the most intriguing stories, without a doubt, in this training camp because Josh Allen's coming off an MVP performance, and it's about time the Bills won the Super Bowl. I think it's a year where the Bills really have to push the pedal to the metal.
So I didn't have to ask you your sleeper team. So that's the Buffalo Bills. I see you're wearing a Tunnel for Towers hat, which is warm to my heart too, as well as Sylvester Stallone. I know is one of those guys, a boxer from Philly that promotes it as well. And you see a lot of other men in actors as well. Now you're getting involved in an unbelievable foundation.
It's a great foundation. It's a great cause. I'm ex-military, so as a Navy veteran, I want to be involved in any causes that helps veterans, first responders, and this is one of the best foundations anywhere in the country. The money goes to making sure families are made whole after they have a tragedy in their family or in their life. So I really believe in this cause, and thank you so much for mentioning it. If you can give money, please do.
It's a wonderful, wonderful organization. Sal, thank you for the time, and good luck to your Eagles.
Hey, thank you.
Sal Palantonio joining us from Saratoga Racecourse.
If you're a football fan at all, you know Sal Pal, tremendous part of that coverage now for 3 decades. Incredible, and wow, he brings up an interest. Can the Bills finally get by the Chiefs?
That's his thing. He kept on saying to me, it's when I got to talk to him, he says it's either Lamar or Josh's year this year. That's what he kept on saying to me. He is so sharp. The show that they do, too, as well with Greg Cosell is unbelievable. And like I said earlier, he still teaches at St. Joseph's University at age 69. I said, how many times do you teach? He goes, I got sports journalism about once or twice a week here and there. I really enjoy it. So he's a jack of all trades. And when I played for Philadelphia, the 2 guys that covered me, you would never believe. Sal Palantonio and Stephen A. Smith before Stephen A. decided to become a chattermouth. But Stephen A. was actually a really great guy when he covered for the Philadelphia Inquirer. But Sal Pal always invested in that Philadelphia area.
And you just tell, I mean, if you've watched him over the year, good to see behind the scenes. He's just like he is on camera.
Yeah.
We're going to get back into our action today here coming up in just a moment. First time for our performance of the week brought to you by Bullet Bourbon. Let's let the doing do the talking with Bullet.
Let the doing do the talking with Bullet. Yep.
Shoot it true. And an allowance win. Our performance of the week.
Yeah, I don't want to get carried away, but I thought about Wesley Ward and I thought about how impressive this performance was. Kind of reminded me about Golden Powell when he won here.
Whoa, easy.
Super impressively.
Easy.
Saying, I wasn't as fast. But to win by that many open links in a turf sprint.
That horse exploded. Golden Powell was a different animal. I get what you're saying. But JK's putting up a decent point. That was a freaky effort. Freaky.
Golden Powell, one of my favorites.
Yeah, he was awesome.
He was incredible. Great performance. We'll see what that horse can do going forward. And that was... Who's on board?
That was Frankie.
Frankie.
Yeah,
he
first
jumped
winner of
off.
the meet, right? So Wesley Ward has given Frankie a win. He's given Victor Espinosa a win, his first winner of the meet. He convinced
one going short, one
Victor
going
to
long,
come out here and ride this summer. Yeah. Amsterdam Field, presented by Albany Med Health System. Look at who will line up this Friday. And Macho Music, winner of the Pat Day at a mile on a sloppy sealed racetrack. Horse is fast, early, coming out of the Grade 1 Woody Stevens.
Yes, this horse, Macho Music, was it was very impressive at Churchill Downs in this Pat Day mile. But then, you know, I didn't really see too much of an excuse last time when he ran in Saratoga in the Woody Stevens. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But his Pat Day mile was very, very impressive. Some nice horses behind him, gaming. One of them, Maddock, rode, and he did it pretty easily with Javier.
He's gotten a lot better, too. The question, Paulie, JK, as he brought up, that Woody Stevens, it was a no-show effort, but it was a muddy track that day.
Yeah, it is. I mean, listen, he's a really fast horse, is Macho Music. You just got to worry that the fast effort over a muddy racetrack, sometimes that can really fool you every once in a while.
Garamond, JK, Chad Brown searching a little bit what he wants to do.
Just trying to figure him out. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when you go down to running the Pegasus and your odds on and you finish 6th, you got to kind of go back to the drawing board. He had an impressive race and, you know, 2 races back. That was an allowance race. This is much deeper waters, much tougher company. He doesn't seem like he's one that, like, is going to just totally wake up going a little bit shorter, but you never know. The cutback could be what helps him.
You think cutback could be okay for him? What do you think, Greg?
I just... surprised that I'm sure there was a temptation to give him one more
100%,
shot going along, because that was a huge figure he ran going a mile 2 back.
I just think you're seeing a lot of horses cut back because the crop is just too good to go long.
Maybe. That is coming up on Friday. This is the giveaway coming up next, the blanket giveaway. Throw this down on the lawn or secure a picnic table on Travers Day, any other day of the week. Coming up on Amsterdam Friday.
You gotta get here early. The lines for these giveaways.
The Hawaiian shirt went well.
The line's almost down to Saratoga Lake.
It's crazy.
Down Union Avenue.
I think some of the Hawaiian shirts are already on eBay.
What are they going for?
Like $60.
Race 8 coming up next. And there is the big Calhouna. It's his race to lose. Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for his second win on this Wednesday card. On board, part of the favorite entry next.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack. A debut winner at Saratoga before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Let's talk about different body types and how they fit into different conditions. Now we're looking at a proven dirt sprinter. This is a fast horse, and first thing you look at when dealing with dirt sprinters, I like to, is how close quartered there are. Look how short coupled he is from his withers to the point of his hip. It's a very short span. And furthermore, he's very upright through his pasterns, and he has a more upright foot too. Looking at a dirt hoof, you'll have smaller, more narrow feet so they can cut through the dirt. It's a looser surface, so they don't need as much surface area to be able to push off of it. And look how less of an angle we have. We have nearly a straight line from the point of the hip to the point of the hock. And two, they're gonna be broader animals too. They'll have a lot of depth to their girth as well. They need that quick burst of energy. They need those big hindquarters to propel themselves out of the gate quickly. They have speed, not necessarily long-lasting speed, but that muscle mass, that power makes them the dirt sprinters.
Really cool feature that we've started this summer, those paddock pointers with Maggie Wolfendale. JK, there is The one everybody's got to beat in here, the Big Calhouna, the two part of this entry that's 3-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, the horse is, you know, it's just been running faster than these other horses. I will say this. I mean, it makes sense the Big Calhouna is the favorite. You also get the 2B. Everyone loves Linda, so that affects the price as well. But I don't think the Big Calhouna, like, has to win. Just probably will win.
You agree?
I just think he's going to be tough. If you look at his last race, it was often a little bit of a layoff. He didn't get to the front end. He's kind of a horse that usually gets to the front end. He can rate a little bit. But Rick's horse has been running well here so far. And if he can get towards, you know, some of those races that he ran last year, he wins this race, or she, excuse me, wins this race easily. But you do get to, like you said, the other 6-year-old mare in here for Rick that comes in from Churchill Downs. So you're getting a pretty formidable entry here.
3-5, there she is. Acacia, is she showing us that she has to win?
I don't know. I do think it is a pretty interesting race altogether, Greg, but she's certainly doing everything that you'd like to see of a very short price favorite. As far as the Big Calhouna is concerned, she was one that I saw last time when she ran behind Dolomite, who is a horse for Chad Brown that has just been in tremendous form lately as the Big Calhouna. She came in pretty switched off, and then once they put the tack on, it's like she became a totally different animal, got far sharper, much more on the muscle. Not uncommon for her, but I do think that she is even sharper today than she was last time as well. And she is well named. She's pretty big. She carries great weight and substance. She looks like she's very healthy and doing very well off the back of that good effort last time out. She also has natural early speed, and she's certainly acting like a horse that wants to use that to her advantage. Now, the other part of the entry, the 2B Everyone Loves Linda, though she did run at Churchill last time out, she spent quite a lot of time in New York, so I have plenty of notes to go back on for her. Now, last time out, I thought that she didn't really run that well, and she looked very erratic and uncomfortable in the stretch. She was awkward switching to her outside lead. She was lugging in and lugging out. She was a little bit like a drunken sailor in the running of the stretch. The second place finisher, Asternia, did come back and win with an 84 by her speed figure next time out. So I do think that she was running against some decent company that day, and we'll see if she can turn the tables. But as far as off of that last race for me, she needs to show that she can get back to some of those faster races. She's very relaxed here in the paddock. I have seen her be much sharper before. I'll keep an eye on her, but we'll see if she can stack up to the entry mate in here, who I think is the one they really have to beat.
Thank you, Acacia. Here's a look at Princess Madison. She was sensational last summer here in an entry-level allowance victory. Really took a big move forward. She's not yet gotten back to that, JK.
She hasn't, but, you know, maybe she likes it up here. Maybe she will. You know, if you look at her past performances, she ran well. Then she kind of went the wrong direction. She tried the Charlestown race, tried to race in the fall, and then she came back and finally ran, you know, in her first start for this year down at Ellis Park. So I think she can come back to this. I mean, Phil Bauer does an outstanding job. He won the stake last Sunday, the honorable miss. And, you know, he doesn't come with a lot of horses, but he does win at a high percentage.
Second start back off the layoff of her 4-year-old campaign, Princess Madison. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and as JK mentioned, I always take an extra look at the horses that Phil Bauer does choose to send here to Saratoga. And we saw him win that honorable miss with a big upset, a $50 winner with Helena's Forte, who was making her second start off the layoff, as is this horse, Princess Madison, second start off the bench. I saw her when she ran here and won here in Saratoga last year. And she was a horse that I always questioned if she might run longer, because while she's not the biggest, there's a lot of length to her frame. But as you can see, she's gotten much more on her toes, and I think her sharp demeanor is what has prompted Phil to keep her sprinting. Last time out, well, she was the favorite off the layoff. It was a short field. She was pressing 3 wide. She just never really looked like she got into a comfortable rhythm in the running of that race. She looks exceptionally well here, dappled from head to toe, and incredibly fit for a barn that I think is very dangerous.
1 furlong to go, and Helena's Forte is coming through smartly along the inside the 8th ball, and Helena's Forte and Irad Ortiz Jr. have collared our disaster. Still on the outside of them Helena's Forte just in front. Helena's Forte has won the honorable miss.
Oh, we've learned over the years how dangerous this trainer and owner can be together. Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, came here a few summers ago. They were 6 for 13 that summer at the meet. And Helena's Forte in the honorable miss on that wet track, Paulie, coming up the inside.
Yeah, Jose and Irad.
24-1.
Yeah, Katie by the door. Come up the rail for you, buddy. Yeah, the racetrack changed after a downpour. But you make a good point about Phil Bauer. He just brings horses up here that like the racetrack. And so you look at like a horse like Princess Madison, her one race here was her best race. So he strategically picks his horse out that like this racetrack already, and he's very, very sharp.
And Phil's situation, his training situation, is interesting. For those who might not know, many trainers, almost every trainer, I would say 99% of trainers, train for various owners. Phil Bauer only trains for Rigney Racing. He doesn't have any other horses, only Rigney Racing. So, it's just an interesting dynamic that I think goes along with his horses.
It's
old
old school,
unique
right?
situation.
It's old school because a lot of guys used to be private trainers for certain people. Karen McLaughlin was for a little while, and sometimes guys want to go on their own. Obviously, he does well for Rigney, and Phil's a good guy too, and he's a really good conditioner.
His filly, she's dangerous in this spot, but has to go up against a monster. Here's all class Linda Rice.
This horse has a couple of big races. I just don't know where they've gone. Maybe Linda can find them.
She gets post 2. The Big Calhouna, the more heavily regarded half of the entry, the favorite.
Yeah, filly by Maximus Mischief. She's going to try to maybe wire this field or be on top of the pace.
Post 6 for her. Entry mate next door, Everybody Loves Linda.
Is a 7-time winner and a 16-time horse in the exacta, so you're getting the other half of the entry, not bad.
The rail for Phil Bauer's Princess Madison.
Yeah, look, she's got a back race. They could definitely put her in the mix here.
Here's Caress, comes in off a win.
Yeah, another horse here for George Weaver, who's gotten off to a red-hot start to this meet.
Say Cheese at 14-1.
Yeah, I just don't trust that last race.
Flowers for me, long time away.
Yeah, since November of 2023, we'll get Lasix for Ad Hoc Stable Incorporated.
Saffie Joseph Jr. bringing Midtown Lights in off about a 6-month layoff.
Yeah, this horse didn't run fast enough for Brad Cox, Carlos David. We'll see if Saffie can get this one to be a little bit quicker to beat this group.
And Good Night and God Bless. This is a tough spot.
Yeah, the Ontario bred, I think a lot of people will say good night and God bless because they'll be out of the pick 6 if this horse wins.
Yes. Time to play. Bet the favorite. Beat the favorite. Who's getting brave here?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying I think you can bet the favorite. I don't think you can beat the favorite.
Okay.
I singled this horse in my pick 4 that it is still alive. And I think the Big Calhouna is going to be really tough to beat in here. And the 2B is not a slouch as well. I think the 3, the other filly, is the only filly that can really beat this group. I do respect JK with the 1 all class because Linda can win these type of races. And you get Kendrick, and Kendrick might be more forward with this horse, the 1. I think that's what you were thinking too, JK?
I would think so. I mean, like I said, this horse has some back races that absolutely could help this one get the win here. It's some back races that are right in the same category as what the Big Calhouna's been doing. So, the Big Calhouna. Do you think this is who do we think this is named after?
Wasn't the Big Calhouna I'll find out.
Calhouna. Who's the Big Calhouna?
This, back to your pick, and we'll see if we can dig that up. All class did beat the Big Calhouna, last October at Keeneland. It's just that the Big Calhouna has become a different animal since then.
Yeah, but that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that Linda can right the ship with all class. The horse ran last December, ran extremely well. Then gets a little bit of a break till March, runs well enough, wide all the way around there. Then gets beat by the Big Calhouna. Then they doesn't run that great. Then tries the turf. Just feel like there's an opportunity for this one to just kind of jump up and get you in at 12-1. I'll try to find out.
It just basically means that you're the most important and dominant person or thing. It's a slang term.
Oh.
No, well named for this race.
It's like Big Poppy. You're the man.
And, you're playing bet the favorite. I happen to think this horse they can all lose, but this is as big a standout as we may have all week.
All I'm saying is
sovereignty.
All I'm saying is I don't think you should bet the horse at 3-4. I don't think you should bet against.
But look, my point though too, even if this horse gets beat, the most likely horse to beat this one, you're still going to win because it's the entry mate, the 2B, isn't it?
You think that horse? Oh, let me ask you a quick question. The 2's by himself, JK. The 2B is by himself. I still think the 3's second choice here, don't you?
Yeah, I think the 2. Yes, I do. I think the 2B would be the third choice.
2 minutes away from this 8th, still odds on for the 2 and 2B. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 1 all class. I know who JK has some interest in, and I was impressed by her today. I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't been in the paddock for one of her races, and she was always a horse that some of my complaints with her were that she never really carried her weight well from race to race. And she's put on so much muscle mass and conditioning since I've last seen her, just looking like she's doing exceptionally well right now for Linda Rice. She also had a lovely warm-up out there as Kendrick Carmouche, as he often does, took her right away from the pony, kept her moving, and she got a lot sharper out there as well, which I appreciated. I know she's the big price, and Jonathan, I agree. I think that she's one who could be sitting on a good race, and thought that she did run pretty well 2 starts back, albeit on an off-the-turf race. The number 7, Midtown Lights, is a bit intriguing as she does make the cutback in distance and the trainer change, and yes, she is a horse that kind of tailed off for 2 very good outfits. But as you see her warming up there, she's pretty warm, very typical of her. But this is a horse that used to be a nightmare to get the tack on. They used to have to saddle her on the walk. She would act up really badly. She would get really washed out prior to her races. And I would imagine she just is a bit of a headache, for lack of a better term, for her connections. And so she comes back here off of the layoff since January. I wish that she had a bit more muscle mass to her overall. However, that is the typical of Midtown Lights because she is the type of filly that does tend to live on her nerves. But she saddled in the saddling stall normally today. She has been sharp, but not over the top. This is the best I've seen her act before a race. And Jose Ortiz warming her up like that, getting some of that nervous energy out, I think is a positive for her, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. I want to remind everyone, get signed up, started at Naira Bets. Play along with us all meet long and beyond spot 200. That code to punch in and sign up for new members. Get that $200 deposit match sign up bonus right there at nairabets.com. There's that QR code to take advantage of the offer. So odds on, it's been throughout 3 to 5 here. The Big Calhouna. Everybody loves Linda. They're right next door to each other in the starting gate here. And see if Princess Madison, we get one of those, that throwback effort from last summer from this rail runner.
Yeah, and I think to JK's point a little earlier, we were talking about the pick 6. I think a lot of people went a little bit deeper in those earlier races, even though they were favorites. This is the most singled horse in the pick 6. So if you're able to beat this entry and move on to the pick 6, you're alive for a nice score.
The last race, too, don't you feel like King Puck is going to take a ton of money?
Yeah, I thought that was a single. I mean, single on pick 3. I just think he's better. All the horses that are the other horses that are in there, he's already beat them.
Not to this level. I mean, this is Paul's right. This is the biggest favorite we're going to see.
Right, and Chad's got the first-time starter, but Chad's doesn't have crazy good numbers debuting turf sprints. So
not a ton of turf pedigree with that horse either, is there?
Yeah, but he's one of those guys. Chad can work his way around that.
That's that first-time starter route we're talking about for the Chad Brown Barn in the finale. That's to come. First things first. Can the Big Calhouna live up to all this talk and pick up the 5th win of her career? You get the 2B as well. Everybody loves Linda. Heavy favorites here in the 8th. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Cheese. Midtown Lights. Good night. God bless. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's an even break other than Flowers for Me, who was off slowly. Caresse is going out for the early lead. The Big Calhouna is up close, as is Everyone Loves Linda. And they're joined at the rail by All Class taking 3rd. Then comes Said Cheese. Princess Madison is next, racing 2 in front of Flowers for Me. Midtown Lights 2nd to last, and Good Night, God Bless. 22 seconds flat for the long shot Caresse. It's Caresse in front. The big Calhoun applying pressure in second. All Class is a length and a half off them in third. And then it's Everyone Loves Linda, who's fourth, and 3 or 4 lengths off this battle up top. They're followed by Princess Madison and Sid Cheese as they come toward the quarter pole. Princess Madison is making some progress along the inside to take fourth. 45-1 as they reach the top of the stretch, and All Class is up to take the lead. Out in the center of the track, Everyone Loves Linda is starting to pick up some pieces. In front of her, Caress and Princess Madison. All Class 4-length lead close to home. All Class too strong, too powerful. Wins by 5 for Linda Rice. Caress was second. Third went to Princess Madison. Fourth between Goodnight and God Bless, who came from way back. And Everyone Loves Linda.
7th win of the meet for Linda Rice. We got 3 trainers with 7 atop the standings. All Class. Big performance. Nice call, JK.
Yeah, no, she ran really well.
She ran. There's Linda.
Yeah, Linda, look, this horse had some numbers. She had numbers in the past. She just had a bunch of races recently where they weren't there, and you just wanted to give her a chance. I just didn't trust. Like I said, I used the 2 and the pick 3 that we gave out on the show, but I just didn't trust the horse. And that's sometimes you eliminate one horse, you end up landing on another one.
You can see the move right here that the big Calhoun was in big trouble. The 2B, the other stablemate's trying to pick up the pieces, and then as soon as this horse switched leads, this race is over with. And hopefully nobody bridge jumped, which I mean, put a lot of show money on the 2. I have to go look at it because they ran off the board in here. And JK, you'll probably be able to look at it. Did anybody go?
I didn't notice.
1, 4, 3, 8. 10-1 over 20-1. 5-2 in third. 37-1. That'd be a nice superfecta to take home.
Let me see. Did anybody?
The 2 and 2B nowhere in here. There's Linda Rice, who has won a couple of Saratoga training titles, including a couple of years ago when she tied Chad Brown. She was 5 down with just a few races to go, really, a few days to go, and tied him on the final race of the meet to become co-leading trainer.
75,000
out of 126.
75,000 out of 126 to show on the 2. So you're going to see inflated show prices on a lot of these horses too as well.
All Class, who had beat, we talked about the big Calhoun back in October of last year at Keeneland, does it again. Let's take a look out of the gate.
Well, the 4 broke well. I mean, the 4 ran a bang-up race because the 4 was the one that kind of put the big Calhoun in a big hurt, to be honest with you. But look where the 1 is sitting. Broke right on top, right there with the field, sitting in a golden position. Just a great ride by Kendrick. He sat there and waited till he needed to go.
If it looks too good to be true in this game, usually it is.
Yep.
And an odds-on entry. Both of them look tough. Not in your top 4. 10-1 upset. All Class owned by Linda Rice as well. 5-year-old mare. Wins for the 5th time. 12 career starts. Kendrick Carmouche aboard for that victory. Talk about shaking things up at a pick 6 carryover. This is going to do just that. All Class dominant down the stretch in the 8th.
Top of the stretch, an obliteration, perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th hole. Obliteration is a star.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Saturday on FS2, from England's Ascot Racecourse, catch the King George VI and Queen Elizabeth Stakes, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf.
10 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. Big upset here in the 8th. It's all class. Last 2 starts on dirt. 2 times getting her picture taken. Owned and trained by Linda Rice. Kendra Carmouche aboard for the winner. Facing Tipton Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the 104th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 4th and 5th. Where will you be? $23.60. Superfecta for $1, over $3,300. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be here with Kendrick Carmouche, who gets the win aboard All Class. Kendrick, when she broke like she did, putting herself into the race, that had to feel really good, as she seemed like she was primed for a big one today.
Yeah, my goal was to, warm her up good. Linda wanted me to jog her a lot because her back end is a little weak. So, I kind of kept her nice and calm in the post-parade. But my intentions was to break this filly really, really good. She's been out the back door for the last 5-6 times, and I didn't want to be back there. I thought if I had her right behind the top 2 horses, I could have won. And as you can see, she just floated home from there, Key point is the first 16 out the gate, that's what made me a winner.
Couldn't agree more. And you talked about warming her up, and I know you're a jockey that believes in a good warm-up and getting horses to kind of, whether it's expel nervous energy or to jog, to warm up their muscles. Can you talk a little bit about why that's so important for you?
Well, every horse likes something different. Linda told me this horse loves to jog, and she thought jogging would warm her back end up more than galloping her. So that's some of the things these trainers tell you that will improve your ride and will improve you in the race. And I thought that did today. Some horses love to gallop instead of jog. It's all what you got to remember your horses. It's just that simple, and I'm that person. I never forget any horse, no matter if I don't ride them or I ride them. You gotta tune in. This is how you beat horses around the oval. This is how you beat jockeys around the oval. You got to be on point.
I know you pay attention to everything from bits to whatever it is, but I wanted to ask about something important that took place this week, the gumbo. As you said, it went very well. Tell us a little bit about it, of course, supporting the TRF.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank Prince of Pessa for having this retirement for these horses and this foundation to bring more people in to support our retired racehorses. I think it's very important. We do that throughout the year, which a lot of people don't know, that every jockey gets something taken out of their check each week to support the retired horses. And not only that, we have this foundation, this show that we put on every year, a gumbo, and it's sold out every year. That gives you a good aspect on how much we expect of our horses once they leave the racetrack. They're very dear to me. They make me a living. They make me happy, and they make a lot of people happy, and that's the most and foremost for these animals, to make sure they have a happy home after racing.
So well said, and I wasn't able to be there this week, but I heard the gumbo is delicious.
Yeah, it was. I spiced it up a little bit more this year because more people want more spice, but, it was very good. Everybody was slurping out the bowl, so, if you don't leave the juice in the bowl, it's good. If the juice stay in the bowl, it's no good.
That's a good sign. Well, congratulations on the win here too, Kendrick.
Thank you very much. Louisiana, we done it again. We in the house.
Can you handle the spice, Greg?
Oh, I love some spice. I've not tried Kendrick's gumbo, but I gotta make that happen.
I think
Man who always has a smile on his face.
Kendrick could be a WWE wrestler. He would be like his own hype man. He'd be great. Louisiana Lightning as a wrestler. I mean, he's just taking pictures with the fans. That's the greatest thing about Saratoga. You walk through the fans. And a brilliant ride by Kendrick. He said it. Getting this horse out of the gate. The more you look at this horse all class, she had issues out of the gate. She drew the 1-0, and you're thinking, she's going to have issues again. Right up on the pace. Masterful ride by Kendrick.
Kendrick having a terrific start to this meet as well.
There you
6
go.
wins and counting, and look at this. 10-1. Looks pretty good on a pick 6 ticket here with 1 leg to go as we close things out on this pick 6 carryover Wednesday afternoon at 5.5 furlongs on the grass. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career here in a maiden special weight. It is King Puck, the one to beat. Miguel Clement Barn, Joel Rosario. And 3 main players coming out of that race, asking for a friend as well, and Light Fantastic. We're taking time out. Mark Casse, what a historic moment it was for him. Just last week, number 4,000. They'll have Sandman and the Jim Dandy coming up this weekend. We'll mic him up, followed him around trying to get that historic milestone. We'll take a look back next.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, the premier meet in the country, and that's where you can play all the action at NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we get set to close out our Wednesday action, sprinting on the lawn. We'll take a closer look at this field coming up in just a moment. It was a very special and historic milestone victory for Hall of Fame trainer Mark Casse that came just last week. Number 4,000 in his incredible career. We were able to follow him around as he inched up that big number.
Creed's gold did the damage. Wow.
1-2. Finished first and second. Come on, Knight. Come on, Knight. She's awful wide. Yeah, she's in trouble. 4,000's not coming here.
Come on, English Law. Get up there.
Second. We've had so many seconds. Second and third. We're ready now. We're still at 3.
You need this to be 4,000, you know? Okay.
I see the result before.
You saw, okay.
Take a pic, okay.
And Charlotte's sitting in the box. She said, wish you luck, so.
Perfect right now. That was perfect.
Charlotte's Heart with a half-mile left to travel.
She can't go that far.
Disco's gonna run second.
Second.
Second, yep.
Another second.
Yeah.
3,000.
I tried to get you
3,000.
4,000.
Everybody's trying. I appreciate it.
Are you nervous? You just want to do this.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It's Witchcraft. 2 driving to the wire. It's going to be a photo finish. Late run for Bougie Bubbles. Here it is. Photo.
I think that was it. I think that was it.
I think it is.
I think that was
I think
it.
she won. All the people around that give me their support and cheer for me, I appreciate it.
Great that he got to do it with DJ Stable, too, who he's had so much success with over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what, talking to Mark about it, I think that's what he continued to say is it's about, not so much about him, but about the people around him. It means a lot to them. The owners, the assistant trainers, the grooms, the riders, the jockeys. You heard Dylan Davis say, I tried to do it for you. And there was a clip that last week where Jose found out that he won at Colonial and was like, oh, you did? Like he was, I wanted to do it here. So it's definitely cool to watch.
You came up to some milestones in your career. How good is that to get that passed and over with?
It is. I've never had major milestones. I remember when I got my 1,000th hit, it was something special to me. And what he's done to become the 16th trainer to win 4,000 wins is very hard to do. I mean, and he's done it at elite racetracks. I don't think you guys really realize when he's done it at Woodbine. The racing up in Ontario, Canada is legit. So he's done a lot of it there, a lot of it at Keeneland, a lot of it at major racetracks, but I think it's a lot tougher than people think.
Yeah, Gulfstream, a lot of here at Saratoga. He was sensational last summer, but a lot of big wins here. Congratulations, Dan. That is an incredible number. 17th trainer in history to reach that milestone. Of course, he'll have Sandman in the Jim Dandy this weekend going up against Sovereignty.
Yeah, look, Sandman's been a horse that, he got an unbelievable setup this day. And, he was able to get the win. But he's always just been a little bit overbet, especially with these 3-year-olds. When you have horses that are big late closers, when the distances start getting longer, I think the assumption is made that they want to go further. Their late kick is going to be as good going longer. Look, he might have grown up, but there's nothing that I've seen from Sandman yet to think he could turn the tables on a horse like Sovereignty.
How did he win being forward at 7 furlongs to break his maiden?
I just think they've got him to relax. He's very talented. I've said this before. He's a $1.2 million purchase. I think when they cut him back, he's going to be a beast.
He's already made back that purchase price and then some. 6-1, Jose Ortiz will be aboard in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. This year's Arkansas Derby winner for Mark Casse. Looking forward to it coming up over the weekend. It is a big one with Sovereignty, the one to beat. Some big changes announced that we heard about last week on the show for this new meet coming up at Oaklawn towards the end of their opening day, December 12th. They've added a race named after Dwayne Lucas, the coach, in early January, and they've moved around that 3-year-old schedule as well.
Yeah, the one that sticks out to me is March 27th with that fantasy being run on Friday, kind of taking a page of the book that you see at Churchill Downs for Derby with the Oaks on Friday, and then what we've done with the Acorn on Friday. I think when you do that, you're giving Friday its own marquee race instead of losing a very good race in the undercard of the main event.
And the Rebel is going to be run on a Sunday.
Yeah, Rebel on a Sunday, and now you only have 4 weeks between the Rebel and the Arkansas Derby, which has been kind of the same. But, this is all good and dandy. It's going to be great. But weather has to cooperate because we've had some of these races moved here and there. But if everything goes well, I like the way they're doing it. Major races on Friday, major race on Sunday. Try to spice up a whole weekend.
We know how competitive this meet is. That meet, year in, year out, one of the most competitive and probably one of the hardest to handicap on the planet, just because horses coming in from so many different jurisdictions.
Well, the purses are very high, so that's part of it. The other thing is, like you mentioned, Wolfie, there's horses coming from everywhere, from Canterbury to Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, New York. And when you have all those horses coming in, you got big purses, you got horses that are being aggressively dropped. So the claiming game is very tough there as well.
The 6, the 7, the 9, they're all coming out of the same race. King Puck missed by a half length that day. You can argue maybe some tougher trips from the ones behind him. This is a huge effort off the bench for King Puck.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good effort off the bench. Like, look, I suppose there's a world in which you wish you would have liked for him to win this race. But he did come in off a long break. And the one thing I do like is that his figures are right in the arena of where they were when he was a 2-year-old. So, if he coming back, that means he's in that same form, and maybe just the tightener of this race will move him forward a little bit more. His 2-year-old races, the figures are good enough to win this race.
Paul, 3 runner-ups in 4 starts for King Puck. I didn't see it really as a negative because some excuses. One of them, he went to the bench. Are they starting to become a concern for you?
No, not really. I think when you get up to the 7 to 10 race area, it starts to become a concern, but he's run well in basically all his starts. He's burned up a little money now, 70 cents on the dollar and 90 cents on the dollar. But now as he comes back as a 4-year-old, and he's just a tough horse to gauge. At 2-1, I could see this horse, but I thought there was other horses here you can go to.
Now, King Puck, Acacia the favorite, and Joel Rosario back aboard, knows him well.
He does know him well, and hoping that he gets a chance to be more forward with this horse, who was once again kind of in that chasing spot last time out. It was his first start off a layoff, and yes, he is trained by my husband, but I wanted to mention because he is getting a slight equipment change today, as that is first-time starter Guilty screaming behind me, who has been very loud throughout here in the paddock. But King Puck, like I said, getting a slight equipment change. They've added a shadow roll onto him, that piece of fleece over the noseband. For a horse that, if you watch his last few races, he gets a little bit keen when taken a hold of and seems to resent that a bit. He is very sharp here in the paddock. And I know that Miguel uses the shadow roll, and Christoph did quite a bit as well, to get horses to hopefully settle a little bit, put their head down, respond to their riders a bit more. So getting a little bit of an equipment change in here today, and we'll see if that will help him. Like I said, I also think that he finds the right kind of field and should be forward today. Taking a look at another horse from that race, the 6, Asking for a Friend. He was one that was also coming off a layoff in there too, and no speed, got pretty headstrong, really pulling at the back, and did not look comfortable throughout any stretch of that race. This is my first time being in the paddock for one of his starts, and he is smaller. He's very, very fit, though. There's just not much of him. He's also very switched off here in the paddock. A bit surprising for a horse that did get so headstrong and was pulling so hard last time out. See if he can improve stepping forward, as I do think that he caused mostly his own trouble last time out. Another first-time starter is the 5 Route, debuting for Chad Brown. Did sell for $280,000 at the New York bred yearling sale, and then we do see him debuting as a 3-year-old and as a gelding. So obviously there might have been some hiccups along the way to getting him started and getting him to the races. He's a stunning horse, very flashy as well. He has that white eye to him too. An okay turf hoof. The dam did win a couple of claiming races on the grass. There's not a ton of turf pedigree to sink your teeth into. Neither of the siblings tried it. It looks like he should handle it. Looking though like maybe he might need a race to bring things together, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Post parade coming up. 9-5 favorite. King Puck gets signed up. Play along with us all summer long at Naira Bets. The offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in the code SPOT200 at sign up. And you're ready to play along with us all summer long. That young man with a big opportunity here, Christopher Elliott. It was just last Sunday, his first day without the weight allowance, the bug. So adjusting to life as a journeyman now.
And he had, as you see, called to the post, he had broken some ribs and then went out there and tried to ride and then had to take off, but showed some toughness.
Here's Bliss Street. Turf debut, was on the lead and then backed up in Monmouth.
Yeah, didn't take much money on debut and got a little tired last time.
Klimt Master was also in that King Puck race, but he was well back.
Yeah, well back and really hard to endorse.
Liberty Rising, Pat Quickbarn.
Yeah, had a little bit of speed 2 races back, but the rest of the races have been subpar.
The commish showed speed against a little bit softer.
Yeah, and for a trainer like Kerry, who trains a lot of horses to go longer, the force should improve.
Yeah, Kerry Bryant trains the commissioner's route. First-time starter, Chad Brown.
Yeah, Chad 6 for 50, debuting in maiden special weight turf sprints. Just doesn't do it very often.
Can this one win? Asking for a friend.
Well, Mike Baker stretching out is always a dangerous proposition, so I could say yes.
8-5 on King Puck.
I see what you did there, Wolfie. Look, I think this horse is sitting on a big race. I like to see the equipment change, trying to get this horse to get his head down a little bit when he's running.
First-time starter out of an unraced dam, the first full to race, Guilty.
This was a big son of Twirling Candy, and I think he was hollering at you, Greg, behind us.
Yeah, we heard this one right behind us making a lot of noise. Light, fantastic. Here is Christopher Elliott, blinkers on, coming out of that King Puck race.
I thought he ran okay in that race. Did not break well. Kind of just like treaded along. I think
was wide.
Yeah, he was wide. And that's why I'm putting $50 to win on Light Fantastic. I'm out of the pick 4. We do want to see JK7 get home because that would be a giant score for you at home if you went with JK. But I like the 9 here, Light Fantastic. I'm also going to play some exactas 9-7 and 7-9. But I think this horse got some improvement. Been working well now, putting on blinkers for the first time.
7-1, Paul's play. Adding blinkers. Yeah, that wide trip got bumped a little bit in a race in which King Puck finished best of the trio of horses in this race that ran in there. We'll see if he can improve with young Christopher Elliott adjusting to life as a journeyman. Nightcap when we come back on our FS2 coverage.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Nightcap coming up. 6-5 favorite. King Puck, who finished ahead of this one when they met back on June 19th, asking for a friend, and Light Fantastic finished 4th and 5th respectively. They bumped a little bit together coming into that turn, and it was Light Fantastic, Paul. You've had a little bit of the wider trip, but what do you think about the 6 here?
I thought the 6 looks tremendous on the racetrack, and you get a trainer that took this horse off Juan Bernardini in Mike Maker, now sticks this horse right on turf and does not run that bad. So 7-1, if you like, that is a great price.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely an alternative, and at that price, he makes a lot of sense. I don't think he was beaten that badly by the 7 King Puck. The thing for King Puck is I'm hoping, I made that eighth grader that shaved comparison to Chancer McPatrick, and being one of those horses that just was really good when he was 2, and the rest of the group is kind of caught up to him. What I will say about King Puck is King Puck's 2 races as a 2-year-old were pretty good, and I think that there's still more. When they came back, King Puck, and ran as well as they did when they came back, it feels like there's a little bit more of a higher ceiling. So I'm just thinking King Puck's going to take a step forward, and I'm not quite sure what to expect from the 6 asking for a friend.
Oh, I told you the 6 bumped with another horse in that June 19th race. It was this one going into the turn, and Acacia, there's upside here. This horse took money in the debut, and now an equipment change for start number 2.
I agree. The blinkers going on today, and I'm on the same wavelength as Paul with Light Fantastic, that he does have the opportunity to step forward. Just a shortcut cheater blinker going on, and he was very sharp throughout the preliminaries here as well. But he's a big horse, a big kind of rough type of build that strikes me as one that probably really needed that last race. He was also the one that was widest late. He never saw the rail throughout any running of that race. And as I had touched on, I actually think that asking for a friend kind of caused a little bit of the trouble throughout the running of that race, because he was pulling so much, and this horse, Light Fantastic, kind of took a little bit of the worst of it. But I think that he's probably one of the ones with a bit more of the upside in this race, with only 1 start that he can build off of. And such a fantastic crowd today for a Wednesday, Greg. The energy here this week is excellent at Saratoga.
As it usually is, and there's some of the crowd taking in the sights and the view down the stretch from the 1863 club.
You don't have to wear a blue shirt to get in. A lot of guys.
You do need to dress to impress.
You do, and you can see the people hanging out by the rail, which is still, I think, because of Saratoga, the old school fans here, they still love watching the race from the rail.
I enjoy watching the race from the rail a little bit higher up at the stretch. I don't like being at the wire. You can't see what's happening at the wire.
No.
If you get a little higher at the stretch, like the 8th pole where our other set is, or even around the 8th pole, you can tell who's going to win when you're looking at them, because you can actually see them running. In the pan, it's hard to tell from the camera sometimes, but I like to watch it sometimes at the top of the stretch.
Again, asking for a friend or Light Fantastic, the 6 and the 9. Take some moves forward here to turn the tables on King Puck, the 7, the 6-5 favorite for the Miguel Clement barn. Joel Rosario rides. There's the favorite in the Silks of Waterville Lake Stables. Nightcap on this Wednesday from Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
King Puck, the favorite, goes in. Pick 6 paying a little under $13,000 to him. 2 more. Guilty. One of the first-time starters. Light Fantastic to complete the line. Going up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Light Fantastic had a tardy beginning. The favorite King Puck had a very smooth one. The commish is up close. Route showing a little bit of early interest. And on the outside, here's Light Fantastic rushing right into contention, now moving boldly to take second. They're followed by Guilty, who's now in 4th. Route 6 off the pace in 5th. Asking for a Friend is next. They're followed by Bliss Street as the field rounds the far turn. And Light Fantastic, with this huge move, has taken the lead. At the back of the field are Liberty Rising, who has more than 10 10 lengths to make up, and 2 clear of Klimt Master. 21-4, Light Fantastic. But on the inside, here's King Puck coming back for more, and King Puck retakes the lead. Route is third, asking for a friend, finishing with interest in the middle of the course, inside the 8th pole. Joel Rosario and King Puck with a 3-length lead, and it is King Puck to close it out. King Puck, Rosario peeks back, turns into a statue late, wins by 3.5. Asking for a friend was second. Then it's a photo for third, Light Fantastic. And Route, Klimt Master was on the scene late.
King Puck, that was a good sign when he broke that sharp under Joel Rosario. Christopher Elliott tried to steal this thing quick, early move, Light Fantastic. King Puck, though, had more.
Yeah, JK, good pick 3 by you. You just blasted us all. But the start of this race, you said, let's watch the 7 break. As long as he breaks well, and boom, perfect break. Now you see the 9 and Christopher Elliott. Wow, this horse showed a lot of speed. Obviously, when you break that slow, you don't really want to break up. But what ends up happening, and Joel Rosario does the right thing, just lets the 9 go to the front end, JK, and he just goes right around him.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he did. It was like when you see Joel on the front end like this, I get very comfortable feeling. I feel a lot of comfort in that because that's what Joel does. He times things very well, and at this position right there, like you said, he just let the 9 go on. And then
No panic
not at all.
whatsoever.
No
not
panic.
at all.
Not at all. And asking for a friend really ran well. You know, he's the one that's going to come in between horses. He picks off the 9 late. You got to give credit to the 9. 9 ran well. As soon as that horse learns how to, rate a little bit. But today, like you said, Greg, sometimes you get worried about a horse running too many second-place finishes. This horse just was right there too much not to graduate pretty soon, and it happened today.
Talented. Nice ride from Joel Rosario. Calm as could be when the 9 rolled by him early. Figured that one probably going a little too fast and was. 7-6-9-5. Pick 6 hit for just over $12,000. If you had that, well done. JK, nice pick 3 you gave out.
Yeah, and I think I've been getting crushed in this bankroll contest. This should put me around 35 and change, 3,500. So with the $30 pick 3, so I'm going to bet it all on Sovereignty.
It's a good move. What's he going to be, 1 to 5?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
Nah.
Baeza's going to take money. Yeah. But no, he'll be short. And I tell you what, the way he ran by journalism in the Belmont Stakes, I'm pretty sure he deserves it.
Yes, he does. Part of our Fox Saratoga Saturday lineup. And a big one in this 3-year-old division. Sovereignty, Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes. Authoritative winner, leader of this division. The final tune-up and a big race in its own right on the road to the Travers later this summer. 5 will line up, 4 against the top dog in the division in Sovereignty's 2 to 5 on the morning line.
Can Moplex win this race?
That's a good question. I got to say, I just love that he's showing up in the race, and I loved how he was getting stronger going late. We'll get back to him in a minute. Let's look at the Belmont Stakes and Sovereignty. It just looked like from the Derby, and look, he got time to sit out, rest, wait, sat out the Preakness. He came in even better than the Kentucky Derby.
He was sensational, right? And you didn't really know what to expect because of the sloppy racetrack on Derby Day. We knew who journalism was because he came back and ran well in the Preakness. We weren't positive who Sovereignty was because he did win on a sloppy racetrack with a fast pace to close into. But right here, he proved to us all who he was. And I think Frank said it in the call. You're looking at the best 3-year-old in the country, in the world, and he's absolutely right. This horse has gotten really, really good. I'm still a huge fan of journalism, and I think journalism is a very, very nice horse, but I cannot argue with how easily Sovereignty ran by him in the stretch.
Oh, look, Paul, when I gave out the trifecta colt in the Kentucky Derby, I expected that kind of performance. I thought he was that good, and I thought we'd see it again in the Belmont Stakes.
Hey, listen, we got to give you props.
He slid that in there, didn't he?
I will say this, though. Baez is going to close the gap. I still don't think he can beat him, but I don't know how those two don't run 1-2. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, listen, you want to see horses jump up, maybe they don't, but the way the 3-year-old division's going, it's been pretty formful.
Well, Hill Road's going to take another crack here at Sovereignty. He lined up in the Belmont. He showed so much promise in that dirt debut in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, but he has the same kind of running style, JK, as Sovereignty.
Yeah, you said it. If the pace is okay enough for a closer to win this race, How are you going to tell me that it's not going to be Sovereignty? Hill Road's a nice horse, and Chad's done a good job with this horse. You know, he didn't start his whole career with him, but you know, he's a I can win a 3-year-old race if journalism and Sovereignty aren't in it horse.
You know, the problem that you have in this race, you have Hill Road launches from way out of it. Sovereignty launches from way out of it. Now, Sandman, dead closer. So now does Baeza get in front of Sovereignty in the Jim Dandy, where he was never in front of him in the Belmont, because there's literally not an ounce of pace in this race.
Except
one horse.
For the one you brought up, yeah, and that's Moplex. Who the only reason he went 2 turns to the Ohio Derby is because they couldn't run Belmont at Saratoga week. They were under quarantine and had to reroute, so they said, oh, well, let's give this race a shot, and it runs a 99 Beyer, best race of his career.
Yeah, I just think that they thought he could never really stretch out, and he's just said, guys, I've been waiting for this distance my whole life. He was wide the whole way of this race and was able to finish him off. Now, I get it. You're not facing Sovereignty, you're not facing the best, but this was a move forward from Moplex, and there is no pace he's going to be by himself on the
He's
front
still
end.
getting stronger, JK, late in that race past the wire.
Yeah, he's getting stronger, but he didn't have that monster running at him.
No, he did not, but as Paul mentioned, he's going to not just be alone in front. I mean, it's going to be another zip code potentially back to some others in here.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, he's literally can cut out his own pace, whatever he wants. The rest of the horses are all deep closers. That's why I think Baeza might push. But then again, we did see Sovereignty show more speed.
Yeah.
So Sovereignty might be up on the pace.
What do you think?
I think Sovereignty's really good. The one strong opinion I think I have is I'm kind of over this Baeza thing. I know he's talented, but he's still only won a maiden race.
That is true. You make a good point.
And I think acting as if he's going to somehow turn the tables on Sovereignty, who's handled him easily twice, I just don't see it.
I just have a lot of belief in that trainer. And
So do I.
if he thinks this horse has turned a corner and he's a different horse than we've seen, I trust in John Sheriff's. But we got to see it, obviously.
By the way, a $6 ticket for JK paid $118. That's a great ticket. And look at this pick 6 payout. $12.
Well done,
And
JK.
You called it, the 2 and the 4 to start the race, but beating that entry with all class.
I got to say, this everything here, you look at that, was pretty easy to have, except for all class. I thought that was incredibly hard to have, and this guy, that was his top pick.
But you know what? Here's the thing about all class. I know we all feel the same way about entries. If that other horse didn't scratch, all class's price would have been significantly lower, and that would have been a shame, because if you liked all class and not the other one, that's why entries are so problematic.
Well, who else could potentially line up in the Travers against Sovereignty? Strategic Focus. He's crossed the wire first each of his 2 starts, even though he got DQ'd, but he's the rising star potentially in this 3-year-old division for trainer Chad Brown. Sovereignty, he is the king. There's no question about it. Baeza, though, going to take one more shot at him in Saturday's Jim Dandy. Can it be a different story? We'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern.